This is a routine that they have practiced numerous times. It is a difficult operation, tricky operation, but these are experts who are fighting this fire. Some of the best and most well-trained firefighting resources in the entire world are now here in Southern California in the Los Angeles area, and they are being put to work tonight as this fire continues to grow.
All right, and the area that is under evacuation, again, that's the Sarah Retreat. That is Sarah Road near PCH, and it's an area where there are a number of homes dotted with that retreat that was founded by the Franciscans. Palm Canyon Road, Sarah Road is basically that intersection. The fire is now uphill from that, right, based on the topography map that you're able to show us with the technology in Air 7. So it's uphill from that. It's going to burn a little more slowly, quite a bit more slowly downhill, but it's still being driven by the winds that Danny Romero has described as being around 39, 40 miles an hour at times in that area. So the folks there have been told to evacuate. No further evacuation orders have been issued. We don't know about any further warnings, but we are in contact with LA County Fire to try to keep an eye on that and make sure if any warnings are issued, we will certainly get them out to you as soon as possible. If you live in Malibu, keep an eye on this. Stay tuned to us. Maybe be prepared to think about moving out of there, although hopefully you won't have to, but you see what is lighting up the night sky there, and we are keeping track of it. It is burning to the south and west, and there are a lot of homes in between this fire and PCH and ultimately the Pacific Ocean. Chris, what are you seeing? You've seen the 2 helicopters there. Anything else?
Yeah, we've got a handful of helicopters trying to get an idea of the scope here. You know, I said originally it was about 10 acres. I'm trying to eyeball it. We don't have an official acreage yet, but I could safely say at least 30 to 40 acres at this point, likely more than that, but I would say a conservative estimate is about 30 to 40 acres for what they are calling the Franklin fire. This is now being called the Franklin fire. There are a number of agencies on the way out here. We should mention that a bulk of this fire is burning, I believe, on federal land. This is mostly federal property out here that is burning, and there's state property as well. There's private property. There's a whole mix of jurisdictions here that we are watching go up in flames, and so we're going to be keeping an eye on those resources, coordinating together, and eventually getting a handle on this, hopefully, if they could do so. It's going to be an all-night affair here, and you can see they already have quite a bit of apparatus lining up on Malibu Canyon Road. That is not the entire picture. There are resources being staged to the south of here along PCH and resources to the north in the Calabasas area. So there are a lot of resources heading in this direction. Help is on the way right now. If you lost my audio there, that's because they're sending out an emergency alert. The emergency alert system is being put to the test here tonight. Everybody's cell phone is going off in the helicopter, and there is a loud siren going off in a lot of these homes as those weather radios and emergency alert systems begin waking people up and alerting them to what is going on here near Sarah Retreat off of Malibu Canyon Road, just about 3 to 4 miles north of Pacific Coast Highway, Mark.
As you look at your cell phone, mine is out here. I haven't gotten an alert yet, but as you receive your alert, is there any information contained in there about evacuations or further action that's required or necessary?
Yep, the exact notification that is going out right now, emergency message from the LA County Fire Department, wildfire east of Malibu Canyon Road, south of Piuma Road. An evacuation order has been issued for this area. Leave now. If you need emergency assistance, dial 911. That is the message that's going out. If you feel that you are anywhere close to this bright orange glow that is coming from Malibu Canyon Road, it is time to leave now. This is a serious situation. I am very concerned. The direction that the wind is blowing, you raise a good point. It's going uphill at the moment. That is good news. It's going to slow down as it goes downhill, but this is a wind-driven fire in red flag conditions, and those embers are going to begin blowing. And so the threat is real. It could be halted, it could be slowed. The resources in place are going to do everything they can to save life and then property. But right now, this fire has multiple heads that are kind of moving in different directions. It could be worse. It could be worse. It could be exploding. I would not say that this fire is exploding at the moment, but it is spreading rapidly nonetheless. It definitely has spread very rapidly when you consider that in the last hour it went from 10 acres to what we're looking at right here. But when we talk about an explosive fire, you really start to see those fireballs being sent in multiple directions with multiple flare-ups. We are seeing a little bit of that, but right now it's burning within that little bowl, if you will. So the geography playing a big part here. But the other thing that those canyons play a part in is kind of creating its own fire weather within those mountains. These fires have a tendency, especially in the ripe conditions that we're dealing with, to create their own weather and behave in ways that even the experts have found unpredictable in recent years. They've learned a lot. Just since, 2022 mark, I want to say, the Laguna Niguel fire that you and I covered, it was really a milestone in recent years for the firefighters here in the LA and Orange County areas, because the fire was behaving so unpredictably in ways that they hadn't really expected or ever seen before. And we're seeing a little bit of that here in the way that this fire is burning within these canyons and through these ridge lines. It is unpredictable, but the moral of the story here is that the fire and the smoke is moving in a specific direction. And in this shot right here, it's from right to left. That is literally in the eastbound direction towards Serra Retreat. It's burning through these hills and then, or mountains I should say, uphill. Eventually, these embers are going to start blowing downhill and closer to the community. We just hope for the best at this point, that everybody that you see here, it's a dark picture, there are lights down there, but those people need to start moving out of this area.
All right, and they've been told to, by LA County Fire in no uncertain terms, get out now. Those are the people in the Serra Retreat area. We're going to be more specific about that in just a second. That's a good picture you have there. One of the first video that we got from the scene was shot from the ground by photojournalist Frank Nielsen. That video is there on the right of your screen there. That was shot from the ground, and we have Frank Nielsen with us now. Frank, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. So how did you hear about this, and what did you see when you first got there?
Well, there was a false alarm a couple hours ago for a small grass fire behind Whole Foods in Malibu, which turned out to be nothing, but everybody got panicky, and, you know, that's the way we get when it's windy. But I got another alert. I think it was around 11 p.m. and on my phone, and I drove right away. Maybe a mile up Malibu Canyon past Pepperdine University in Hughes there. Mm-hmm. It was just glowing in huge flames. I pulled over, I shot my footage and sent it in to you, but then I started thinking that's blowing right to where I live. I live on PCH. Oh. And as I was driving back to my place, I figure I better get photo albums, hard drives, you know, stuff like that, important papers loaded up. It's just chaos. PCH, all the street lights are out. People are driving crazy fast, like it's a panic. And the immediate neighborhoods surrounding that neighborhood or that area are the police cars are just going through with their loudspeakers and, you know, telling people to get out.
Uh-huh. And so you yourself are preparing to get out, even though you haven't, specifically your area near PCH has not been told to evacuate. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've seen the weather report, and this sucker's, I think, is going to burn all the way to Santa Monica the way it's looking. It grew and moved so fast the short time that I was there filming, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. I just did the math in my head, and like that's going to be at my place in no time. So that's what I'm doing right now. Just grab the essentials and I guess go back to work tonight.
Wow. So you're going to be at work, and you're not going to be sure if you're, well, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. They might get a handle on this. A lot of resources are being brought to bear. This is not your first rodeo, is it, in terms of dealing with these sorts of situations?
No, sir. Several years ago, I was right across the street with my camera gear, and I thought I was going to be filming my own place burned down. And at the last second, a helicopter dropped and put it out just before it got to where I live. So that was good news. The good news is right now it's not really bad winds, but I know we're predicted to have some really strong stuff. Mm-hmm. And once that starts blowing like that, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, well,
I mean, they're not going to completely put this thing out tonight, no matter, if the winds cooperate or not. But when those winds kick up later tonight or tomorrow, we're gonna have a handful here along the beach. PCH, I would say from the Malibu Canyon area all the way to the Palisades looks scary right now.
Yeah, well, hopefully, with a lot of resources being brought to bear there, did you see anything unusual? And I asked this, did you see any power lines arcing? Did you see anything else that might indicate where or how the fire started?
No, that particular area where it looked like, when I got there, I think I was behind the first fire truck. Mm-hmm. That's how quickly I got there. It's an area of Malibu Canyon where they've replaced all of the old power poles with like these steel power poles. And that's roughly the area from my vantage point. I could see where it looked like it started. Mm-hmm. Looked like it started on the roadside because there's nothing. I don't know. That's just the way it looked from my vantage point. But my vantage point was limited. I was shooting from near the Hughes research area, research facility.
Yeah. And, did you see anything suspicious? I might as well ask, did you see anything suspicious or anything that indicated that somebody may have caused this fire to happen?
Not at all, but, it's a dark canyon. It's not very well lit, so it's just, other than for the glow of the fire, I didn't see a thing, no. But now it's a buzz with lots of helicopters and lots of fire crews. But I know that the area that it's blowing towards, there's not a lot of street access, so it's going to have to be, pretty much like an air fight. And with those winds, right now, like I said, it's not bad. Mm-hmm. But that's supposed to change according to the weatherman, and the moon is already glowing that orange glow that it gets when you get the smoke in the air. So
yeah, all right. Frank Nielsen, photojournalist. Thank you. You are yourself a resident of Malibu, so we wish you good luck tonight. You're either going to be evacuating or working on this fire, or both. So we wish you good luck in everything tonight. And we're going to keep an eye on this thing and continue our reporting for the people who are your neighbors in Malibu. Chris Christie still overhead. What's it looking like from your vantage point now? We know it's moving, right? How fast is it moving, and is it spreading in what directions is it spreading into, Chris?
Yeah, I can't give you an exact speed, but it is definitely spreading. It is growing. It is moving towards the east. Excuse me, pardon me. It is blowing towards Serra Retreat on the south side, but there is a large perimeter of this fire that is burning north of Serra Retreat and chewing through the wildlands here in Malibu, north of Serra Retreat, an area that is much less populated. Again, I believe mostly federal land that you're looking at near the bottom of your screen here. We're getting a little bit of a better view here as the fire approaches some of these ridge lines. You can see flames that are no less than 50 feet tall, perhaps taller in some instances, as this fire continues to flare up towards these hilltops and mountaintops here in Malibu. Again, all of the fire is burning to the east of Malibu Canyon Road. The closest fire is right up to Malibu Canyon Road. If we go ahead, widen out slightly, move over to the right, and you can see those fire trucks right along Malibu Canyon Road that are right next to the fire, right there on the right-hand side. You can push in right to the right there, and you can see there is very active fire burning right along Malibu Canyon Road here, and it's hundreds and hundreds of acres, or I'm sorry, hundreds and hundreds of feet that are extending from Malibu Canyon Road. It's all coming this way. It's all pushing to the east is the bottom line. It is moving in the direction of, well, all points east of Malibu Canyon Road, in the direction of Santa Monica indeed. So this fire will continue to burn through the night. It will be spotting at some point as the winds continue to shift and blow and increase throughout the day tomorrow. But right now, they are trying to get at least some handle on the fire closest to those structures. There is structure protection on the way out to Sarah Retreat. That we know. We will see what those efforts turn out. We will see what happens with that community. But right now, you can see the fire moving. I would say at a moderate rate of spread towards that area.
All right, and we're going to check in with Danny Romero, who joins us now, our meteorologist. That's a close-up shot of what we believe is Sarah Retreat, or a portion of it there. This is about humidity and about wind speed and direction.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing to watch right now. Give you an idea, like in the location of that fire here on our map, we can give an idea how close it is to that coastline and how kind of widespread it is through those. And again, you talked before, we've seen the pictures where it's in that canyon. Those canyon areas just really kind of amplify those winds, that kind of effect where you kind of tunnel things through. Here's an idea, get an idea of the winds right now in that Malibu area. We're talking about now 39, 40 mile per hour winds, and you can see how strong they're blowing out that northeast, so really strong winds. And again, we talked about it before. We heard Chris mention, and the gentleman on the phone with you, about the embers. They get caught and they get blown so far away. So yeah, someplace like Santa Monica, very much an area of concern tonight. But certainly Malibu, as it's moving towards, as those winds are blowing right towards that Malibu coastline, we're seeing it very strong. Give you an idea how those winds are just starting to build tonight into the early morning hours mark. We're seeing already in that 30 mile per hour range, building up here to the overnight hours. And even as we head towards 7 a.m., 8 a.m., it comes down a little bit, just a bit maybe, but it's still in the upper 20s. But we're still going to see those stronger gusts. And it's those gusts that are so dangerous, because those gusts are going to blow in that 40, 50 mile per hour range. And you get in those canyon winds that get amplified even more so, and that really increases that danger. And as you mentioned, how dry things are, because the temperatures aren't a major factor now, because it's cold, it's nighttime, even the daytime temps are on the cooler side. But it's the humidities that are reading right now right around 11%, and that's on the higher side. So we're seeing the very, very dry conditions. That's not changing anytime soon. And we're going to see those winds ramping up right now over the next few hours. And even when they come down just a little bit, they're still going to be in that 25, 30 mile per hour steady range, with those occasional gusts, dangerously 40, 50 miles per hour.
And you've got to factor in as well, last year we had the record rain here in Southern California. The vegetation in this area, grew at such a rate that it became, the brush became thicker.
Right.
All of the trees and everything got bigger and more prolific.
Lots of fuel.
And now all of that is drying out, of course, with the wind. And so you've got more fuel to burn in these areas.
Yeah,
so that is definitely troubling.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're going to see here, is that all that fuel there dried already by the conditions, and then now rapidly dried by the fire as it moves up those hills, drying the vegetation ahead of it as it climbs those hills. And we showed that dangerous shot of the fire crews, like right at that fire line that climbed up that canyon very quickly.
Wow. Well, it is really something to see. We're going to keep an eye with you, hopefully, if you can stick with us,
I'm with you.
on the wind speed, the direction, and just the humidity, which is so low there. And all of these things are just really kind of a perfect storm, if you will,
factors,
for making this fire extremely dangerous. Having said that, the best firefighters in the world are right here in this area, and they have certainly had a lot of experience because of what has been happening in Southern California over the years. And they jump on these very quickly and very aggressively. That is happening now. You have air units that are on station. You have different agencies that are responding. You can bet that LA County is, obviously LA County is there, LA City is there, because it's federal land. You'll have federal forces that are going to be involved in this, and all sorts of different agencies. They call it mutual aid, and they all get in there and try to do their best to bring these things to heel, because it's going to cross. Fire doesn't have boundaries. It doesn't know boundaries. It simply burns where it can. And all these agencies are doing their best to try to stop it and put their best foot forward in doing so. Chris Christie, you are overhead in Air 7 with a bird's eye view. Any sorts of indications of progress on this? Any indications that it is slowing down?
Not really, but we can give you a little bit of a better angle as we come much closer to the top of it, give you a kind of a top bird's eye view here of the area that has already burned. So in excess of 50 acres, we'll get an exact acreage at some point here in a little while, but you can now get a little bit of a better idea as the camera faces due south. That is Malibu Canyon Road on the right-hand side, running right along the right of the fire. On the top left-hand corner of your screen, that is Serra Retreat, the area that is now under a mandatory evacuation order. And right there in the middle is dry brush that is going up very, very fast and continuing to burn and kind of creep. I would say at this point, most of the leading edge of that fire on the left, bottom left there, is downhill. And so that downhill spread is kind of a creep through the wildfire, through the brush in the eastbound direction. So the fire is now creeping. It is not spotting yet. That's a good sign. Even the winds are not, we're not seeing real evidence yet of this fire starting to leapfrog itself or spot ahead of the main body of flames. That's good news. But as you can see in this shot right here, the winds are indeed blowing. The embers are swirling. And so the behavior of this fire, and indeed the winds themselves, can change on a dime. The direction of the winds can change without notice, and so can the direction of that fire, Mark.
All right, and the latest information from LA County Fire is that this fire that they're calling the Franklin Fire it's a third alarm. It's going to be many more than that before this is all over. And the acreage is 100 acres plus, more than 100 acres. The mandatory evacuation order is east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road, as well as Serra Retreat. We've known about Serra Retreat being the evacuation, got the first evacuation order. Now we're getting east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road. If you are there, you are told you need to get out and get out now. East of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road, as well as the Serra Retreat. Those are the words of the Los Angeles County Fire Department, which we presume is the lead agency on what they're calling now the Franklin Fire. No reports of anyone having been injured, no reports of any structures having been lost yet. We are keeping an eye on all of that. So far, it's burning in brush. It's burning in wildland. It's not burning in neighborhoods. They're hoping to keep it that way. They're doing their best to make sure that that doesn't happen, but the task is daunting given the winds that are around 40 miles an hour, given the terrain, which is rough and steep, and given the level of humidity, which is somewhere around 11% per our Danny Romero. So all of these are factors that are indicating that this is a really bad place and a really bad time for a fire to begin. And we heard from someone who was there pretty much a few minutes after this fire was first reported. Frank Nielsen, a photojournalist who happens to live in the Malibu area, says he followed one of the fire trucks up there, and that the power lines in that area are not overhead. They are buried, and that it's a very dark canyon, so he's not sure exactly what the point of origin of this fire is. But that is something we're going to take a very close look at, something we really want to know about as this this fire develops and as this situation develops right now. It is 12:03 on Tuesday morning, and for the better part of an hour and 20 minutes or so, a firefight has been waging here in the Malibu Canyon area. The Franklin Fire, first reported at 10:52 p.m., what is now last night, Monday night, and it was reported on Malibu Canyon Road, just near Pepperdine University. It is not burning toward Pepperdine University, however, it is burning in the direction of Santa Monica. Santa Monica is quite a distance away, but it is in kind of burning in that direction, is what we're being told from sources and reporters on the scene. In between this fire and populated areas are firefighters both in the air and on the ground who are doing their best to make sure this line of fire doesn't reach those populated areas. But the problem here is that the winds are high and that embers are being blown. They're being picked up and being blown by this fire, as we have seen, and that can cause spotting. That can cause spot fires that break out yards, miles, tens of miles even away from the actual front line of fire. Danny Romero joining us now, again, talking about how the winds can affect all of this and where it is.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this coming by putting out that red flag warning that went into effect earlier today and going through through tomorrow and into Wednesday as well. And give you an idea here exactly where this fire zone is right now. As you see, it's kind of close to that Malibu area, as we've been showing you all along. And we're talking about conditions there, I mean, ripe for just really bad fire conditions, because a temperature not a factor at all. But man, it's the very low humidities. It's the very strong winds. Look at an idea of the profile right now in that Malibu area. We're looking at 39, 40-mile-per-hour winds right now showing up on this live map for you. Give you an idea how strong those winds are. And again, in that northeast Santa Ana profile that we are used to this time of year with those Santa Ana winds. So those are strong, and those are just starting to build up right now. You couple that, those strong winds, 39, 40, 45-mile-per-hour winds, and you see that how it's going to be affecting the area down towards the other areas of the Malibu area. We can see the hills, also an area going to be of major concern because those winds blowing right there as that fire kind of starts to move. So you kind of see as it kind of steers that fire with those winds, strong as they are, and that coupled with how long it's going to be strong winds. Look at this. Tonight, we're looking ahead now. We're going to stay in that 30, 40-mile-per-hour range because we're showing you kind of steady winds here on this graph, 31 to 34, 32, 34 miles per hour wind overnight into the early morning hours. But you're going to get those stronger gusts, Mark, that come up and that are going to go 40, 50 miles per hour. So those gusts will be of major concern. Couple that with the very low humidities that we're talking about. And we were talking about earlier, humidities in that kind of teen range, maybe in that, 12, 15. Well, now in that Malibu area, we're seeing now those humidities down at below 10%, at 10% in some spots. And we're seeing it now single digit. Look at Malibu now at 9% relative humidity. That is extremely dry. Combine that with those strong 40-mile-per-hour winds. That's just a recipe for more danger to come our way here. And so that's what they're dealing with right now. Very, very dry, and winds still ramping up through the nighttime hours.
All right, and this is now, it's now more than 100 acres. 3 aircraft are on scene right now from various agencies, more aircraft en route. We're a little bit more about the Sarah retreat right now. That is the area of where the most evacuations are happening at the moment. Sarah Retreat, as I said, it was a Catholic retreat. It was founded by the Franciscan order some time ago. They host various spiritual retreats there. We don't know if any were being held at the moment, but if there are, the people who are there are being told they need to get out, and they need to get out now. That evacuation order for them went out probably about 45 minutes ago. As far as other evacuations are concerned, that is, let me get that pulled up here. I want to be sure about that before we, I don't want to give out any incorrect information. Mandatory evacuation order east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road, as well as what we were talking about, the Sarah Retreat. Chris Christie, if it's possible, could you do that daytime overlay of your map over the fire that we're seeing right now to kind of see what the progress has been and how close it is to some of those populated areas? It looks like it is on a ridge that is directly above, looks like it's starting to creep down that ridge, correct?
It is. It's kind of creeping down towards Sarah Retreat, slowly but surely heading in that direction. Those buildings right there are going to be the first to be impacted. Again, we're talking about Palm Canyon Lane and Cross Creek Road at the northern tip of Sarah Canyon. If we widen out, you can see this fire is now flaring up on multiple sides. You've got the area closest to Sarah Retreat where there are very tall flames that are burning up right now, very tall trees that are creating very tall flames. Right now, we're actually gonna bring in our viewers on Eyewitness News on Channel 7 on television, and they're gonna be joining us here in just a second, Mark.
Good evening to our viewers in Southern California. I wish the news were better, but unfortunately we are dealing with a brush fire that is in the Malibu area and approaching populated areas right now, being driven by Santa Ana winds, very dry winds, approaching 40 miles an hour. This is called the Franklin Fire. We were talking about this before we left the air at 11:35 this evening. We have been covering it on our digital platforms and on our streaming platforms. We have elected, for the safety of the public, to come back on the air on Channel 7 Eyewitness News to let you know about evacuation orders and the dangers that are involved in this fire. It's the Franklin Fire, 100 plus acres. It broke out, or first reported, about 10:52 this evening, and it was first reported near Malibu Canyon Road. Now, an evacuation order has been issued for the Malibu Canyon Road, south of Piuma Road, east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road, as well as the Serra Retreat area. The Serra Retreat is a group of buildings right pretty much directly in front of the furthest advance of flames right now, as we have been watching. But there are several fronts to this fire, as we have seen, being driven by those Santa Ana winds. It's burning in what amounts to a canyon. Almost these canyons can act like almost like a chimney, kind of channeling the wind, intensifying the wind as it heads from north to south, from northeast to southwest, pushing that fire along. Chris Christie in Air 7, watching more resources being brought to bear here. Chris?
That's right, Mark. This fire, the Franklin Fire, now at 100 acres at last count and continuing to grow to the east of Malibu Canyon Road. We can go ahead and bring up our sky map, our daylight sky map, where you can see exactly what that landscape looks like. On the left-hand side of your screen, that is Serra Retreat, the area that is most immediately threatened by this Franklin Fire, a community that is very much under the gun as this fire continues to creep in the eastbound direction. There's also a large portion of the perimeter of this fire that is burning in federal wildlands and continuing to spread in multiple directions, with multiple flare-ups now. As you can see, really tall, thick batches of flames swirling around these hilltops, along these ridge lines. This fire being driven by geography, it is being driven by wind, and it is being driven by very dry tinder that is going up in flames here. This started as a 10-acre call out shortly after 11 o'clock and has quickly spread to 100 acres and growing as multiple agencies and air resources make their way into this area. Now, there are forces on the ground at numerous locations along Malibu Canyon Road, along PCH, which is now shut down, from Carbon Canyon Road all the way over to the basically Nobu, and then you've got those fire engines that are making their way into Serra Retreat to engage in structure protection if they can at all cost save those structures. Again, they are here to save life first and then property. There are numerous agencies that have converged on this section of Malibu, again, right along Malibu Canyon Road. There's now a command post all the way up in Calabasas at Malibu Canyon and Las Virgenes. In fact, why don't we go ahead, spin the camera around just a little bit, Josh, and you can look out the window here. You can see the cavalry is coming as you look out the right-hand side, Josh. If you could look out the window here, all the way up in Calabasas, if you could swing the camera around, you can see a whole line of fire trucks making their way into this area, over to the left, over to the right. Yep, right up that road. You can see never mind. We'll go ahead. Bring it back to the fire. I can tell you, though, as we look out the window here, there is a long line, Mark, of fire trucks that are making their way into this area along Malibu Canyon Road.
That is certainly a welcome sight. You mentioned that there are 3 helicopters that are being used, 3 different helicopters right now. Used to be you couldn't even have an air attack at night until someone got the idea that maybe we could use night vision, give those pilots night vision, and suddenly flying at night becomes a lot less daunting and dangerous. It is still dangerous when you talk about that terrain that they're in and the different hazards that exist, but it is certainly less dangerous given the night vision abilities that these firefighting helicopter pilots are now equipped with. That allows them to make water drops, which is crucial right now. It's hard to get firefighters into this steep terrain right now as they bring resources in. They're going to get there, but it's going to take them a while. And in between, you need to be able to drop a few thousand gallons of water onto the head of this fire when it's possible and when it can be done. And it can be done tonight, one load at a time, with those 3 different firefighting helicopters that are available. We saw a Huey, I believe, from LA County Fire. We saw a Chinook helicopter. That's an old military helicopter that's been repurposed for dropping water. Those were military cargo helicopters that could carry a tank back in the day. Now they're carrying tanks of water, pretty heavy. Water's 8 pounds per gallon. So it is not light, and so it takes a heavy lift helicopter to carry an appreciable amount of water to drop it on the fire. That's why the Chinook, the CH-47 Chinook, is being used in this case to fight this fire. These are operated in large part by private companies that lease the fire apparatus out to various agencies. All right, this is an evacuation map. Can somebody tell me what we're looking at here? What the color code means? Tell me in my ear. Go ahead. The red. Okay, if you're in the red area, that means go now. This is a significant area, as you can see. It was described as being to the. Oh shoot! Let me get this up here. It's going to take me a second. We'll get the roads and the streets there. I'm going to try to get that to you. But you see, if you can look at it, it is to basically, if you were north and east of Pepperdine University, you should leave now. And again, if you are to the east and south of Pepperdine University, you need to leave now. These are the areas that are under an evacuation. And a lot of these residents got an emergency notification on their cell phones. And if you got one of those notifications, you need to go. Don't waste any time. Grab up your valuables, grab up the things that you know you can't replace, and get out, because your life is more important than any property that you may have. And that is what we are told by LA County Fire. So east of Malibu Canyon, south of Piuma Road, a fairly large area. You need to get out now. The yellow, we presume, is a warning. That means it's the potential that you might need to get out, but for now, you're okay. But the red means get out now. And Chris Christie and Air 7 watching this all unfold for us, and you've been on station since, for about an hour now, almost, and you've been watching this fire grow in size. You're saying, your description, though, is that it is not explosive. We have all seen fires that grow explosively, and this one, from your estimation, at least up till now, has not been behaving that way. Is that correct?
Right, we're not seeing that explosive behavior, but what was a fast-growing brush fire, I would say, is now growing at a more moderate rate of spread. That could be due to a number of factors, whether it be the landscape, whether it be the actual wind conditions on the ground, which are very different, by the way, from the wind conditions up here. Up here at altitude, the winds are behaving very differently, and they're behaving much differently on the ground. And then when you get in these canyons, in between these ridgelines, you have fire and terrain that creates its own wind conditions and its own weather. And so whatever's happening down there is kind of slowing things down slightly. That is very little comfort to the people on the ground down there, but it is slowing slightly compared to the behavior when it first started over an hour ago. But you can see as it's reached some of those mountaintops, it's going downhill a little bit slower than it climbed uphill, which is entirely to be expected. As smoke and fire rises, the hot air rises, and then is a little slower in spreading downhill. But there's so much dry brush that every time that fire hits a fresh batch of forestry, you see those big blow-ups right there, those big flare-ups that create big tall flames, a lot of smoke, and a whole lot of embers you can see coming from this blow-up right here.
Right, and the Serra Retreat, that is an area that has been kind of in the crosshairs for some time, where they got the first evacuation order when shortly after you arrived on station, Chris, the Serra Retreat. And that is a place that was founded by the Franciscan order, and there are various religious and spiritual retreats that are held there, presumably throughout the year. We don't know if one of those retreats was being held at this time, but anybody who was or is there has been told to leave, as well as people in a lot of the surrounding area immediately surrounding the fire. That's a view from the ground. We are getting more images from the ground now. And we have, I should mention, we have eyewitness news crews that are on the way there, but as you can imagine, the roads right now are pretty much impassable as you get closer to the fire. They're either choked off with fire equipment. We have to be safe in terms of where we park our vehicles. We have to be able to move out in case something gets dangerous. But look at all the embers. Look at all the embers being kicked up. Danny Romero, a meteorologist, as you watch this, the fire moving, the wind moving that quickly, pushing those embers out. That's an ominous sight, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, those winds are probably, that's probably a strong concern. I mean, the humidities are very, very low, so the brush is dry. It's not improving anytime soon. But it's those winds that are, right now, they're ramping up. This is a period of time when the winds are going to be increasing. So we see the winds already in that Malibu area, right there, that 39, 40 mile per hour range. Those gusts that come in that we see when we're watching that fire, some of that part of that as Chris mentioned, the blow up part that Chris Christie mentioned, is some of those winds kind of kicking up, those gusts that kind of come in. And those gusts could range, especially in those canyon areas, Mark, anywhere from 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, those gusts that just go so strong. And certainly we're talking about, you know, carrying those embers. But here's an idea how those winds are going to behave during the nighttime and early morning hours. They're going to stay right there in that 36, 40 mile per hour range over the next few hours. So it's not letting up at all. If anything, it's increasing in some spots. There is a slight decrease coming early tomorrow morning by like around 10, 11 a.m., but then ramps right back up again because we're not really done with this red flag event until Wednesday. And right now, like maybe like 2-3 hours ago until now through Tuesday morning into Tuesday afternoon, I think are going to be the peak times for those really strong winds. It'll come down somewhat Tuesday night into Wednesday afternoon. The red flag warnings go down by Wednesday night. But between now and then, I think we are now in the strongest, as far as the winds are concerned, period here with those 40 mile per hour winds. Fairly consistent through the nighttime hours, and again, those dangerous gusts that come up that not only just fan the flames that are right there, but also, as you mentioned, grab those embers and send them great distances from where the fire is located right now.
All right, something to consider if you live in the communities that are downwind of this fire. Mm-hmm. Keep an eye on the eaves of your house because that is where these things can spot. You can get an ember that blows up under the roof of your house and into the eaves, or perhaps through an open window. If you have a window that's open, it's unlikely given the fact that it's cold out there right now. But if you have any windows that are open, close them because this can result. We have seen it time and time again where houses or homes or businesses that are miles away, literally miles from the front line of a fire, can erupt in flames because of embers that are being blown and tossed about. Tons of them, literally tons of embers being thrown and blown in the downwind of this fire. Chris Christie, what are you seeing?
We're seeing a major flare up here on the left-hand side of your screen here, Mark. Just in the last couple of minutes, you can see just how differently this looks from just a few minutes ago with a lot of really tall flames blowing up here. This is going to be a different angle than we were giving you earlier. This is we're basically right over Malibu Canyon Road, and you can see a firestorm moving up this hillside up towards those ridgelines. So it's kind of peaking at the top of the ridgeline. That's good news, but there's plenty more in front of it to burn. This is an area that's north of Sarah Retreat, blowing in a slightly opposite direction away from Sarah Retreat. Sarah Retreat is behind the smoke on the right-hand side, but this is a different part of the fire that's burning away from Sarah Retreat. It's a little bit further north, but it is a virtual firestorm that is racing up this mountain and really beginning to spread more rapidly on the northern edge where there are no structures threatened immediately, but a whole lot of wildland here that is ripe for a fire like this. And you can see exactly what we're talking about right here. The behavior of that fire, the wicked winds, and the swirling flames that are erupting here in Malibu.
And as we continue to watch this, we have with us Frank Nielsen. The first video that came into Eyewitness News as this fire first was reported came to us from Frank Nielsen. You're looking at it there on the right. He was literally behind some of the first fire trucks to arrive on scene. Frank, have you, and you live in Malibu, what's your situation at the moment?
Well, I'm on PCH, pretty close to the Nobu restaurant. I'm located about 1.5 miles from where the fire started, but it's grown a lot closer since it started. I'm essentially in a neighborhood along PCH that is right in line after it burns through Sarah Retreat. So we're not on any kind of evacuation at this time, but we're loading our cars anyway. We know this neighborhood, and this doesn't look good.
And of course, Malibu has been through this more than a few times in recent memory. So this is a situation that people look at very seriously, right? And they see these flames advancing. When they get an evacuation order, people do go, don't they?
Oh, yes. And after I shot that video right after the fire started, as I was going back home I figured I better get my valuables and load them up in my truck. There was evacuations already happening along the route towards my place, and it seemed pretty chaotic. It's spooky around here. All the power's out. The street lights are out, so PCH is black, with the exception of an occasional emergency vehicle with its lights and a few cars that are going up and down PCH. It's black dark here. We're evacuating with flashlights and candles or whatever we got, and at least putting our stuff in our cars ready to go because it's blowing this way. So we know the winds are supposed to intensify over the evening. At least that's the prediction, and if that comes true, we're in a lot of trouble.
How thick is the smoke where you are? You say you're about 1 mile or so, 1.5 miles away from the front of the fire.
The smoke is not bad at all, and the wind is not bad at all at the moment. But the moon has got that eerie orange glow. It's very dim. I don't know. It's just really spooky looking around here. But the smoke appears to be, I mean, I'm right on sea level on PCH. So it's above us. It's rising quite a bit because the winds aren't as strong as typical with the Santa Ana at the moment. So a lot of the smoke, I believe, is going up or just slightly, off to the side.
And from your vantage point where you are, you're saying the wind is not super intense. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's good. That's great news to hear.
Yeah, that's a great sign.
All right. So as you continue, you're just keeping an eye on this, and you're also kind of covering it as well. Is that right?
That's correct. I'm just I want to get some basic things: birth certificate, some photo albums in my truck, and that way, if I'm not here when it comes to, save the stuff, at least I got it in my truck. So.
All right. Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that. Frank Nielsen, thank you for the video that you sent in. And we look forward to seeing more of your work tonight on Eyewitness News, and we hope to hear more from you later on, and we hope all the news is good with regard to your place and to really everybody else that's living out there in Malibu that has to deal with this. Yet again, a brush fire that has broken out along Malibu Canyon Road right about the worst time that it could have happened, right before the Santa Ana winds started to peak this evening, right along a canyon that is basically kind of acting like a chimney that is kind of channeling the winds toward a populated area. It was literally one of the worst places and worst times for a fire to happen. Danny Romero's with us now.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Mark, things are really not ideal for firefighters because, that wind event has really started ramping up. We're seeing some areas where some of those winds, especially from the 14 Mountain Pass over to Calabasas to the western side of Malibu, those are where the winds are the strongest. So we're talking about in the mountain areas, 45, 50 mile per hour range with those gusts stronger. The lower elevations, they're going like 35, 45 miles per hour. So we're looking at this only increasing here into the nighttime hours, like between now and I'd say 8 a.m., we're going to see the strongest winds. So they'll be in that 45, 50 mile per hour range market. And we're also going to see, again, those dangerous gusts that just pop up and really just fan these flames and even more dangerously, carry those embers farther to other spots from where that fire, the main fire, is located. We're showing you that now, right now, in Malibu. That reading, those winds are in that 39 mile per hour range, a little bit to the north and east of that, Thousand Oaks 33. So all those winds in that purple area indicates that 50 plus kind of range. Now here's the deal, right there in that Franklin fire area. So as I mentioned, those winds are just starting to ramp up in the 30s, staying there through the nighttime, early morning hours. Now here we are, 12:30 now in the morning, and so expect those winds to stay strong, 30 plus miles per hour. Again, occasional gusts, 40, 50, 60 mile per hour in those mountain passes, especially continuing to the morning hours. We don't see it really calm down a little bit till maybe tomorrow afternoon, and that's ever so briefly. That said, that's going to keep us in that red flag condition that we're looking at right now, and those red flag warnings are in effect until Wednesday at 6 p.m. Those winds going 25, 40, gusts, that 65 mile per hour gust range going on. And the humidities, we talk about this, the very, very low humidities, Mark, and that's like another part of the real dangerous part of these fires, is those winds, which are strong. The temperatures, not the hot Santa Ana kind of conditions that we're kind of used to with those temperatures, but we are seeing the very, very dry conditions, the low humidities, and that's the concern. Look at that. Right there in that Malibu area, we're seeing those humidity readings at below 20%. And in fact, we're seeing right there in Malibu at 9%. That's extremely dry and not much better in the areas to the north and east where those Santa Ana winds are coming out of right now. And we're staying in that Santa Ana profile right there in that fire zone. So it's going to stay dry. It's going to get windier through the night and morning hours. And that's a recipe for just really, really dangerous conditions moving forward here over the next few hours, Mark.
All right. The city of Malibu, this is just putting this information out. I'm going to read it to you, basically. Mandatory evacuations in place for Sarah Retreat due to the brush fire, the Franklin fire in Malibu Canyon, 3 miles north of PCH in Malibu. LA County Fire Department is on scene. They are describing the rate of spread as rapid. The city of Malibu has activated its EOC, its Emergency Operations Center. Pacific Coast Highway, PCH, closed from Carbon Canyon to Corral Canyon. Again, PCH is closed from Carbon Canyon to Corral Canyon to facilitate both the evacuations and to facilitate fire equipment being able to be marshaled on scene and brought to bear to try to put an end to this fire. Chris Christie, as you watch those resources come in, are they having an effect?
Well, unfortunately, right now, all of the work is being done by the air resources. The ground resources are in place to begin, mainly structure protection at this late hour and essentially protecting Malibu Canyon Road if it starts to even threaten the road, if this fire was to change directions and maybe jump the road, that kind of thing. But for the most part, almost all of the work right now is still being done by those air resources. Lots of ground units moving into position, but they are very limited with what they could do in this type of terrain in the middle of the night like this. They really are at the mercy of those air resources, and thank God for those air resources. As you mentioned, Mark, just a few years ago were not nearly as plentiful or available for nighttime operations, but everything has changed, and you are looking at some of those quick response air resources that are jumping into action, mainly that Chinook helicopter complementing those LA County Firehawks that are making repeated precision water drops, one after another, and they are bringing more in. You can imagine they are calling out for more crews to come in and begin taking off out of Whiteman Airport in the San Fernando Valley, where LA County Fire is based out of. And that is the only agency that we've seen in the air so far. Perhaps we may see some mutual aid from LA City Fire pretty soon as well. We just have not seen it quite yet. Doesn't mean anything. Most likely all of those things are taking place as we speak. We're still in the early stages of the Franklin fire. It's only an hour plus, maybe an hour and a half now old as I look at the clock, but it's going to be a firefight that extends well into the next 48 hours, and hopefully we'll be able to see some change in the weather here and some more effects of the fire. In the morning they'll be able to drop a lot more fire retardant around this fire and actually start drawing lines around the fire. So the best case scenario is holding the fire at bay in the overnight hours, but you're really at the mercy of Mother Nature, because in these red flag conditions, these winds are, predictable to a degree, but in many ways unpredictable in terms of its effect on the actual fire. That's why right now all of the attention, or I should say a lot of the attention, is being paid to the closest structures and the vital artery of Malibu Canyon Road, which you see fire burning just off of the road in this shot right here.
Yeah. When you talk about the air resources that are being brought to bear here, it is worth noting that back in just a couple of months ago, in September of this year, the LA County Fire Department announced what they're calling a quick reaction force that is there to deal with fires that break out just like this. And they've added those Chinook helicopters as part of that quick reaction force. And those Chinooks, along with being the fastest helicopter in the world, reportedly, actually can move somewhere upwards of 200 and something miles an hour. They can carry about 3,000 gallons of either water or retardant that can then be dropped specifically on pinpoint areas of fire. And that is very helpful when you're trying to protect structures, as they're trying to do right now. And we have some video that's coming into us right now from the scene of some people who are affected by this. We are hearing that no structures, as far as we know, have been lost, but let's hear from some people who are in the affected area.
Like smoke and the bright red glow over the mountain, and we're like just waiting to get more information, and came back into the library and people were just all starting to leave, and so we're like, well, we should probably figure out whether we need to leave or not. So then we were waiting for an evacuation order and didn't get one, and basically heard the canyon was getting closed, and we're like, well, we don't live around here besides campus, so it's not like we have really anywhere to go home besides other friends' houses. So we were just like, well, we're just gonna wait and see, and drove along PCH to, I guess, get a better look until we heard more of whether we should evacuate or not.
Those presumably students at Pepperdine University in Malibu, speaking about their campus and their library. There is no evacuation order for Pepperdine University at the moment. It has been evacuated before, but tonight no such order has been issued for Pepperdine University, so the students there can sit tight for the moment, but be alert and stay alert in case the situation changes. We do know that the evacuation order is for east of Malibu Canyon Road, south of Piuma Road, and the Serra Retreat. That is a standing evacuation order. If you're in that area, you need to leave, and leave immediately. Other areas that are close by should be keeping an eye on things and waiting for an alert, maybe preparing to leave. Maybe have your car facing outward on your driveway, maybe gathering up some of the items that you that you don't want to lose, things that can't be replaced, and just be ready to move out and evacuate. But so far, the evacuation order, it's a fairly large one, east of Malibu Canyon Road, south of Piuma Road, inclusive of the Serra Retreat in Malibu, which got the first evacuation order. So those folks hopefully by now have left and made way for the firefighters to do their structure protection. If they have to go in and protect life, that complicates matters and puts them at risk as well. That is one of the reasons why they want people to move out, is that it makes it, when people are in the mix, as they try to move through this area and fight this fire, it does complicate matters for firefighters. It is both an indication of the danger to the people in the area and also an indication of how difficult their presence makes it for those who are there involved in fighting the fire. So that is why those evacuation orders are in effect, and you should heed them if you are in the areas that are covered. These are video. This is video here of the firefighting apparatus, and look at the resources that are being brought to bear. This is Malibu Canyon Road. and that is near the point of origin, the area where the fire was first reported, and all manner of vehicles from firefighting, also police, sheriff's vehicles, all being brought to bear here to put people in place to fight this fire. They're spraying a lot of area right near the road, and they're kind of trying to keep this from climbing up this ridge. They may be setting this up as kind of an artificial barrier to try to keep the fire from spreading. And Danny Romero, what can you tell us about the winds?
Yeah, well, the winds are certainly not helping the firefighters at all. I mean, just kind of get the overall picture here of the red flag warning. Now, it's pretty much all of Southern California. Right now, tonight, we're dealing with that Malibu area there, and that, of course, where the winds are very strong. That's where the fire's located, just kind of you can see there on the map a little bit north of Malibu, and we can see that as we move in on this area, we can see that those areas, a lot of canyons there. We're showing in the live shots from Chris Christie in Air 7 how it looks, and we can see those winds in that 30, 40 mile per hour range with the occasional gust even stronger, and this has been pretty much that profile throughout the evening hours here, Mark, into the now early morning hours, and we're seeing those winds in that really strong range, 40 miles per hour, and then we're going to see those occasional gusts that are going to go 45, 55, 65 mile per hour winds in those canyons, especially. We're seeing those fires really kind of ramp up in those canyon spots. So in that Franklin fire area, the winds are not letting up anytime soon. They're staying in that 30s category, 33, 36, through the early morning hours into daybreak, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., still in that 30 mile per hour range. Not really letting up much at all till you get till around noon, 2 o'clock, but then right back up again into the afternoon hours. But between now and daylight, it's going to be the strongest winds. Couple that with how dry things are, and those humidities with the Santa Ana conditions are very, very dry. Where normally you figure Malibu, right there by the ocean, lots of moisture in the air. Now you can see, like, south at Redondo Beach, 72%, because that's a lot of sea breeze and that moisture there. But Malibu, right now, because of those offshore winds, those strong Santa Ana winds, 9% relative humidity. That's extremely dry, and that's not going to change anytime soon, because those winds to come out of that northeast in that Santa Ana profile will certainly keep it dry, and those winds are going to stay strong through these next few hours. It's just no break. I mean, the two worst things are the low humidities and those winds, and both of those are in danger spots and not changing anytime soon.
Startling to see the variation in humidity between different regions that are maybe, 20, 25 miles different from each other?
Yeah, but right now,
Malibu's at sub 10%.
Right.
And Redondo Beach, Long Beach, upper 80s, 90% humidity.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
We have Jory Rand, who is in one of our news vehicles, heading in the direction of this fire, trying to get a signal, trying to get into this area, which is very, very congested. Jory, what can you tell us?
Mark, we are on PCH right now, headed towards this fire. I can tell you, as soon as we came on the 10 freeway down to PCH, as soon as you hit Santa Monica, you can see that eerie orange glow in the distance at the top of this hillside. The smoke plume coming off this hill is massive. We stepped outside for a moment along PCH, and the wind is just blowing really hard down here, and you can see how much smoke this fire is pouring up into the air. As that earlier caller said, it appears that power has been shut off to this area. It is dark. It's not particularly easy to navigate along Pacific Coast Highway with the winds and the darkness. It is, and you can see that the firefight happening from down here at sea level. What is going on up there at higher elevations? It is an eerie glow. We have seen this many times approaching fires, but this one does seem to be rather intense from this level. We're going to try and get a little closer. We know that the highway is shut down at Carbon Canyon. We should be able to get through there. Signals typically are pretty tough to get in the Malibu area. Cell service is spotty at best, and now with power shut down, some of the towers might be shut down. So we'll see what our signal can lend us. But it looks like this is going to be a long firefight. The winds have already begun to gust, and this broke out. You hope at nighttime the firefight gets a little easier. Well, it's only going to get worse from here as conditions get worse and winds continue to pick up. But it is a tough go right now for firefighters just trying to gain access to what they're fighting tonight.
All right, Jory Rand, we look forward to your reporting as you get closer to the fire and watching this thing unfold in that eerie glow that has become all too familiar for so many communities in Southern California as our fire season goes from those of us who grew up here It used to be summer, early fall. Now it's pretty much year-round because of the change in our climate. A statement here from Pepperdine University. We saw some Pepperdine students just a few minutes ago talking about how they were concerned. They left the campus for a bit, drove around to try to see what information they could find. Here is some information from the university, and I'm quoting here. Officials from Pepperdine are monitoring the Franklin fire in Malibu Canyon. Fire officials are considering closing Malibu Canyon Road and have indicated the 30-acre fire currently has the potential to grow to 100 acres. This is a fairly old statement or based on old information. We know the fire is now much more than 100 acres. Not currently threatening any structures at the moment, but as we said, there was an evacuation order. The fire is, according to Pepperdine, not affecting any university campuses. The Malibu campus and local area may experience some power outages related to this incident. That statement coming from Pepperdine University. The office of Mayor Karen Bass in Los Angeles tracking the fire in Malibu, encouraging Angelenos to follow instructions from public safety officials. That statement from LA Mayor Karen Bass as we watch this unfold. And the good news is that we, so far at least, have heard of no structures being lost. Structures are in the path of this fire. Evacuation orders are in effect, but so far no structures have been lost, and we hope that news stays in effect. Let's check in with Chris Christie. Chris?
Yeah, that's right, Mark. You're taking a live look at that fire. This is going to be the northern edge of the fire. We'll go ahead and tilt down. We'll show you some more of this major flare-up near the bottom of your screen here as it continues to race. This is going to be in the area north of Sarah Retreat. The good news is, as this fire continues to spread rapidly, the flames closest to Sarah Retreat seem to be holding steady. The area that's growing, and growing rapidly, I will say, is this area right here to the north of Sarah Retreat, still to the east of Malibu Canyon. So the acreage is continuing to multiply with multiple heads to this fire, but a lot of the wind seems to be shifting a little bit more in the northerly direction. And you can see here, this is a large body of flame burning right along Malibu Canyon Road. Fire crews in position to protect not only the road, but potentially even those power lines that run down Malibu Canyon Road. You can see just how close and just how tall those flames are, almost as tall as the power poles themselves. So a precarious situation there. Meanwhile, in Sarah Retreat, which are the closest structures to this fire, there are about a dozen fire trucks already in position, engaged in structure protection, and also we can say that the LA County Sheriff's Department is in the process of evacuating all of those structures, whichever may be occupied. But you can see that Sierra Retreat, what it looks like during the day. This is the area between Piuma Road and PCH. This entire part of Malibu is under a mandatory evacuation order. Again, this is all east of Malibu Canyon. Pepperdine, not evacuated, but everybody west of Malibu Canyon is monitoring the fire as well.
Well, and it is really to the good fortune of the Sarah Retreat thus far that it was a lot of wild land in between them and the front line of this fire, and that has given firefighters at least some space, if not a whole lot of time, to set up structure protection for that retreat. You see it there. You see it. They're on a street. You see the flames inching right up to that road that we presume is within that neighborhood that you were talking about, that we've been focusing on all evening, the Sarah Retreat and the homes surrounding it. And you see a lot of fire trucks that are there. Excuse me, you'll have to excuse me. I think Chris and I both have a little sore throat happening right now, so we're gonna bear through it. We have Michelle Fisher, another of our Eyewitness News reporters who has been able to get to the area. Michelle, where are you and what are you seeing?
Mark, we are at Cross Creek Road and Civic Center. There's a Whole Foods right at this intersection. People that live in this area may know exactly where I'm talking about. Right as we pulled in, so did about 5 or 6 engines with LA County Fire right now. They're poised, we would imagine, to head up the road here as they make their way closer to the flames here in this neighborhood. I can tell you no power here in this neighborhood. It's dark, and I can also tell you the winds, which are fueling this fire, we felt those as soon as we hopped out of the car, kind of blowing my jacket backwards. On our way into this area, we did see several people that were alongside the side of the road. We stopped and briefly asked them, hey, what are you doing? Are you evacuating? What's going on? And based off of their ages, or what I presumed was their ages, they looked young. So I said, hey, are you students? They said yes. I said, you go to Pepperdine? They said yes. And they proceeded to tell us what they're dealing with. As we've mentioned, right now, the school not being threatened by this fire. Students being told, though, that the school is keeping a close eye on what's happening. Here's what these students told us they're dealing with right now tonight.
Well, I was just taking a nap, and I was there, and my roommate's like, oh, shoot, like, I'm getting out of here. Like, what? I'm like, what's going on? So, like, I walk into my room, and, like, all the lights are off. So I was, like, pretty confused. I felt like I was in the Batcave. So then I like walk out and I just see everyone like standing out on the balcony, and I'm like, what's going on? And I just see like all this smoke and this fire up on the hill. So like I know something's going on. So we got news from Pepperdine of like what was going down, that there was a fire. And then we got the aerial view. One of the helicopters up there got a really good shot of it. So yeah, we were a little freaked out, but we know Pepperdine's safe, so we're gonna be all right.
The power was like still out in our dorms. So it's really stressful because even if we go back, the power is still probably not on and the Wi-Fi is probably not good. So I don't know, it's just really stressful because we don't know if we're gonna have to evacuate, and even if we do, like, what do we do about finals? Because they haven't told us anything yet. Yeah, we've gotten some emails, texts, and calls, just like kind of giving us little updates, and they're telling us that it's not a threat to campus yet, but to just kind of like sit around and wait and just kind of be aware of what's going on in case we do need to evacuate.
So those students and also many homeowners and residents in this area, again, preparing to evacuate. As we were making our way down here, we also got a notification on our phone saying, hey, there's a wildfire in the area, evacuation warnings, and be ready to leave if you have to. Of course, we're coming in to cover the story, so we're not leaving. We're coming here to cover it. But many people right now possibly watching this as they get prepared to leave. I do want to go over some things that we heard this afternoon from LA County Fire as we were preparing to cover this wind event. And they said, hey, if you've got to do a quick evacuation, there are 6 Ps that you can remember. It's people and pets, also your papers and important documents, your prescription drugs, personal computers, your cell phones, electronics, also plastic. That means credit cards and cash, and then also pictures and special items that mean a lot to you. So for people that are preparing any second to have to leave, once they get word, just some quick items that you can grab or try to remember to grab as you want to stay safe, though, as you do all of this and try to make your way. As we know, some evacuation orders now in effect for many people living in this area. So that's the latest where we are right now in Malibu. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Michelle Fisher, thank you. Reporting live in Malibu, watching people as they are moving away from their homes and heading into areas that they believe are safer. Chris Christie is overhead in Air 7 watching this unfold and keeping an eye on the latest developments. Chris?
Yeah, Mark, unfortunately, it looks like the southern head of this fire has taken a major leap into Sarah Retreat. We're going to go ahead and show you Sarah Retreat with daylight here. Below, as we come back out live, you can see there is a thick layer of smoke. Below that smoke is fire burning along those property lines in Sarah Retreat. We cannot say how many structures have been touched at this point, but if you peer through the smoke, you can see some very thick flames now actually affecting Sarah Retreat. We did see some flames very close, if not actually touching what appeared to be a container home just a short time ago. You could see a main central structure there during the day, but underneath the smoke, it may look like a fairly flat shot here, but that is a thick layer of smoke below which is flames within the Sarah Retreat vicinity, including Palm Canyon Road, which we were focusing on a little bit earlier. That is the area where there were numerous fire trucks trying to engage in structure protection. We, of course, wish them the best, but the fire has moved much closer into the Sarah Retreat community. At this point, we can't give you any accurate damage assessments, but it is making its way into this area. So some really bad news for the folks in Sarah Retreat as this fire continues to push away from Malibu Canyon Road, but in multiple directions, south and north to the east, continuing to spread at a rapid pace through the canyons of Malibu.
All right, and it's interesting when you talk about how thick that smoke is. We know there are fire vehicles down there underneath all that smoke in the Sarah Retreat part of our picture, and you can barely make out the emergency lights on top of those fire trucks through that thick smoke. So it's no surprise we can't see all the flames that are also down there. When you look, when you zoom in really tight, sometimes you get a glimpse of the actual fire truck lights, and sometimes you don't. But it's an area that you now see is where there are flames there, and unfortunately, that is a very bad sign. We know there's some structure protection that's going on. They're going to do their best to try to keep those structures from going up. Their first duty, though, is to preserve life. And the good news is, per LA County Fire, this update just given to us just a few minutes ago, a couple minutes ago, is that no injuries are reported and there are no reports of structures lost. We hope that holds. They're doing everything humanly possible to make sure that that holds. Not only LA County Fire, but Santa Monica Fire, all the different fire agencies that are responding to this, CAL FIRE, the federal folks with the Department of the Interior are also involved because so much. This fight is a real strong effort by multiple agencies in multiple ways, using multiple tactics, both in the air and on the ground, to keep this situation static, where no one gets hurt and no structures are lost. That would be ideal, especially given what we're dealing with. Excuse me, as we watch here, it looks like it's jumped the road, and that's not a great sign. Chris, can we check back with you? What is that Malibu Canyon Road there?
Very astute observation. That is the first time we have seen flames on the other side of Malibu Canyon Road. We'll go ahead and throw up sky map so you can see the road running through this area. That is Malibu Canyon Road, and for the first time, somehow, this is a prime example of what we were talking about. The flames and the wind are blowing towards the east. However, you have a new fire start on the west side of Malibu Canyon Road. That is a direct result of embers flying through the air in different directions as we saw those tall flames that were threatening those power lines, and that's how this happens. Those embers were able to jump the road even though the winds were coming in the opposite direction. It goes to show you just how quickly things can change. So a really ominous sight there. I would expect the fire to continue blowing towards the east, and that's a small patch that is on the other side of a man-made fire break, which is Malibu Canyon Road. Presumably those fire crews will be able to get a handle on that. But it's a clear illustration of just how unpredictable and how fast things can change here, and I think we're watching that really in a big way. We're right over Sarah Retreat right now. Josh, if you go with me here, go ahead and spin the entire camera over to the left, the other left, and right out our window here, you can see if you keep going a little bit more to the left, you'll see structures that are now being affected by this fire. You can see the lights, some house lights in there with right there, pushed right in there. You can kind of make out, show me what that looks like during the day, Josh. I see a swimming pool, I see tennis courts, I see other houses, some very large homes in this neighborhood. And as you go back to that live shot there, you can see there are flames burning within this community. It's always those palm fronds that are the first to catch on fire, and you can see right there a palm tree with embers flying through this neighborhood now, and that is just one of several spot fires that I am watching right now here in Sarah Retreat. So this entire community, and not just Sarah Retreat, but the homes further south of here, everything is about to be threatened between here and PCH. Things are about to get a lot more serious as this fire continues to approach the Pacific Coast Highway, Mark.
Yeah, and this was an area that was the first one that was ordered to evacuate. We can only hope that everybody who was there heeded the warning, the very dire and direct warning from the LA County Fire Department, amplified by the Sheriff's Department, to get out and get out now. That warning issued the better part of 2 hours ago, and hopefully everybody heeded it, because now the fire is actually in that neighborhood now. Excuse me, LA County has been saying that no structures have been lost. We are hoping that remains true, but that hope fading now as we watch it enter that neighborhood, and structures definitely under threat by the flames from the Franklin fire. The acreage, vastly more than 100 acres now. That 100-acre figure is probably an hour old, and we hope to get an update on the acreage as more statements come from the officials who are dealing with fighting this fire. But again, as we look live now, that kind of bowl area, the area is known as Sarah Retreat, and there's a neighborhood kind of right around it of private homes that are also surrounding it, and then to the excuse me, to the south and west, Pacific Coast Highway. Danny?
I'll tell you what, Mark, we can see ourselves, give you an idea, kind of the general view of what's going on here is that red flag warning. Now, I want to show you a couple things here. For the most part, Southern California covered in that red flag warning. You can see a little pocket down around Long Beach, around Redondo, that has no warning there. But everywhere else pretty much has that red flag warning, because all those areas there in the red have those very, very low humidities, along with those very strong winds that we're talking about. Of course, stronger in those mountain and valley areas where they get amplified with various factors that make it the dynamics there. So give you an idea where that fire is right now, just north of that Malibu Beach area. And that fire, a lot of it in those canyon spots. And again, those areas amplify those winds. So what we're looking at is those 30, 40 mile per hour winds sustained, and then you see the occasional gust that ramp up. And again, you see that canyon topography there. Those flames, the way a fire works, it just goes, it rapidly climbs those hills, because what happens is flames warm the area above it. So now that area is drier, and it quickly ignites as the flame. So it just kind of feeds itself as it climbs those hills very rapidly. As we showed you a second ago in that live shot from Chris, how those fires just climbed up and leap over the roads because of the winds. Now, the humidities are strong. The winds are strong. They've increased here again. Our Malibu area, especially, we're going to watch that. All those areas in that little pocket, you can see in that 30, 40 mile per hour range as far as the winds are concerned. And again, that northeast eastern profile is a Santa Ana condition, the kind of traditional look of it. That's holding through the nighttime hours. We're seeing that to continue. Those winds are going to be strong. They're going to ramp up, and we're seeing them right now in the peak and still building. So we're staying right now in that Franklin fire zone in that 35, 36 mile per hour range. And again, those are kind of the steady winds, but those gusts that come in, those 50, 65, 70 mile per hour gusts that come in, add that to the very low humidity. So I mentioned a second ago how that one little pocket where there's no red flag warning, look at that. You can see Redondo Beach, you can see Long Beach, you can see Hawthorne, 75, 86% relative humidity, because those places have a little more moisture in them. But you see Malibu, our area of concern, 9%, single-digit humidity readings. Very, very dry conditions. Couple that, as you see the areas above that and to the east, Woodland Hills, up towards Van Nuys, also single-digit readings right now. So those areas are going to continue to be on the dry side, along with those strong winds are going to gust in that 30, 40 mile per hour range, up in that 50, 65 mile per hour range. And right now, the winds are at their peak, but we're going to see them as we approach near daybreak. You get what's, the diurnal effect. You get the cold at night, the little bit of warming in the daytime. You combine those two, and that ramps up those winds. You talk about sundowner winds. Same thing applies around sunrise, where you kind of amplify the weather dynamics where those winds really kick up. So we're just seeing, and it's bad news to say, but certainly be prepared for it, especially folks in that fire zone, that those winds are not going to be decreasing at all here in the next few hours. If anything, they'll be increasing, and then, of course, you add in those gusts are going to run through, especially in those canyon areas. And we are just really amongst the canyon spots here where the main fire seems to be burning. And those really just amplify like kind of like a funnel effect that really kind of ramps up those winds that kind of come in to the canyons at around, 35, 40 mile per hour winds, which are pretty strong as they are. But then amplified, get up in those gusts, 65, 75 mile per hour winds. And besides just fanning the flames that are there, as Mark and Chris have mentioned here, it carries those embers for miles. And so you see the main fire in one part, but then you see a fire pop up miles away because the embers just kind of carry and start yet another fire farther along. So we're seeing that combination of those winds, the dry factors, the dry conditions that are there, and those all coupled with those strong gusts have those fires really with their hands full tonight and into the morning hours, certainly into Tuesday as well, quite a bit into it, Mark.
Right, and Danny, thank you. And as we pass the 1 o'clock hour here, let's catch you up on what we are dealing with here on ABC 7 Eyewitness News. We are doing continuing coverage here of the Franklin fire. This broke out a little before 11 o'clock last night along Malibu Canyon Road. It has led to evacuation orders east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road. It's called the Franklin Fire. And so far, no structures have burned officially, although we're getting indications that some may have been at least damaged in the Sarah Retreat area. And a huge response by LA County Fire, among other agencies, both in the air and on the ground. It is at least 100 acres, quite a bit more than that at this point, and showing no signs of being corralled or contained. You're looking at live pictures from Air 7 as we watch the area near Sarah Road and Piuma Road, the area that was primarily a big focus of this firefighting effort because of the populated area that is contained therein. This is kind of at the end of what is a little canyon, and these canyons, as Danny mentioned, kind of can act as a funnel, kind of pushing the wind forward, concentrating it so that a 40-mile-an-hour wind can gust much higher. These are structures now. This clearly structures are being damaged and lost. This is the Sarah Retreat area. That's a structure that is going up in flames. Several of them, it would appear. Don't know whether that's don't know what sort of structure it is, but structures are being lost. There in that area. You see what appears to be a corral not far from there. We hope all the horses have been moved. It looked like a jumping area, that green space there. We don't know if that has been used, but it's an ominous sign. Another structure being lost now, shown to us by Air 7. And we don't know what sort of structure that is either, but now it is very clear that in this area, structures have been lost. And we are watching that all unfold live here on ABC 7. People who are living in this area, if you've been told to evacuate, you need to go. Michelle Fisher, standing by.
Right this second. Now I can't.
Okay, can you hear me, Michelle?
Okay, can we have a second?
All right, we'll come back to you as needed. But again, updating you now on the situation on the ground as we see it from Air 7. The effort to keep this fire from burning structures has not been successful. Structures now going up. Don't know what sort of structure that is. Looks like it could be a barn, an outbuilding, or something like that. We hope and presume that the animals have been evacuated from here, if there were any there to begin with. And we hope that that is the case because the buildings are being lost right now. There are firefighters there. There is structure protection going on. What we're able to do with our Air 7 capabilities, with the mapping technology that we have, at night we can show you the roads, we can show you where this is, and then when we switch it to daytime, as we just did, excuse me, we can see what actually is burning and under threat. Chris Christie?
That's exactly right, Mark, and unfortunately, the news is grim here as some of the very streets and roads that we were watching an hour ago and even a half hour ago, which it seemed at one point that this fire had slowed down a little bit, at least the southern head of the fire had slowed down a little bit. It has increased rapidly. This fire is leapfrogging itself through Sarah Retreat, Sarah Road, which is full of private property, now under the gun here, just at the cross street of Palm Canyon Road, where we see some very large homes and evidence of some barns, as you mentioned. I don't know if that was an equestrian center. It certainly appeared that there may very well be horses and other animals that live at these properties, and it is very, very unclear whether this area has been completely evacuated or partially evacuated. We will not know for some time what the casualty or damage assessments look like, likely until tomorrow morning. But in the meantime, it's very important that we get the word out. Anybody that lives in this area south of Piuma, that includes all of Serra Retreat, Palm Canyon Road, Serra Road, Mariposa de Oro Street, Cross Creeks Road, Fine Road, all of these roads, Sweetwater Mesa Road is now completely surrounded by flames on the left side of your screen. That is all private property that is surrounded by flames on all sides as structures and other outbuildings begin to catch on fire. Mark?
Yeah, it is a tough thing to watch. I know that people who have had to evacuate from that area are watching our air right now and seeing these things happen. And what a terrible tragedy it is for all of them to go through this and see this from the air and imagine what it must be like on the ground. Michelle Fisher is near there right now in the Malibu area, and she is with folks who are watching this all unfold. Michelle?
Okay, guys, I know we mentioned you all talking about the horses and animals being evacuated. We're seeing some of that play out right now. A horse who was being led by somebody who's now been startled, seemingly by the fire, who's kind of, that horse seems to be kind of dealing with the fire just as we are. We just ran into this gentleman. Tell us your name and what you're doing here tonight.
I have a shop. My name is Dustin Corey. Just going to stay here and see how close the fire gets and keep water on the shop.
Okay. What type of shop is it? And at what point tonight did you realize that this fire was going to threaten your business?
Around 11:30. I think when most of us kind of found out. I have a shop, clothing shop, temporarily on leave. And yeah, it's my whole life. So as an owner-operator, I'm going to stay here and fight for it.
Okay. What does that look like? Are you watering down the building?
Watering my building, watering my neighbors' buildings, the area around it, the trees. Just make sure that everything is damp around us. And yeah, that's all I can do. And then help whoever's here.
Are fire officials telling you guys you need to leave now?
You know what? No. Earlier they did, but they said if we want to stay, this isn't our first rodeo in Malibu, so it's kind of like a way of life where if you want something to stay up, stay here and fight it.
I thought possibly you were involved with the horse, the way you kind of jumped into action there to help with that horse that's loose now. Do you know that individual, or you just saw and wanted to help?
No, just a neighbor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you do. In a crisis, you're here to help, right? That's what you do.
Okay. Do you own the shop alone? Do you have business partners?
Alone.
Yeah. Alone, okay. What about the people in the shops around you and the businesses around you, the homes around you? Anybody else still here?
Yeah, I talked to most of the people. Everybody's left. There's a couple of folks back in Serra Retreat. They're back there fighting it just like I am. Just going to wait around and see what happens and make sure that their properties are safe.
You seem pretty calm right now. What's going through your mind, your heart?
You have to stay pretty calm. I mean, I don't feel calm, but I guess I am. I don't know. It doesn't feel calm.
Okay.
It's pretty chaotic.
And you said you've been through this before. What was the ending the first time around?
A lot of people lost their homes. You know, friends still haven't been able to rebuild. Displacement. Yeah, it's tough.
We've been covering for a couple days that this Santa Ana wind event was going to happen. Were you prepared for it, or is it still kind of catching you off guard that we're here with these embers?
It's nothing you can really prepare for.
Yeah.
Just kind of keep a watchful eye and let people know around you that are kind of stuck, elderly people, people with children. Try to get everybody out, and then whoever can stay back and do whatever they can do, that's what we do.
So you're planning to be here all night for as long as you need to be?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Dustin, anything else that you want to add about this and what you're going through, what you're feeling?
No, just here. It's a community, it's a small community in Malibu. We try to take care of everybody, and that's what we do.
All right,
Yeah.
Dustin. Well, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Sorry we're meeting under these circumstances. All right. Good luck tonight. All right, so that was just a little bit from this gentleman who was kind enough to stop and chat with us as he's dealing, obviously, with some really heavy things tonight. He's trying to help his neighbors. We saw that in action as he jumped in to try to help someone rein in a horse that had just run down the street. He's also trying to keep an eye on his business. He said it's a clothing business that's up the street. But as you heard him say, hey, we've been through this before. So his idea is that he is going to stay here. He's watered down his property. He's also doing the same for his neighbors. He did say, though, fire officials did tell them earlier, hey, evacuate now, but he said he is choosing to stay because he wants to keep an eye on his property. We're imagining that we've seen people leaving, not only with the horses, we also saw another pickup truck going by with several dogs in the back. They're getting out of town, so really a lot of people having to make that choice. Are they going to listen to those evacuation orders and warnings, or are they going to stay here and keep an eye on their property and kind of hope for the best? As those people are leaving, firefighters, fire crews making their way in as this fire continues to spread tonight. So that's the latest from where we are. We're going to go ahead and turn it back to you all in the studio now.
All right, Michelle, I want to quickly, before we have a sheriff's deputy from LA County on the line with us, really quickly before I get to that deputy, I want to get a statement here in from Pepperdine University. This affects all the students there that are on the campus. The University of Pepperdine University now activating its shelter-in-place protocol. All community members on the Malibu campus of Pepperdine University are directed to shelter in place. Again, shelter in place in the Tyler Campus Center or Payson Library. This statement coming from Pepperdine saying despite any evacuation orders from Malibu City or surrounding areas, the university community should follow university instructions. We do not evacuate the campus even when surrounding areas might. This shelter-in-place protocol is approved by LA County Fire and executed with their cooperation. Again, a shelter-in-place order now issued for all students, excuse me, on the Pepperdine University Malibu campus. Shelter in place in the Tyler Campus Center or Payson Library. We will update you on that. In the meantime, Deputy Tracy Corner, LA County Sheriff's Department, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
All right. What can you tell us, sir? Kerner, excuse me. If you can tell us what the current status is in terms of evacuations and how your department is dealing with this.
So we are deploying additional resources from other stations around the county to the Malibu Lost Hills area to assist with road closures and evacuations. Mm-hmm. There are mandatory evacuations in the Sarah Retreat area, which is southeast of Malibu Canyon Road, near the Cross Creek Shopping District. That area there is being evacuated currently. People are being directed to a temporary evacuation shelter in the Palisades Recreation Center in Pacific Palisades. Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned, horses and such, people with larger animals, those animals can be taken to Pierce College in Woodland Hills so that the animals can be kept there during the fire. Okay. Is there a large effort at this point to evacuate animals? We noticed that there's a pretty big corral and/or barn in the area of the Sarah Retreat. Has there been a concerted effort there to get the animals out? Currently, there's a concentration going through Sarah Retreat and doing evacuations, making announcements on PA systems, door-to-door evacuations. Obviously, during the late night, as it is, many people are unaware that the fire is even occurring at this point. So announcements are being made, and deputies are going door to door, making evacuation notifications. Okay, and so that is for the Sarah Retreat area, and also we presume for the area east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road. That's the area that is under mandatory evacuation orders now, correct? Correct. All right. Any idea about whether there might be an expansion of the mandatory evacuation order? Is that being considered or prepared for? At this point, they're taking the weather into consideration as to the wind and the speed and the direction of the speed as to which direction the fire is being pushed. Of course, they are keeping in mind potential of further evacuations near the Piuma and Malibu Canyon area. Mm-hmm.
All right. And do you have an official count yet or official word about structures being lost? We've certainly seen some. Do you have a count?
No, unfortunately, I don't have a current count. I've not been told of any physical injuries, but I do not have a count on as far as structures.
Okay, so no reports of anybody being injured, although we are seeing structures having been lost. All right, Deputy Kerner of the LA County Sheriff's Department, we thank you for your time. We may want to check back with you as this night progresses. Hopefully we'll have more updates, more information. Thank you very much. We're going to check in with Danny Romero now on our situation.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Mark, yeah, we're looking at an area of really, really high concern in terms of the factors that make this firefighting so difficult. The combination of the very, very low humidities and along with that, the very strong winds, neither of which are going to change very much through the nighttime, except perhaps get worse in their regard. In other words, get drier and certainly have the winds kick up. Give you an idea how that fire is kind of moving through those canyon spots. And again, in those canyon areas, those winds are kind of funneled, and so they kind of ramp up. So when you're seeing still strong winds, 35, 45 mile per hour category winds, we're still going to see them get ramped up. And then you see those winds blowing and the smoke from the fire. Look at this, right off the coast of Malibu. Our live Mega Doppler 7000 shows you the smoke off the coast of Malibu. That's smoke right there. That's how much is actually in the atmosphere right now, blowing off the coast as those winds come out of that north-northeast in that real Santa Ana profile. So blowing that smoke right towards Malibu, that's a major factor as we see the live pictures as well as what we're showing here on our maps. Those winds are still strong. And we're going to see those winds stay that way. Look at this. We're looking at 40 mile per hour winds right now around Malibu. Now, a couple hours ago, we were doing a couple of newscasts, and the winds there were still that 25, 30 mile per hour range. So again, they are ramping up here into the nighttime hours, into the early morning hours. This will not be changing where they're going to start to decrease at all. We're going to stay right there in that 30, 40 mile per hour range. That's going to add to the fire. So in that specific Franklin fire area, here's how the winds are profiled out over the next few hours into the early morning, into tomorrow, or into early Tuesday morning here, as we are now after the 1 o'clock hour. So we're in that 35, 34 mile per hour range, 36 mile per hour range through the morning hours, through 7 a.m. And these winds, again, they can sustain winds, but then you get those gusts that are even stronger. So we're still staying 29, 30 mile per hour, 35, 40 mile per hour winds through the night. Lets down a little bit right around 8 a.m. or so, but it's still strong winds, still with those strong gusts. Couple that, this is not going to change much. The humidities, look at those low single-digit humidities in that Malibu, Woodland Hills area, 8%, 9%. We're showing very, very dry conditions right there in that fire zone. So that, of course, feeds to those fire conditions, not getting any better. As long as we stay very, very dry, all that dry fuel is there to be burned by these flames, which are then fanned by these winds in that 40 mile per hour category. And again, you get those occasional gusts that are going to go 55, 65, even 70 miles per hour in those mountain passes, in those canyon areas. So those things will really accentuate these fires and make those even stronger. We see the fires too. We show you in our live shots how the fires are on those canyon walls, and the fire itself feeds itself. As that fire burns uphill, it heats the ground above it. So as that fire moves up, it makes that ground drier, more susceptible to catching fire so quickly. So it kind of feeds itself as it climbs up that hill. So we've seen this rapidly climb those hills as the fire kind of feeds itself and allows it to grow faster going uphill. And we saw a little while ago that it's actually jumped a couple of canyon roads. That's the next factor with these strong winds that are blowing. Those strong winds pick up these embers and carry them a few feet, a few miles, and start another fire somewhere else. And we can see, we've talked about it before, about having, Mark, you mentioned a little while ago, about keeping an eye on the eaves of your house, because these embers get caught up under there and sets off a fire inside the home very quickly. So you got to see that these winds are just so dangerous, not only the strength that fans the flames, but carries those embers great distances, so these fires don't stay contained in the areas where the firefighters are right now, and doing an incredible job as it is. But just the same, you're fighting nature doing what it is with those red flag warnings in effect until Wednesday. So we're not going to let up on these winds and dry conditions until another day and a half down the road. So all those areas in the red are under that red flag warning now through Wednesday around 6 p.m. And that means a combination of those winds gusting in some spots, in some of those mountain passes, 75, 80 miles per hour. Right now we're showing those sustained winds in that 35, 40 mile per hour winds. Those are very dangerous as is. And now you're seeing the occasional gust, almost double of that. The danger is just continuing here, nighttime and morning hours, Mark.
Well, 75 miles an hour, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that hurricane force?
Yeah, exactly. It gets right in that force area. Yes, absolutely.
That's a potential gust of that speed.
Yeah, especially those mountain passes where you get that funneling going on, that funneling effect that kind of ramps up those winds. And certainly on the mountainsides, get orographic lift, lifting those winds as well. So those spots especially are susceptible to those winds in that, 75 plus range. You have to watch for those.
And at the risk of being redundant, but really for public safety, I want to repeat a couple of things we just talked about a couple of minutes ago. One having to do with the campus of Pepperdine University. Students there and faculty, anybody who's there on Pepperdine University campus is being told now to shelter in place. They are told to stay in the Tyler Campus Center or Payson Library. Shelter in place if you are on the Pepperdine University campus. If they are saying to disregard any effort to, or saying in effect that they do not evacuate the university, even if an evacuation order is given, that they do not evacuate the university. That order has been, or that protocol has been already discussed with Los Angeles County, with the approval of LA County Fire, and executed with their cooperation, that they are not to evacuate the campus, but are instead to shelter in place. If you're familiar with Pepperdine University, there are large swaths of green space on the campus which would provide a buffer for any fire. There isn't a lot of brush heading right up to any buildings on campus, so they believe they are safe with sheltering in place, and that is their order. As far as those who are told to evacuate, a temporary evacuation shelter has been set up at the Palisades Recreation Center. If you have a large animal, if you have livestock that needs to be evacuated, the evacuation center for large animals is Pierce College in Woodland Hills. So that is the word here. No word about any evacuations being expanded beyond what we've been talking about. For the most part, the fire is in unpopulated areas, except for, of course, the Sarah Retreat. Frank Nielsen is a photojournalist who lives in Malibu and also works there, and who was among the first people to document what we have come to know as the Franklin Fire. And he joins us now with another look from his perspective about how things are going. Franklin, are you there? Frank,
I am here.
What can you tell us now, Frank, about how things are going? We know that you are collecting your valuables and making sure some of the things that are irreplaceable are with you. Have you finished doing that?
Yes, sir. Most of my neighbors have done the same. They've got, the basics in their cars aimed in the right direction towards Santa Monica, ready to go. The glow of the fire, which was much farther to the north of us when it started, has moved quite a bit farther south. It appears as though it's maybe perhaps just on the other side of the ridge. I'm located in an area just to the south of Sweetwater Canyon Drive. There's some large homes up there, and that's that's a batch of homes that are between Sarah Retreat and where I'm located. And that's pretty much the last batch of homes before it's all beach, either landside or beachside, for quite a ways until you get down a mile or two from where I'm at. So the fire's definitely progressing towards the south. We can see that in the glow on the hill right behind us. And we're seeing some more emergency vehicles that are starting to head more towards the south. So we're bracing. I just went and filled up my truck with gas. We don't have power here, but for some reason the gas station does have power. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of emergency vehicles hopping off their tanks as well. And I don't know, right now the wind's not that bad. So we're bracing for the worst and hoping for the best.
What are your neighbors? What are the conversations like among neighbors right now?
Well, there's some ladies in the bunch, and they want to get out of here. A few of us guys have decided that we're going to stick around and try to protect where we live, with a garden hose or something. Do our best, but our cars are positioned in a way to escape quickly. The highway is a ghost town right now, so we're not too worried. And if things get really ugly, we live at the beach, so we can just jump in the ocean and protect ourselves that way. But we don't think right now the wind is not blowing very hard, so we're not expecting anything bad. But if that wind goes to what it's predicted, we expect some real problems around here.
Have some of your neighbors left?
Everybody so far that I know of is still here. Everybody's just in standby trying to think, what do you really want to put in your car? Like what is important? Cash, fire safe, photographs, the stuff that's not replaceable. We're not putting, televisions and clothing or anything. We're just putting things that we can't replace in our car and things that we wouldn't want to lose. And the other stuff's replaceable, and we're just standing by at the moment. Like I said, the wind is not scary right now. It's, a breeze. So we're counting our blessings at the moment.
All right. It's really a wake-up call, too, on what's important to you and what isn't when you look at what you have to choose, the choices that you have to make. But it's, as you say, you're sticking around and going to see if you can wait it out or not, and hopefully not have to evacuate. Will you make a stand? What will make you determine that it is, in fact, time to leave?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I've been shooting news for years, decades, in fact, and so I'm kind of used to this environment, but I do value my life and my health, and I can't imagine it getting so bad unless that wind, comes up 80-mile-an-hour point, and I've been in that before, and that's time to get out of here. I mean, there's crazy stuff happens in that kind of wind, and right now it's not like that. So I guess it's all up to how hard that wind blows.
Okay. Well, we're keeping an eye on that. We have our meteorologist Danny Romero here, and he's keeping an eye on it too. We're not going to go to him at the moment. Jory Rand is in the area and can report to us on what he's seeing. Jory?
Yeah, Mark, we're on Sarah Road. At the top of this road is where Sarah Retreat is. We started driving up there about a third of the way to the retreat. The smoke just got too thick. There was no cell service up there, so we came back down to the bottom. We're just at the base of Sarah Road at PCH. This is Dr. Resnick here. He is one of the residents up on Sarah, just kind of waiting to see what to do. Doctor, is it okay to talk to you right now?
I have nothing much to tell you.
Okay, well, that's fine. Just tell us when you first heard about this fire, what you were doing and what you're doing right now.
I was asleep and I got a phone call on my cell phone to evacuate. So I spent the next 20 minutes getting dressed and turning the water on in my sprinkler system.
Just doing whatever you can to water down your property?
Yep, yeah.
Is this something you've gone through before? This is not something new?
I've lived here for 50 years, so I've been through several fires. This one doesn't look too bad. There's hardly any wind. The last big fire, the wind was so strong you could hardly stand up.
You're talking about the Woolsey?
No. It's a fire 20 years ago.
Okay.
That came through here that burned down most of the houses.
So you're here at the base of the hill now. What do you plan to do?
I plan to stay here and see what happens.
Yeah, you said you have your dog?
My dog is in the car, and my wallet is in my pocket.
Two most important things.
Okay.
Okay, Doctor, thank you very much. We've seen a steady stream of vehicles make their way out. The air is thick with smoke. There is ash. It is hard to see without any eye protection, and we see some residents. Let's go see if we can talk to somebody else. Sir, can we talk to you for a moment?
Sure.
Okay, we're with Channel 7. Do you live up here on Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me when you found out about this and what's going on.
I was sleeping. One of my buddies in the neighborhood called me, said fire. My mom's like 10 houses down from me, called her, and just, we kind of know what to do, right? Fill everything up, bags, and then empty the safe and call some friends, so.
You live in these parts, you basically know what to do.
Yeah, I grew up here, and like I said, my mom's down the street, so it's foggy and smoky, some crazy videos, but there's a lot of police, a lot of firefighters. We're thankful. There's not much else we could do.
What's the plan now?
Got a family and friends staying at a friend's house in the colony and watch from the rooftop and hope we don't need to evacuate there.
Yeah, what is that feeling like, knowing that you leave your home and worst case scenario, this could be the last time you were there?
Yeah, I don't know, childhood home. I hope it doesn't go away.
Yeah. Have you been talking to neighbors about what's going on up there?
All the neighbors have been here. Everyone's sad and then just want to help each other out. No, what else can you do? Yeah. So, Mother Nature.
That's right. Good luck to you. Appreciate you talking to us. So again, we still see cars making their way down the hill. And actually, we've seen some vehicles going up as well, emergency and non-emergency vehicles making their way up there. There is a heavy fire department presence, as you would imagine at this point. But again, the situation with the power being off is everything is dark. The landscape is such where we can barely see the orange glow, which is why you heard Dr. Resnick say it doesn't seem too bad. We're shielded a bit, I believe, where we are from the wind, because just about 100 feet away from us on Pacific Coast Highway, the winds are gusting pretty fiercely right now, and I'm not sure how much the camera can pick it up. Jamie, our cameraman, just turned the light up, but you can see it looks like it is snowing here through a thick fog. So that is just smoke, that is ash, that is clouding up the night. And again, we can see that orange glow. I'm not sure how well it picks up on the camera, but it is up there, and we know it is close. And we heard on the broadcast from Chris Christie and Mark that some buildings have now been lost up by Sarah Retreat. And so we know this is not good. The way the winds are blowing, it could wind up down here as you see more emergency personnel making their way up here Sarah Road. So we're just about a half-mile east of Malibu Canyon Road. Looks like the two main access points to get up the hill to fight this fire. And so Mark, let me tell you, I've lost cell service. So we're gonna redial back in and we'll check back in throughout the evening.
All right, Jory Rand, thank you. I'm not sure if you can even hear me. So we're going to check back with you, and hopefully you'll be able to hear me. We can talk a little bit about some of the things you're seeing. I'm curious about whether, given the kind of buildings that we have seen going up at the Sarah Retreat, whether the livestock, the horses that we presume were kept in those barns, were able to have been evacuated. We hope that they have been. An update now on the evacuation orders. If you live in this area, if you're in this area, you need to leave right now. And that is the area south of Piuma Road, north of Pacific Coast Highway, east of Las Virgenes Road and Malibu Road, and west of Carbon Beach Terrace. Those are the areas that are under mandatory evacuation orders right now. The evacuation warnings are for east of Las Virgenes between Mulholland Highway to the north and Piuma Road to the south, between Stunt Road to the north and Las Flores Road to the south, east of Carbon Canyon Beach Terrace, west of Old Malibu Road, north of Pacific Coast Highway to the evacuation order boundary, Topanga Zone 8 and 10. If you're in those areas, you're under a warning. That means you should pack your stuff and be ready to move. If an evacuation order is given, then that will mean you need to get out immediately. So the area that is in the pink, okay, what are we looking at? Let's go through this, because this is not me operating the computer. Okay, zone Malibu C1112, evacuation order level 3. That means go. That's the area that's highlighted. The other zone that's highlighted, level 3, go. There it is. Let's go full screen. This area here, that is also, I believe, a level 3, go. And also down here, down at the up to the area exclusive of Pepperdine University, as we discussed earlier. They are sheltering in place. Everybody else in this region needs to go. And the actual footprint of the fire is what you see there at the center. The wind, as Danny has mentioned, blowing basically from the northwest to the southeast, and the fire following the track of that. But look at the populated areas that are directly in the path of the fire. We're talking about Palm Canyon Lane. There's the Sarah Retreat Center, which has already endured some structure loss, and we hope no loss of life, either human or animal. We hope to get an update there. Michelle Fisher is standing by for us now with more. Michelle?
Well, Mark, since we spoke with you last, we continued up this road, I believe, Cross Creek Road, and we've made our way a little bit deeper into this area now. We're going to stop here because, as you can see, just how the flames are behind me, they're incredibly close. There is a creek here. Interestingly enough, we've seen some fire personnel make their way up, some also make their way down, but we've seen several vehicles who seem to be going kind of back and forth with animals, maybe going back to try to get a better check on things, make phone calls because service is bad here. But then these individuals are making their way back and forth. So unclear what's really happening there with individuals here. I can say that right now, though, it appears the winds in this area have at least died down a little bit. The wind is still blowing, but it's not blowing as hard as it was, which is certainly some good news as firefighters are working to try to get these flames under control. This building here, not sure exactly what it is, but at the top you see there's a cross there, and the hillside just fully engulfed around it, and these flames kind of burning up the hillside as it is incredibly smoky out here. These embers kind of raining down on us right now. It appears to be a fire personnel member coming across this bridge here, as we see an individual here, a resident who has this pink hat on, who is on foot walking up to this area. Now, this is where those horses were coming from earlier, and one of the vehicles that we have seen making their way down and back does actually have a horse on the side of their vehicle. So that appears to be some type of equestrian organization or group, and what I imagine is that these individuals are going back and forth trying to either check on their animals or make sure their animals have gotten out safely. The only horse that I've seen from this vantage point down on the ground is the horse that I mentioned about 45 minutes or so ago, who was being walked down this road here, and then the horse was tied up to a post very, very loosely, and then eventually got startled, ran off, and a few people in the neighborhood who were also trying to make their way out kind of jumped into action to try to get that horse. We haven't seen the horse again, haven't seen any other horses, but again, we've seen a white pickup truck with a horse on the side of it making their way back and forth a couple of times this evening, as we've also seen fire crews making their way into this area to try to fight these flames, and some people parking a bit further down, which we also had to do, to park further down and then walk here on foot to try to assess the damage. So that's kind of the latest in what we're seeing here. But for this area, as we were told by someone who owns a shop here, there is a mandatory evacuation order now in place. So anyone that is here is doing so because they are choosing to, because they want to keep an eye on their property. Maybe they have something they want to go inside and try to retrieve, but that's a very dangerous thing to do at this moment. We keep also getting alerts on our phone every now and then whenever service picks up, saying warning, evacuation in the area, you need to leave immediately. Obviously, we're here covering the story, so we're not necessarily listening to that information right this second, but for the people that live in this area that are getting those warnings on their phone, it is now not a time to decide whether or not they're going to leave, but they are being told that you do have to leave. That's the latest here. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio now.
All right. Any ambulances moving in either direction that you've seen with lights and sirens?
Right now, no. When we first got here, which was around, I would say, what time is it now? It's 1:41 now. We probably got here around about an hour or so ago. And as we stood at the entrance of this gated private community, there were 6, I believe, fire engines with LA County Fire. We saw those engines rush into the area, and I would imagine they are further up where we can't see them somewhere now. But since, we've seen a couple of vehicles going by, smaller vehicles, but fire vehicles make their way into the area with their lights on, no sirens. So I would imagine that things or crews are already kind of in position wherever they're going to be. Now, I can tell you what we do here is a helicopter every now and then getting a little bit closer. At one point, I said to my photographer, Will, who I'm with, when we were still in our car trying to make our way and decide what we were going to do and where it would be safe for us, I said, hey, make sure all of the windows are open just in case there is some type of fire retardant drop, or if there's a water drop, we would want to make sure none of it gets inside on our equipment. I've had that happen before at other fires that we've been covering. So every now and then we can hear a helicopter get a bit closer. Right now, no water in this immediate area where we are. But right now, besides the flames that are burning here, it does seem calm relatively. The wind, though, just picking up, it almost knocked my hat off. So that's kind of the scene here, just very apocalyptic, though, with how it looks. Going into this area that's smoky, these embers are flying down, and the flames just kind of raging behind me. Really a sad situation. And everyone that we have passed in terms of people who live here or work here, they are very somber. They are on a mission. The one gentleman we spoke with was kind enough to stop and have a conversation with us in the middle of this really difficult situation he's dealing with. But everybody else is kind of on a mission. They're moving fast, their heads are down, and they know that they have to get into their properties and take care of what they need to take care of right now. We can only imagine what they're thinking, what they're hoping, what they're going through. All right. All right, we're going. So we're going to go ahead and toss it back to you all in the studio now, okay?
Are you being told to leave, or what's going on there?
Yeah, we're getting, the photographer just ran over and said we're going to head out, so I'm going to listen to him. He's got my back here out in the field.
Absolutely.
So we'll go on. Thank you.
Do what you need to do.
Toss it back to you guys in the studio.
Stay safe, Michelle, and your crew. All right, thank you. We'll go back to you as we need to, or as we can. We'll hear more about that in a few minutes. In the meantime, Jory Rand joining us now. Jory, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we're on Civic Center Drive. At the top of this hill is where Malibu City Hall is. We'll give you a look at the top of this hillside. You can see open flames across this ridge line, and this really spans about a half mile to a mile all the way from west to east. These are large open flames that we're looking at, and you can see the color of it is a really deep reddish orange, which really means we're looking through a lot of smoke. There is just so much fuel here that is going up and just burning completely out of control. And this is just the front side of this fire as it makes its way south towards Pacific Coast Highway and the Pacific Ocean. But we have, from our vantage point right now, we have not seen any airdrops on this side of the fire, this side of the front. It looks completely out of control again. We are seeing emergency personnel move all around. Just across Pacific Coast Highway from us is a gas station where we can see some vehicles, some emergency personnel filling up their vehicles there, and residents continuously making a line out of Malibu. A lot of these people were woken up in the middle of their sleep, in the middle of the night, told of what was going on. There's not like a siren or an alarm that goes off in this kind of situation. If you are not woken up by somebody, you have no way of knowing until the fire might be at your doorstep. So people are figuring this out as we go through the night and making their way out of Malibu, figuring out that there is a fire. Danger is imminent. It is here, and it is a really bad situation. The wind where we are right now is not as bad as we've felt in other locations, although it does seem to be swirling, and it's easier to tell because there is so much debris in the air, so much ash and so much smoke. We had to upgrade my eye protection just because you cannot stand out here with nothing over your eyes. It's like basically throwing sand or dirt directly into your eyes. It's just impossible to be able to stand here and do so. So eye protection, if you're closer to the fire, you need some fire gear. If you're in our line of work or in firefighters, one of the first responders who are fighting this fire, it gets really dangerous really quick. If you've ever been in a situation like this, you don't have to be that close to the fire to feel the amount of heat that it is pouring off. I remember about 6 years ago in the Woolsey fire, we were not too far from this very location, and the fire was burning right up to PCH for miles. It was a real bad situation, and just driving by, not even being too close to the fire, you can feel the heat just pouring off of the open flames. And so a real bad situation. Jamie, I don't know how far we can pan over to the right here, but this is a large burn area that stretches for acres and acres all the way to the right there. That was about where we were looking in our last live report from Sarah Road. That's the bottom of the road that leads up to Sarah Retreat. There are actually a couple ways to get there, but Sarah Road is the main thoroughfare to get up to Sarah Retreat, which is at the top of this hillside in a really vulnerable, bad situation. Now, if we pan back over to the left, Jamie, you can see some open flames there right at the curve of that hillside making its way up. So, Mark, it is a bad, dangerous situation here. It doesn't seem to be any kind of firefight from where we are standing. It might be on the other front here on the north side of this fire, but on the south side, we see nothing really happening in terms of where fire personnel are able to attack this fire. But looking north up towards this road here on Civic Center Drive, we don't see any of the firefight. We don't hear any helicopter, any air personnel, and we don't see any helicopters. And the only firefighters we see are across the street at the Chevron filling up their gas tanks, as this is going to be a fight that lasts all night and could be for days, seeing how these winds are going to stick around, Mark.
That's a really troubling sight behind you, too, those flames climbing up that hillside. You're on Civic Center Drive in Malibu, and as we look there off in the distance there, and it's not that far, is it? Doesn't look to be that far from where you are. All right, well, we've got reporters there. We had a signal from Jaysha Patel. We're going to try to get it back. In the meantime, do you have any way, Jory, can you hear me, first of all?
I'm sorry. So what are they telling you guys? Just get out of here? Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I'm not sure if Jory can hear me. Okay, we do have Jaysha Patel, who is now on station. Jaysha, where are you and what can you see from your vantage point?
Mark, we're on PCH and Webway. We just got into Malibu. It's a little ominous on the way here, that drive. You can really see that orange glow coming from the canyon here in Malibu. And let me tell you, it's very smoky out here. I'm not sure if the camera is able to pick it up, but we can see little pieces of ashes coming from the sky. Visibility is definitely low. To the left of me, you can probably see that crews are on standby here. They're waiting to go in. We've seen a lot of emergency crews, paramedics. We've seen firefighters and police going through this area, as well as people also evacuating. And we want to pan the camera over to what we're seeing on the other side. It's a little dark right now, but those flames definitely picking up at times. When we first got here, we definitely saw that orange glow over the canyon, but it looks like that fire is shifting. Again, this fire is called the Franklin Fire. So far, no injuries reported, but obviously still very early on in the morning. So as time goes on, we'll definitely get that information, but this fire is jumping to other areas, so that's the big concern here. They're trying to get a hold of it, especially because of all the people that live in this area. Right now, as far as the weather goes, it's pretty cool, which is kind of strange because in the past with these Santa Ana wind events, you know, the temperature has been really hot outside, but temperature is relatively cool. But since we have that low humidity and these winds, that's what's really fueling this. You can probably hear kind of how chaotic it is here. We're seeing emergency vehicles pass by me right now. I can hear crews going by, and so a lot happening out here. We've been talking about Sarah Retreat. That's a Catholic retreat and conference center. We know that some of the buildings are on fire there. We don't know if anyone was there at that time. There is mandatory evacuation orders east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road. So if you're in those areas, hopefully you've already evacuated. Pepperdine University posted online that they're activating their shelter in place protocol. The mayor's office in LA, Mayor Karen Bass's office, they said that they're also monitoring this fire. I really wanted to stress that if you're in this area or around this area, or you have friends and family here in Malibu and you're wondering what's the latest, what are the evacuation orders, or where the temporary shelters are, a page has been activated for the Franklin fire. So you can go to alertla.org for real-time information about those evacuation orders. The Palisades Recreation Center is listed as a shelter if you are looking for a place to go. But as far as what's happening now, we just got here to the scene, still assessing the area. You can probably see that wind is really picking up. It was fine before, but once you get those gusts, that's when the challenge really starts here. So definitely crews already moving here. really smoky, a lot of ash, and so we'll be monitoring this and of course updating you both on air and online at abc7.com. I'll send it back to you, Mark.
All right, Jaysha Patel, thank you for that update from your position. PCH and Webb Road, I believe is what you said. Jory Rand is on Civic Center Drive in Malibu and has a pretty ominous view of those flames marching up that ridge line behind him, which is very disconcerting to see because there's not a lot in between that and where he is. We're going to try to get Jory back in a second if we can. It looks like he's talking to somebody, so we'll try to get some more information from him. But again, if I can just give you, oh, Jory, can you talk? All right, Jory.
Can you hear him?
Yeah.
Yeah,
all right.
we've got you, Mark. Yeah,
go
we've
ahead,
got
Jory.
you.
Tell me what you got.
Yeah, it's just been just a few minutes since we last spoke to you, and that open flame up there could still be there, but I don't know if the winds shifted or something happened in the fire, but this thick wall of black smoke came through and we could not see any of those flames. We could not see any of the orange glow. It was like everything went completely dark on the hillside. Maybe something shifted and we can start to see a little bit through there, but I don't know if that's a measure of the fire getting closer, getting worse, the wind shifting, or what. But for a solid several minutes, we could not see any of those flames that were just so openly visible just about 5 minutes ago. Once again, now it's happened once again. We cannot see any of those open flames that are not too far from us and that we had a really perfect vantage point of just several minutes ago. So I don't know if that means that the fire is headed directly in this towards our location. We are safe where we are. There is not a lot of fuel around us, and we're in the middle of a pretty wide avenue that we wouldn't have to worry about. But that is not the case for much of this area. And again, we can kind of see, Jamie, I don't know if you want to try and get that towards the left, a little further west. You can see a little bit of that glow poking through. But I really don't think conditions on the top of that crest line have changed a lot. I think it's just the smoke that's now headed our way, and we can feel the wind now blowing directly in our faces. So the wind is blowing southward. We're looking north right now as we look up at this hillside. We can't see a whole lot. If you look, Jamie, right over the traffic light, you can see a little bit of open flame just at the top of that hillside. Again, personnel, fire personnel, police personnel, law enforcement, all over the place. They're doing their best to make sure everybody has gotten their way out. When we were up on Sarah Road, they were in and out of properties. We would see one vehicle, they would disappear for a bit. We'd drive up, we'd come back, and we could see it coming back down off of a long driveway or a property, just making sure that everyone knows what's happening and they need to get out, because we're talking about the middle of the night, something that isn't making a whole lot of noise when it heads your way in terms of a fire, and someone could potentially sleep right through it and not know until it's too late for them to get out. So they're doing everything they can to make sure they go home to home, knocking on doors, with having their sirens and loudspeakers if they have to make sure everyone is out of here when they need to be, because this could turn into a really potentially bad situation. It already is, but it could turn much worse if we're talking about loss of homes and loss of life. So far, from what we've heard, it is generally a decent situation in terms of people getting out. And from what we can see, there has been a mass evacuation out of Malibu. Most people are doing what they need to do if they know about, again, what is going on. Again, looking northward, we have no vantage point of any open flame. Actually, Jamie, you want to go a little bit to the right? You can see, so we're panning quite a ways over to the east now, and you can see a little bit, actually that's a large pocket of flame pretty close to some structures. We are not too far from, again, Malibu City Hall at the top of this road, and we're not too far from where Jaysha was set up a short time ago near Webb Way. But this is, it's not looking good. Again, we've been here for some time. We don't hear any aircraft in the air to fight this. That's probably a product of the blanket of smoke. Navigation in the air right now would be nearly impossible. You'd put the pilots and the crew at risk right now, but we don't see any active firefight right here. That fire is just left to burn right now, and it's looks like it's slowly making its way down towards the sea, and you have to worry about how fast this is going to go, what resources are in place, and whether they're able to stop its forward progress, because right now things are looking pretty bad. and we don't see much of a firefight being put up, Mark.
All right. Well, there's so many fronts, so many places where this fire is advancing that it is hard with the personnel that they have to kind of get to all of it. And yeah, that flame flaring up again as you are on Civic Center Drive, I believe you said, in Malibu. Going to keep an eye on your position, and we're going to check in with Monica Deanda. Monica, where are you?
Yeah, Mark, good morning. We must not be too far away from Jory because we're also on Malibu Canyon. I want you to take a look here off to my left. You can see this huge part of the canyon here just going up in flames, and you can see how much fire they have here. And what is concerning particularly is that Pepperdine University is literally here off to my right. So just across the way, this is how close the flames are coming. We do know that Pepperdine University is currently under a shelter-in-place order, but the winds, they are howling. I'm really having to plant my feet so that I don't move. But this situation is picking up here. You can see just how much is burning here. It's all orange, all glow, and that just goes to show you how much dry brush right now is really just taking off with the Santa Ana winds helping fuel the Franklin fire so far. So again, Pepperdine University just off across the street here to my right. And right now that is under a shelter-in-place order, so we'll continue to monitor the situation here. We do not see right now any firefighters right here. It doesn't mean they're not here. Just from our vantage point, we don't see them. Of course, we know they're working extremely hard to keep communities safe and to fight what we're seeing here behind me. But you can just see the inferno that's going up here. We have ash blowing everywhere. And right now, again, the wind is picking up. So it's really tough, the conditions out here. It's the Santa Ana winds blowing, and you can see just the orange glow. We just got here, so we're going to continue to gather more information, and then we will check back in just a bit. For now, reporting live in Malibu, Monica Deanda, back to you, Mark.
Yeah, Monica, are you sure you're safe there? It looks like the fire is pretty close, and the wind is very strong.
Yes, we are safe, and that it's because of the direction that the wind is moving in, and we do have our truck positioned in a location where we can just take off quickly. So right now we do believe that we are safe, and again, if things change, we will of course take off. But you can just see right now behind us we are pretty close to this mountain, if you will. It's about a hillside here that's burning up in flames, and you can just see a car going up there. Hopefully they're on their way out. Mark, back to you.
Monica Deanda, just north of Pepperdine University, where the shelter-in-place order is still in effect for the students there. We should mention the fire is now more than 800 acres. It has continues to grow pretty rapidly, arithmetically here, as we watch this thing happen. Jory Rand joining us now live. Jory, can you update us from your position?
Yeah, we're feeling the exact same thing that Monica is feeling. The wind really picked up, blowing south directly towards the Pacific Ocean. Take a look at this open flame. You can see cars approaching. I think that fire might be abutting right up to Pacific Coast Highway, potentially a really dangerous situation as cars are making their way back and forth, both fighting this fire and getting out of the danger zone. You can see it looks like, yeah, this is picking back up. Jamie, let's go back over here. You see those vehicles who are stopped there on the side of the road? That is Pacific Coast Highway, and we see cars traveling eastbound coming towards us, but those are really large flames really close to the highway. And you can see another car here approaching. We're going to see what's going to happen. I believe those cars on the left might be pulled over, but we see that car on the right continue to make its way, and just finally some brake lights for the first time. We'll see if they are forced to turn around, we'll see if we can maybe make our way closer to that situation, just to see how close to the roadway those flames are, because from our vantage point, it's tough to see through the smoke and where the positioning is, just how close that is to Pacific Coast Highway. But from our vantage point, that looks really close, really dangerous. It looks like the vehicles are being affected, having to stop their forward progress. And again, the winds are just devastatingly strong. They really picked up now, having to hold on to my hat, literally hold on to my hat to keep it from blowing away. But it looks like the direction of the fire is pushing southwards towards the ocean, and we'll see how long it takes for them to reach this area. I believe, Mark, I believe I might have misspoken, not Civic Center Drive, our location. I believe it's Stewart Ranch. Stewart Ranch Road goes up to Malibu City Hall. There's also a UCLA Health primary care facility, so a health facility. I don't believe it's a hospital where anyone will be staying overnight, just a health facility someone could visit. But the entire sky now around us, I don't know how much you can zoom out here and just get a large scope of this smoke and this orange sky just cruising across. Look at the speed of those smoke plumes, just wow, wafting across the sky here, blowing out over the Pacific Ocean. And just from a tonal sense, Mark, with the motion that we're seeing from the emergency personnel, something picked up when you first came to us and the winds really started blowing and that fire really started getting close to PCH. Vehicles sprang into action. Something definitely shifted in the tone, in the urgency of this firefight, and it is a very eerie scene from our vantage point, looking westward towards those flames. Fire personnel pulled over on the side of Pacific Coast Highway looking to stop the forward progress of that fire. And again, as you've mentioned, this is just one front of what has become a very large burn area and active flames pouring off of this fire, Mark.
Well, the behavior of the fire, the wind is doing exactly what our meteorologist, Danny Romero, had predicted it would do, and that is that it was going to pick up as the night wore on. He also said that there were going to be some gusts approaching 75, 80 miles an hour, which is literally hurricane force wind. He said that was going to happen, and we don't have an anemometer on that right now, but we can look and see that those flames, as they lay down, that means the wind is really picking up in that area. And it is very troubling to see this because I'm not too familiar with what's there, but are there homes in front of those flames now? Are there people that are now trying to get out? What's awaiting them and the firefighters that are dealing with this? The winds have definitely picked up, and the danger is increasing for everybody involved in this. Jonathan Torres from LA County Fire, it is good to have you with us. I'm sorry we're meeting under these circumstances, but can you update us on the situation right now?
Yes, sir. So currently our fire here, the Franklin incident in Malibu, is approximately 850 acres. This fire started near PCH and Malibu Canyon Road in the vicinity of Pepperdine University. We currently have several agencies helping us out. I apologize. Orange County, Ventura County, LA City, as well as several law enforcement, including CHP, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, as well as the Pepperdine University Public Safety. We currently have an active, aggressive firefight, including aerial and ground forces. As you know, with the red flag warning today, we did have pre-deployed strike teams throughout the LA County area. Luckily, there was one pre-positioned here in the Malibu area. They were activated immediately, as well as starting our quick reaction force that's between us, LA County, Ventura County, and Orange County with an aerial firefight. We do have sustained gusts between 50 and 80 miles an hour. We know that's going to be sustained through tomorrow. I believe 2 p.m. was the last we heard. There are road closures on PCH between Topanga Canyon and Corral Canyon, as well as you're coming over from the 101 corridor on Las Virgenes from about Mulholland on. That road is going to be closed down to PCH.
We have seen several structures that have gone up. Do you have a count on the number of structures lost so far?
I do not, sir. I am not at the fire, and I don't have a visual of it. I'm kind of just reacting to the numbers we're getting fed here at the Incident Command Center. I do know that in the immediate areas, those 4 zones that are under evacuation orders, that's an approximate population of about 6,000 residents. The order is affecting about 2,043 structures. Now, on the warning sign, those are 8 zones, and that's an approximate population of about 12,500, with structures being about 6,040. As far as the exact number on what's been affected and or burned, I couldn't give you an estimate at this time, sir.
Okay, and no reports of anybody being injured thus far?
No, sir. No. Luckily, no injuries as of yet.
All right. We have heard anecdotally that there are, well, not anecdotally, actually, is statements coming from LA County Fire. I misspoke. That there are 3 helicopters that are being brought to bear here. Any chance of getting more than those 3?
I'm not sure what the exact orders are right now coming from the Incident Command Center, sir. What I can reassure you is that every available resource at our disposal is being activated and used. I know I heard talk of fixed wing. I'm not sure if that's a night capability currently. I do know that the QRF, again, from Ventura, ourselves, LA County, and Orange County has been activated, as well as our normal fleet of Sikorsky Firehawks.
All right. So, all right. Well, we do you have a number of personnel who were involved in this, dealing with this, from the different agencies?
Sir, now that number has exploded so much, I wouldn't venture what exactly that number is. I can assure you that every available resource within the immediate area, from not only our county, LA City, Ventura County, Orange County, they have sent units as well. So we have several strike teams, aside from our normal personnel in the immediate area, assisting us on this fire.
All right, Jonathan Torres, LA County Fire, thank you for the update. 850 plus acres. We appreciate your time, and we appreciate the effort that's being put forth here. And we'll check back with you as events warrant. We're going to go to Jaisha Patel. The wind has really picked up in her area. It's been described as somewhere around 80 miles an hour in terms of the gust. Jaisha, what can you tell us on updating us on the position of the flames and the wind?
Hey, Mark, right now we're on PCH. It is extremely windy. We've been talking about that fire jumping towards the highway. You can see this orange glow right behind us. In multiple areas, this fire is literally right next to the highway. Firefighters trying to get a hold of this, but these flames definitely sparking up to the left and right of where I'm standing. You can see those flames pretty big, and so these people are trying to leave. It's extremely smoky and windy here, windier than where we were before the last time I talked to you, which is why we're in protective gear. We're wearing goggles right now, but you can see that the situation slowly getting out of hand. We can see helicopters in the area. If you're just joining us on air, again, this fire is being called the Franklin Fire. It's grown to more than 300 acres. A lot happening out here. These emergency crews trying to get a hold of this fire, but it's jumping to other areas, which is exactly what we're seeing here. These flames weren't here by PCH, but right now it is it's quite literally right next to the highway. Right now, again, very cold. It's humid, and that low humidity and those winds, that's what's really fueling this fire, and those embers really making this fire spread because it's jumping to different areas. Again, mandatory evacuation orders east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road. We've seen buildings on fire over in the Sarah Retreat area. Pepperdine under shelter-in-place protocol at the moment. And you know, Mark, I spoke with LA County fire officials yesterday, and they told me that they expected these winds to pick up around midnight, so it's no surprise here that this fire broke out overnight. They were telling me that strike teams have been in place in fire-prone areas. And we also know that the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, they even pre-approved some resources before these winds even kicked up. We've been letting people know on air that you could go to alertla.org for the latest information on evacuation orders. And I'm going to correct myself here. I'm just learning that this fire has burned 850 acres. You can imagine right now the power is off. It is a big safety issue here. So the cell tower's a little spotty. We're working to get the latest information while we're out here, but definitely a situation right now is kind of getting out of hand. These flames are in many different areas. We've got helicopters over the area. That's what you're looking at right now. People trying to leave, but crews definitely trying to get a hold of this. We've seen Command 3 just drive by a couple minutes ago. You can see cars are coming this way. And so, Mark, definitely a really fluid situation out here. And we'll continue to update you both on air and online. But as you can see, it's a little chaotic here. You can see that one of the emergency crews actually just told this car to turn around. They're trying to turn everyone around right now. You cannot go into this area unless you're an emergency crew or if you're media. So you can see what we're looking at right now, all these people turning around, because quite literally just a few feet away, this fire is right next to the highway, PCH.
Okay. Well, yeah, they don't need people going in there. They need the fire trucks to be able to get in there. They don't need people's cars blocking the roads there. So please, if you're if you don't have to be in this area, please stay out. If you are in the evacuation areas, you are asked to leave and get out, because your safety at this point may depend on that. Your structure may depend on that, and the ability of firefighters to deal with this fire certainly depends on that. We're going to check in with Danny Romero. Danny, we've heard now from 2 reporters at different locations talking about the winds that have picked up. And it's exactly what you said was going to happen.
Yeah, it's holding to the forecast, sadly to speak, because, yeah, we've been talking about these winds ramping up as we go through the nighttime and early morning hours. And here we are around approaching 2:30, and we're seeing those winds start to pick up. Now, here's, again, the bad news about this is that stronger winds are still to come. We're still seeing, and again, as this forecast has been holding pretty steady to what we've been talking about, we assume it's going to stay the way moving forward. We talked to a few folks where they're in some spots where there was no winds going at all, and you kind of sense like, oh, well, it's okay. It's not. These winds change very rapidly, and they will be increasing. Now, you might find a small pocket with small winds, but I'm telling you, the majority of the area is going to feel these really, really strong winds. We're seeing these winds in the mountain areas, 45, 55 mile per hour winds. In the lower elevations, 35, 45 mile per hour winds. Those are going to increase over the next few hours, probably peaking right around 6, 7, 8 a.m. We'll see them get even stronger at that point, then approaching in those mountain spots, 75 mile per hour gusts, 80 mile per hour gusts. Very dangerous winds. The lower elevations, those gusts approaching 65, 70 mile per hour gusts also. So those winds, strong winds, are still there. And if they've calmed down somewhat in your area, if you're in that red flag zone we're talking about, it's not done. It is not done by any stretch of the imagination at all. We're showing you right now, those winds right now at that 40 mile per hour range. A couple hours ago, that reading was in Malibu was at about 20, 25. 40 mile per hour now and growing, getting more and more there. Now, besides those winds, of course, those are strong. Those are dangerous. They carry the embers to all the spots that we're seeing. So when you see these fire ranges, and give you an idea of that Franklin fire, those winds are staying strong. These gusts are going in that 35, 36 mile per hour range over the next few hours, still kind of building up. We see a slight little break, but right around 8 a.m., man, they are really strong again. These are gusts that can occasionally strengthen to that 45, 55, 65 mile per hour range through those areas, and those gusts will pick up those embers and move them quite a distance and really fan those flames quite a bit. So we can see that coupled with the very dry conditions. Look at these numbers. We're single-digit humidities right now around that Malibu area. That's an 8% reading right now, 8% relative humidity. That's just bone dry there. And again, there too, it's changed. It's gotten worse over the last few hours because we checked in that like around 8, 10 o'clock early tonight, and that reading was like about, 15, 12%, but now down to 8%. So those winds coupled with those low humidities. So these winds are staying in that gusting range, 40 miles per hour right now, with those stronger gusts still to come. And again, you get in those passes, in those mountain areas, and you get even stronger gusts. And you don't need much with those flames. We've seen this thing has grown quite a bit. I think there was a sense of early on, like, well, this is kind of okay. It's not too bad. But it's just getting stronger. Those winds are getting stronger right now. Look at the smoke offshore, off of Malibu. We can show you on our radar here. You can see this. That's how bad this is. The smoke blowing offshore there as those winds blow from the east towards the west, taking those flames and those embers all over the area, spreading that fire even more so that we're seeing right now.
The ocean, it seems like the only thing that would stop it at this point would be the Pacific Ocean.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of historical precedent for that, as we all know, who have covered news in Southern California over the years. Jory Rand joining us now from Malibu, Stewart Ranch Road. Jory, what's the situation?
Okay, Mark. We just want to let you know, you heard that helicopter. Let's take a look real quick. When Jasha was reporting, it looks like they have been able to get some aircraft in here. Let's go back over here to the fire burning towards PCH. It looks like it has now jumped PCH. There is open flame over here to the left on the south side. That is on the ocean side of PCH, and back here to the right, it's getting very close to Pepperdine University. We've got a local here from Malibu. This is Mel.
How you doing, guys?
Malibu Mel. Tell me what's going on for you tonight.
Okay, so I woke up cold because my heater went off. It looks like my power went out at my place, and I kept getting the alerts from my iPhone saying that there was a fire at Piuma Road and Malibu Canyon to evacuate. So I came up here, and I could see the orange lights in the sky starting about 2 miles away. And then I rounded the bend right there where Nobu is, and I started seeing more and more and more. And then the smoke started coming down, and the embers were flying in the air. And I came up here, and I got to Malibu Canyon Road, where Malibu Canyon Road runs out into PCH. And I could see this is below. This is the Pepperdine property where they plant the flags right here, and even below that. And also, it jumped across the street to the ocean side. And there's a skate park and a couple baseball fields over here on PCH, which is one of the most beautiful parks in the world because it's on the cliffs of the Pacific Ocean. And so this fire jumped over there into onto this side of the ocean. And then I looked over here behind me, and this is behind Cross Creek, and this is Sarah Retreat right up here, neighborhood. Yeah. And then behind it, this is more property over here, which really high-end property right here off Malibu Canyon Road. As a matter of fact, the guy that started Hard Rock Cafe owns a big house up here, and all the houses have infinity pools and very beautiful and very high-end property.
So seeing all this happen, you know, this does happen every few years in this area, but seeing this happen here, what are your thoughts?
It's rare to see it come down this close to all the homes. It did happen a few years ago, the Woolsey fire that came down into Zuma Beach and wiped out a ton of expensive homes. But this is the first time it's happened this close to Cross Creek where all the shopping is and all that. So I imagine that, you know, there would be a flood of helicopters. You know, they have these contraptions on the helicopters where they can dip into the ocean and pick up water and come dump. But I haven't seen a whole lot of air traffic here yet.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the windy conditions. I know 6 years ago for the Woolsey, they were actually filling up their water tanks from a pond on the Pepperdine campus. They would come down right in the front there and fill up there.
There's reservoir up here somewhere to do that too.
Right.
But you know, it's possible that the air support is not in town. Like they have that big 747.
They're here. Well, they can't do fixed. Yeah, they can't do the airplanes at night. So you were you live further east, and you made it.
I live just south of here.
Okay.
And yeah,
so you just wanted to come check it out.
2.8 miles south of here, and then yeah, I just wanted to come check it out because I kept getting the alerts kept waking me up, and then I was cold.
What are your plans if you have to leave this area? Are you going to go? Is your house at risk tonight, or can you go back
possibly?
There?
Yes, possibly at risk. I don't know what I'm going to do. You got any room at your place?
Well, we'll be here all night.
Maybe the ex-wife will let me in. I don't know.
We'll see. It is a time of emergency. All right, Mel, thanks so much. We appreciate you stopping to talk with us.
Pray for everybody, guys. Pray for us out here in Malibu, and we're all working hard out here. So hopefully they'll get it put out soon.
Yeah, oddly, guys, the situation, the winds are just so strong here.
It's unbelievable how strong it is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's. Jaisha said she had to, or Monica said she had to hold her feet. Yeah, it is a wild scene, and it is tough to keep your footing here at times once those gusts come blowing through, and we see vehicles at speed. If you can describe driving like this as panicked, you can see some panicked driving of both fire personnel and just residents, either trying to get to their home and trying to get back down. And Mel tells us there are a couple churches up here on the hill. But let's take a look back over here. If you can hold that shot, Jamie. We're now off of a tripod. Let's move back here over to the west. That open flame, that's again on the south side of Pacific Coast Highway. It has jumped the PCH, and is now oceanfront on that bluff up there where our friend Mel here tells us there is a skate park and some ball fields. I don't know what's going to be left of that, and we can't get a great vantage point up and over that hill mark, but it looks like there is a lot of active flame going on, a lot of smoke being poured out. And if we could just give you one long pan here, Jamie, from side to side, the wide view of where this is going. Far to the east, over here, this is about the Sarah Retreat area. Over to the right, that's the east. And if we make our way back over to the west, there may be another helicopter about to move in up on this hillside. I believe that is a helicopter, Jamie. I don't know if you can track that. Perhaps, hopefully, looking to make another water drop. But when you look at just how big this fire is, the burn area, what a single drop is going to do literally like a drop in the bucket. There is so much space here and so much property at risk. Now we know Pepperdine, it is abutting right up to the property of Pepperdine University. This is a very dangerous situation that's going to take a long time and perhaps days to fight. But right now, Mother Nature is winning, and firefighters, there's not much they can do. Obviously, they continue their fight, but at the mercy of Mother Nature right now, and these strong winds just moving this fire at rapid speeds, Mark.
And we were watching that helicopter moving through, and even if it was a Chinook, the biggest of the helicopters, it can drop 3,000 gallons at once. That seems like a lot, but when you look at the size of this fire, more than 800 acres, probably closer to 900 at this point, it's just really, as you said, excuse me, a drop in the bucket. Jaysha Patel standing by, not far from Jory's position. We know that Jory said it had jumped PCH near where he was. What does it look like where you are, Jaysha?
What's your name?
Linda.
Linda.
Right now, those flames, that's exactly what's happening here. They're right next to PCH. Right next to me, you can really see how big those flames are.
I live back here in Sarah Retreat, which I was back there. I got my boss out and everybody, the dogs and all, and I stayed back to try to save the horses. I was only able to get one horse. The other two horses broke loose, but I was able to get them out of the corral. And as I went back and forth, try to find them, they got spooked, so they ran back into the property. And so at that time, ambers were flying all over us and all, and the smoke got really thick and couldn't breathe, and the sheriffs were all taken off and everybody, so we had to like jump in a car and go. And the horses were back at the house. I couldn't get them, but at least I feel a little bit okay because I feel like I released them, you know, and they're not, I'm just hoping for the best.
I'm so sorry you're going through this, and I can tell you're getting choked up. Your eyes are tearing up. I know this must be such a hard situation for you. Tell me, when did you realize that this fire was so close to where you live?
I realized at midnight. I was sleeping. I just got home at 10 o'clock with a Christmas tree, and the windows were shaking, and I just thought it was like from the Navy base over there, the helicopters going through, and I was like, well, what's going on? And I got up, and then it smelled really thick like smoke, and it was surrounded. We were surrounded because we're at the very back of the mountain. We were surrounded, and I just like ran up to the house and just, let's get out of here. I got everybody out like in 20 minutes.
Were you able to grab any of your valuables, or were you just had to get up and go?
I just grabbed a few things that were sentimental from my dad and stuff, and that was it.
And to describe to me where you are, we were even seeing, you know, some buildings on fire. Those flames were getting really, really big. Around you, were you able to see if any neighbors or anyone else, they were able to leave?
Yes, I could see everybody was, we have another farm in front of us, and there's quite a few little properties there, so those people were all moving, and everybody was moving fast. We didn't have much time. It was just right there. You know, and the winds were just moving everything. I saw ambers just dropping all over us, and we got out of there, but I'm just really hoping that the other two horses are okay. And I know, you know, everybody, we're all losing something big tonight, but I mean, I don't know. It's just, you're just speechless. I'm trying to get to Point Doom right now, but we can't cross the road because the firemen said that the fire right there at Pepperdine's crossing the road so no one can get through.
Are you just waiting it out here until you kind of know what to do?
Either, because this also we're close to the house, to the property, and I feel like I should just stay here and maybe I'll see the horse or something. I don't know.
I know this right now, it's just such a difficult time. Is this your first time experiencing something like this, or have you guys had close calls with fires in the past?
We've had close calls. Being in Malibu, you always have close calls. We just had one over here on the old road about 2 months ago or so, but not this close. You know, Woolsey, I was also here, but it wasn't like this. This is like, wow.
What goes through your head? I mean, you can see those flames literally right behind you. What goes through your head when you see that?
I was speechless. I can't believe it. Just nothing. I'm choked up. I want to scream and just cry, but you know, what can I do?
Are you alone right now? Are you with family or?
My boss, her family, her stepfather and her mom are here, so I have him in the car. But he speaks German, and so there's a big language barrier. So, but he's trying to help.
And I'm so sorry to hear about your horses. Again, you said that you at least got one horse out, right?
Yes, I did. I got one horse out. So I'm just crossing my fingers that on that property there's a big pond on the property, and that the horses are probably by there. There's also a really big pool, but hopefully that they're around the grounds where the pond is. But I did go back over there, and I do have a visual of what I saw, where the house was inflamed and the barn is like on fire and the palm trees and all. But I'm just really hoping that they're going to be okay.
How long have you had these horses? They seem, so special and important to you. And I think a lot of times when people, see fires like this, they forget that, there's livestock, there's animals out there that mean just as much as the humans who live there. And so for you, I know this is very difficult for you dealing with this situation.
Yes, it is. They're very important. I've been with my boss and the horses and the family for 5 years. And so, I'm an animal lover, so you want to help and you want to protect. None of this is mine. It's my boss, but you care.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I know this is a very difficult time, but I appreciate you sharing your story, and I hope that you're safe and you find your horses. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. That's just one story, Mark, that we're hearing out here. Obviously a really devastating situation. These people are trying to evacuate. Like she had mentioned, she had to just kind of pick up some sentimental values of her father's. They only were able to get one horse out. She's worried about the other horses. And so this is such a tough situation. To hear from these families and what they're going through right now. If you're just joining us on air, that fire has jumped. It's near PCH right now. A lot of flames that we're seeing. We can pan over here. You can see just how big those flames are right near us. Again, this fire is being called the Franklin Fire. Really fluid situation on here. Fire crews trying to get a hold of this. The big issue has been the winds. We've been talking about those winds all morning. Those gusts right now definitely very powerful. And so right now what we're trying to see is if fire crews are able to get a hold of what we're seeing to the right of the screen, which is what you're looking at. The last time we checked, this fire has burned 850 acres. I mean, this fire has really just exploded overnight. Evacuation orders are in place. Pepperdine was in a shelter-in-place protocol. And so a lot happening right now, but just heartbreaking to hear from these families who live in this area who have to evacuate. So, of course, we'll continue to update you with what we're seeing out here, both on air and online at ABC7. Mark, back to you.
Patel, thank you. That poor woman and what she's going through, magnified by, multiplied by so many other families who are going through something similar, whether it's worried about their homes or family members or livestock. Our thoughts are with all of them. Let's go to Jory Rand, as he has been the first of our reporters to report that the fire jumped Pacific Coast Highway, and the flames are continuing to march toward the ocean, driven by those high winds. Jory?
Yeah, it is tough. We nearly lost our camera just a moment ago, if not for the fast reflexes of Jamie. The wind's so strong, it knocked it completely off of its sticks. Its tripod here, and you can understand the emotion on a couple levels from that poor woman that Jaysha was talking to. Obviously, she's worried about her horses, her property, and life, and what's going on here. But we here in the media, we cover a lot of these fires. We're in these situations quite a bit, but most people out in the public, viscerally, it is very difficult to be in a situation like this. It is tense. It is not easy to be here, and it hits you emotionally in what you're dealing with here. We are not too far, and we'll give you a view of just how close the flames are. Oddly, our exact location, the air quality picked up quite a bit. I know we were talking about not being able to see those open flames not too far from us a short time ago. Well, the wind has either shifted or the fire has shifted in a way where we are in a clean pocket here. There's not much blowing our direction, but now we have a decent vantage point of the hillside, which is now on fire in several different locations. Again, we have a pretty good view of the entire hillside, Pepperdine University to the west, and again, the fire. Jamie, let's just take a look towards the left here. I want to look west and show you the speed with which the smoke is blowing. Just zoom all the way out here and give a wide view of this shot. The smoke is just cruising to the west and to the south and just pouring off of this fire and blowing out to sea, but as it does so, it's picking up any fuels in its path. You can see when there's no smoke or when there's no wind, the smoke just billows straight up into the air, and you can see it from a long way away. When the winds are this strong, they're just blowing to the side. It's just a horizontal wind, and you can just see from there. Look at how quickly it is pouring off of here, and just it's not lingering where it comes off of these flames. It is moving very quickly to the south. And again, you can see some personnel, some hazard lights up there on Pacific Coast Highway. To the right of your screen is the north side of PCH. Pepperdine University is basically straight ahead. We're looking at Malibu Canyon Road and Pepperdine University. To the left of your screen is the south side, the left side of Pacific Coast Highway, the ocean side of PCH. And it has, again, jumped Pacific Coast Highway, and we'll come back around here to the right. Jamie, you can see a break in the orange glow here in the flames, but we come back up here at the top of Stewart Ranch Road, and you can see open flames at the very top of the hill. It looks like that is a point of focus. I think, there's another helicopter making its rounds up to at the top of the hill, and you can see some blinking lights of some ground personnel doing what they can. Wind's picking up here again. It's the kind of wind where if you're facing it, you almost hyperventilate. It's blowing directly into your mouth and nose. You find it hard to breathe. And so at times we find ourselves having to just turn around to fight against this wind blowing directly in our faces. Off to the right. Back off to the right, Jamie. Let's go back over to Sarah Road. At the top of this hillside over to the east is Sarah Retreat. We're not sure exactly where on this ridgeline that would be, but one of these open flames is in the area of where Sarah Retreat would be, not too far from our location. So we're at Webb and PCH as it crosses Civic Center Way. As Webb crosses north into Civic Center Way, it becomes Stewart Ranch Road. Up into those hills is where Malibu City Hall is, where the open flame is, at least one pocket of it, but it looks like there's a pretty decent plume of smoke and fire that's broken out here just to the east. I'm not sure how far from Sarah that might be, but you can see just on the hillside that plume of smoke where this open flame is. So we're looking at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moving back over here to the west. Mark, 8 open active areas of flame, 8 different areas of flame. And so if you're a firefighter and you're trying to pick your battles here, where do you go? Obviously you go to where structures or lives are most at risk. But when you're talking about a fire and this much active flame spanning this much territory, you can see the dilemma here for firefighters. Where do you go? What fire do you attack? And if you do, are you putting other properties or other lands at risk if you're not able to address that? And so there is just so much going on here. It's such a difficult fight for this fire personnel, because every time you think you might have one situation handled, another one pops up somewhere else, Mark.
It's a very difficult situation to watch unfold, difficult to report on, even much harder to experience firsthand, as these people in Malibu are doing. We have the mayor of Malibu with us right now, Doug Stewart. A difficult time for you, sir. Are you with us?
Thank you, and Mark, thank you very much for keeping the people and residents of Malibu informed. We've got your TV station on, and you're providing good information. This is our worst case scenario. It's the middle of the night, high winds, and a fire right in the heart of Malibu. And, we've got residents all over the city. We're 21 miles long, but right here in the heart, the 50-yard line of the city, we've got a major fire burning, and we're all concerned. And, we're having to deal with it as best we can until we can see what morning brings us.
What portion of Malibu is in flames right now?
This is the Civic Center. It's the heart of the city. It's where major shops that people come to visit is at. It's just to where the fire is just to the west of where our pier is. And Pepperdine University is in the same area, so it truly is about midway on the landscape of Malibu from east to west. And the fire started apparently just outside our city and has been burning to the south, as we would refer to it, toward the ocean. But it's it's a scary sight. I'm about 3 miles away to the west, and I can see the flames on the hillside.
And as you look at this, we know Malibu has been through this a number of times, where a fire has begun and it has burned past PCH all the way to the ocean. Is that what it appears we're looking at here?
I think so. There's not much anyone in the fire department can do, no matter how hard they try, when the winds are this high. And we've got dry brush, heavy winds, and it looks like the fire department and law enforcement is here in force. They're doing everything they can, but you can't put out a fire like this. It has to burn. They can, as they tell me, all you can do is control it and try and protect people. And that's what we're faced with. It looks like it's going to burn until it reaches the ocean or the winds die down and they can suppress it.
And as far as structures that have been lost or regions or neighborhoods, do you have some sense? Have you been able to assess the damage? Can you tell us what's been lost so far?
No, we don't have any assessments at all like that. Right now, the focus is truly on making sure people are safe. I hope, from what I've seen and heard, that no one has been injured. We don't have anyone lost in this. It truly is our worst case scenario, and we want people to evacuate, but we don't know about any buildings that have been lost or anything like that. But I have to tell you, given the intensity of the flames and where they're burning and the difficulty of trying to fight it, I would not be surprised if we've lost property in this.
Yeah. How long have you personally lived in the city of Malibu?
25 years.
25 years. You've seen a lot. There's a lot of things that happen here, a lot of situations like this. In those 25 years, there have been several fires that have followed this pattern. What is it that attracts people to Malibu in spite of the sort of situation we're watching unfold right now?
I think it's honestly the beauty and the lifestyle of living next to the beach in this very rural area that's next to an urban area. It's a sanctuary for so many people to be here. And unfortunately, with the sanctuary comes the risk of wildfires and all that goes with it. All I can tell you is that the people of Malibu, there's only about 11,000 full-time residents. We have a bunch of part-time people that are here. It's a wonderful group of people. We know each other. We see each other at the grocery store. For instance, we had a city council meeting tonight at exactly the meeting location is in the middle of the flames that you're seeing right now. City Hall is probably right in the middle of all this. So, it's a small town with a lot of area, a lot of beauty, a lot of wonderful people, and unfortunately, this is part of the setbacks that we face.
All right, and so much of the time, I've done stories about how people have been rebuilding. It seems like so much of the time, at one time or another, some portion of Malibu or the area right around it is rebuilding from a previous fire, and you're going to have to do it again.
Well, we are. Let's don't jump to a conclusion that we've lost a lot of property. It's very potential we have, but this is a little different than the Woolsey fire. Right now, as I'm looking at the TV reports and from our people that are running the Emergency Operations Center, we have that up and running. It's had to move from City Hall. It's currently in a park area away from the flames. But we don't know what we've lost, but we've got a lot more fire protection, fire equipment here than we had in the Woolsey fire, and hopefully that's a counter to the risk of losing property. We've got firefighters on scene, definitely to protect the lives of the people that are here, but also may be able to protect the property better.
Okay, well, let's hope that is in fact true. Tactics change, procedures change, locations change, and with each new fire comes more valuable information that agencies learn about how to deal with these situations. And the hopes of all of us are with the people of Malibu tonight, that hopefully they'll come through this okay. Doug Stewart, Mayor of Malibu, thank you very much for your time. I know it's extremely busy and difficult for you right now. We thank you for spending some time with us, and good luck, and we'll check back. Sorry, go ahead.
Mark, thank you very much, and thank you for being the online real-time reporting on this. It's very, very helpful to our residents, and we'll get through this and hope to talk to you tomorrow about it.
All right, thank you, and we appreciate it. We will see you very soon. Take care, sir.
Thank you.
As we continue to cover the Franklin fire, we're going to go check back with Jory Rand, who is out there and watching the flames advance. You saw them earlier jumping Pacific Coast Highway. We heard from Doug Stewart, the mayor of Malibu, saying that this doesn't appear to be as bad as the Woolsey fire. And it to some extent, that does seem to be the case. The Woolsey fire, much bigger, of course. What's your assessment in terms of what you're seeing and what you're hearing from people?
Well, we'll see. We'll see what all is said and done. I know the winds are going to be blowing for at least another day. I guess the good news, if there is any, is the fact that this didn't start so far up the mountain. It is relatively close to the ocean, and so if the mayor said this is the kind of fire that has to burn its way out, just let it burn to the ocean, that there's not a lot of property in the way, I guess, is one way of looking at it from where it started to make its way down to the ocean. You also have Pepperdine University. You have this City Hall right up the hill. If we can look right there, Jamie, that is about the direction of where City Hall is located. That doesn't look good, and so I don't know. We're not going to get a great assessment until the sun comes up of exactly what has been lost and what has not been lost, but it looks like a pretty wide span, several miles across from west to east of what has burned so far. We can't tell at this point if, in terms of property, what has been lost, but we do see some emergency personnel up on the hillside kind of headed that way, headed towards that fire. I'm hesitant to say things have calmed down in terms of open flame, but we might be hitting a lull here just from what we can see. I know if we go over to the right a little bit, Jamie, what we were looking at before, there's a little hillside and some trees that we were really waiting for those trees to just go up in flame, and it could still happen. You can see just over that hillside, there's that open glow, or that glow of open flame, and so we were thinking the way it was looking just a few moments ago that it was going to crest that hillside and really start to make its way towards our location down the hill here, closer to Pacific Coast Highway and the ocean. It might have slowed down. It's tough to tell. You know, it's dark out, and so enough smoke gathers in a certain area, it could block out what's actually happening and make it look like it's a little better than what we can see. But open flame here, straight up web into Stewart Canyon Road, up where the open flames where we can see right now, and then a full level behind that, further up the mountain of those deep orange flames. You can tell the ones that are closest to us are a bright orange. The ones further back, you're looking through a lot of accumulated smoke, and that's why it looks a little more red, much deeper glow there. But there is so much fuel. It's so dry. It's so windy out here that it's pushing this fire. It has pushed the fire. Areas where we can say things have died down, closer to Malibu Canyon Road, over by Pepperdine, the area where it jumped PCH, the glow of the sky from what we can see is nowhere near as intense as what we saw a short time ago. Again, is that a product of the firefight? Is that a product of just no more fuel to burn? Is it a product of so much smoke accumulating that it just looks like it's a little dimmer than reality? But from where we are, it's, despite the fact that you're looking at open flame right now, things look much better now than they did just a short time ago, even with the wind gusts continuing. And then as soon as I say that, we look at certain areas of open flame. It's to our right. It looks like it might be cresting that hillside, exactly what we were worried about a few minutes ago. And straight up the hill, it looks like it might be picking back up. So who knows? This is what happens with fires. It comes and it goes. Fires die out in certain areas until they reach another pocket of fuel, and they can explode back up really quickly. So that might be what we're looking at right now, kind of a lull in this fire. We do see several aircraft circling around this area. We have not seen a fire drop in our direct vicinity. Let's go back up this hill. Yeah, right there, Jim. So this is getting a little bit closer to us. We are still safe in our position right now, but you can see it has reached another pocket of fuel, and that tree and some brush right there is just going up very intensely. that is a large pocket of open flame, and that tree is going to get swallowed up by this flame and become completely engulfed. And so that's what we were talking about. Just within a matter of seconds, what looked like it was kind of dying down and searching in need of fuel, the fire has found some very clearly, and there is one pocket where if there is any property or any kind of building structures in that location, there's not much you can do at that point for a situation with what you're looking at right now, Mark. So again, there are pockets of smoke, but generally a lot of what we had seen before has calmed down. This is about as intense as we can see at this moment. If it is just dry brush, I think firefighters are content to just kind of let it go. But if it's going to approach any kind of property, and again, it's tough to tell at nighttime with no lights in this area how close it's getting, but it comes and goes pretty quickly, and it looks like it might be sitting back down again, Mark.
Well, let's hope it sits down for a while. I want to go over the evacuation order areas. If you're in these areas, you need to get out right now. We're talking about south of Piuma Road, north of Pacific Coast Highway, east of Las Virgenes Road and Malibu Road, and west of Carbon Beach Terrace. Those are under mandatory evacuation orders. You have to get out, and you have to get out right now if you haven't already done so. A wider area is under evacuation warnings. You will have gotten a notice on your cell phone if you're in this area, and or sheriff's deputies are going door to door or on loudspeakers alerting people of the need to leave or the need to prepare to leave. There's a map on your screen. The areas in red, you need to go, need to get out now. The actual red part in the middle, that's the footprint of the fire. The areas that are in yellow surrounding it, those are under warning. Those are people that should be prepared to leave but don't have to leave yet and may not have to, but just be ready just in case, because the winds picked up, as Danny Romero predicted, driving that fire right toward the Pacific Ocean. And so we know that the area known as Sarah Retreat have suffered some damage. Some areas, the retreat itself and or some structures around it have clearly been damaged or destroyed. We saw that happening from the air, from Air 7. We have Scott Reif back in Air 7 to tell us what's going on now from his vantage point. Scott, good to talk to you.
Yeah, Mark, I was going to say good morning, but obviously coming out of Malibu, it is not a good morning for these folks. Now, there's the line of fire that you're looking at in the Santa Monica Mountains. That is all to the western flank. All the flames we see are on the western flank. Marcel, if you would go down and show us the pier. We'll give you a little perspective. There is PCH. Remember now, PCH is shut down in both directions. I can see it out of Santa Monica. They're shutting it down, and you're just not going to be able to get through all day long. Going to put a lot of added pressure on the Ventura Freeway for travel, and then, of course, Malibu Canyon is shut down. Malibu Canyon is where it kind of started. It burned away from Pepperdine to the east and to the south, and I want to go up here onto, I think it was Hunt Sicker Circle, and we had a home that was just about ready to be lost. Now, it's off a dirt road. It was new construction. I'm not certain if we can still see it, Mark. It was right in this area. There it is right there. You can barely make it out. They've saved that home, at least for now. And, you know, the mayor talked a little bit about resources. We have two of the Chinooks, the Colson Chinooks, that are on contract to Ventura County and LA County. They drop 3,000 gallons per drop, and they can do it at night. There's 7 helicopters total out here, and they really are the front line of trying to get as much water on this as possible to stop it from spreading. We also talked a little bit about the Woolsey fire, and that was burning in much more rugged terrain. That was mostly, for the most part, all to the west side of Malibu Canyon Road, and that is just thick, heavy brush up on steep terrain. Now, it is somewhat rugged here, but nothing like we had there. And also right now, from what I can tell, the winds are not nearly as strong as they were during the height of the Woolsey fire. Right now at altitude, we're not getting slammed. Obviously, we have a lot of wind down on the ground. The surface winds are a little bit different. But right now, it's burning in an area. I don't see it immediately threatening homes, Mark, but it's dark, and we can't see everything right now. Off of Sweetwater Canyon Road and Sweetwater Mesa Road, we can't show it to you. We'd like to, but it's right in this area right here. You see some of those homes, Mark, sort of outlined in there? Those are the ones that are really threatened at this moment. The helicopters are making a lot of progress, but certainly as we've seen with these fires, when they start to take off in Malibu, there's so much brush around these homes. From time to time, it can be impossible to stop the fire from spreading to those structures. So Sweetwater Canyon Road, Sweetwater Mesa Road are the two roads we see right now that have homes that are threatened.
Watch this unfold. You know, you talked about the aircraft that are available, those 2 Chinooks. We've got 2 Firehawks, 2 Bell 412s, the successor to the old Huey helicopters, and a wide variance in terms of what these can carry. 3,000 gallons for the Chinooks. That's a lot. 1,000 gallons for the Firehawks, and some 375 gallons for the 412s. When you look at the territory and the amount of territory that they have to try to cover, you've got to be strategic with where those water drops happen. And you've got to try to do your best to make it in a place where it's really going to make a difference, because 3,000 gallons sounds like a lot, but it's not when you're looking at this kind of flame that's erupting here. And I mean erupting. We're watching it live literally right now, really blowing up as we speak. So,
Mark,
yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Right there, they're calling for additional resources. I don't have the road, but there's a structure, and it looks to me like it's probably going to be lost. I do see some structure protection up there. Sometimes our shots will get compressed because we're so far away out on the zoom lens, and the flames will look actually closer to the home than they really are. But you can see that home is on the top of that ridge line right there, and there's a wall of flames creeping up towards that. Once again, they just have called for a drop in that area, but there are homes scattered throughout this area. And boy, just by looking at what we're seeing right now, Mark, it appears it's going to be nearly impossible to try and save all the homes. I think we're going to start to lose some, unfortunately. But here's the drop. Now, I can't tell from this whether it's the Chinook, it's the Firehawk, we understand. That's going to drop 1,000 gallons, as you mentioned, and that is significant. If he puts that right on the front line of that fire, that'll make a huge difference. It could actually save the home. It looks like he's decided to come around and try from the other side. And as you mentioned, it's all strategic. You've got Air Command up top. They're trying to tell the guys where to go to make the drops, and then it's up to the pilot right now to decide what the best course and angle is to make the drop. But here it comes. It should be great. And then, of course, Mark, you mentioned that's 1,000 gallons, and it's not that much compared to the size of the flames. If we get the Chinook in there, which I think we will, that drops 3,000 gallons. That's 3 times what we just saw. And even the 1,000 gallons was pretty significant to stop some of that flame from reaching up that hillside. So the air resources are significant. Obviously, this fire is a huge fire, more than 800 acres, most of it burning and moving to the east on the eastern front at this time. Most of it, or not all of it, burning east of Malibu Canyon Road and north of PCH. At one point, I think I heard a report it may have jumped PCH, but I don't see it out my window. But time will tell. These fires are just so difficult to contain and to predict, Mark. As you know, we've covered them over the years. And right now, we're just hoping somehow they can save some of these homes.
Well, it's certainly encouraging to see that drop. And it will be, you know, when we talk about this, 1,000 gallons, compared to those flames, it's not a lot, but if it's in the right spot, it can help slow it down. And if you keep it up, that can certainly make a huge difference and maybe save that home. That's the effort that is underway right now. Now, not far from this, of course, Pepperdine University. We have seen students from Pepperdine at various points in the evening talking about their concerns about this. A shelter-in-place order was given to the students at Pepperdine about 2 hours ago. I believe we have a spokesman from Pepperdine University. Is that correct? Okay. Mike Friel from Pepperdine University. Mike, thank you very much for joining us. What's the status of the university at this point?
Yeah, thanks for letting me connect with you. There are numerous Los Angeles County Fire Department engines on campus, as well as helicopters that are using our Lake Alumni Park to pick up water and drop on the fire from above. The shelter in place remains in effect. This is a well-planned and in coordination with LA County Fire protocol that we have to protect our residents. Their safety is paramount. What we do is we bring them to the center of campus at our Payson Library and also at a large building called the Tyler Campus Center. So we have plans in place and we've implemented them. Our emergency operations team is active in ensuring that we are in close coordination with LA County Fire and ensuring that our residents are safe. Thankfully, we are well planned. We have planned for these kinds of situations. So we've cleared brush. We have ensured that our vegetation on campus and our buildings are protected against these kinds of conditions. So, thankfully, At this time, we can say that our students and our residents are sheltered in place, and that we will continue to protect and just be with our students in this time. We've got plenty of resources for them at those shelter-in-place locations. And we've also just communicated that we are canceling classes for tomorrow and are going to not have normal operations to ensure that we are responding to this situation.
Okay, so no classes, no finals. So students who are in the residence halls or the dorms there, have they been told to leave the dorms and go to these evacuation centers, or can they stay in their dorms?
Yeah, that's correct. We have an emergency communications protocol that includes text and email and on social media and also in person. So we have had personnel knocking on doors from earlier on in the evening to ensure that everyone was aware of the situation and that we have shelter-in-place protocols activated. And so we have used every available communication channel to ensure that we communicated with our residents and to ensure that they knew that they could shelter in place and that that is the absolute safest place for them to be. We don't want them out on the roads. It's best to be sheltered in place in the center of campus where it is well protected.
All right, Mike Friel from Pepperdine University in Malibu, thank you. You've been through this before, and you have a protocol in place, and it appears to be working. Everybody's safe, no reports of any problems there. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for helping us let the students know what is happening. Who do we have next? Monica DeAnda, you are out there covering this from the ground. What can you tell us, Monica?
Hey Mark, right now we're giving you a look at this hillside that's right in front of the Malibu Country Chicken restaurant here, if you're familiar. And you can see just the red glow here, even in the distance here behind me. We have seen a good aerial attack in the last 15-20 minutes in this area that we've been on along PCH. I will say Nobu is to my right. That area seems to be fine. Nobu is untouched, but you can see there off in the distance the orange glow. We've seen water drops, we've seen the helicopters overhead. We've also seen fire engines racing up and down PCH, doing their best to try and gain the upper hand here. We know it's tough. Right now I'm actually feeling the winds pick up again, and that's something that I hadn't seen for about 20 minutes. So conditions are changing as we are on the ground. Of course, we know that those wind speeds are going to continue to pick up throughout the day. We were over by Pepperdine University, over by Seaver Drive about 30 minutes ago. That was the area that was really up in flames. We saw with the wind, it was pretty much like a torch that was on fire. It was fanning across the hillsides. We saw a hillside along Pepperdine University begin to burn, and we now know that Pepperdine University has canceled classes for tomorrow. There will be no finals, so just an evolving situation on all fronts. Again, here along PCH, we'll give you one last look there off to the hillsides, and you can see somebody on their bike here. We've talked to one man who just told us, you know, he is just going to sit it out, wait it out, and if things continue to get worse, then he's going to, of course, evacuate from this area. Live in Malibu, Monica de Anda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Monica, thank you very much. Jory Rand joining us now. You've been following this thing, watching it jump the highway. You've been watching people who live in Malibu looking at this spectacle yet again in their community. What can you tell us, Jory?
Okay.
Well, Mark, we were actually on our way back towards Glendale, back towards the studio, and we hit the Malibu Pier, and this is what we saw behind us. Look, so there are structures here at the base of this hillside, but right above them, this hillside is on fire. We've got fire personnel on the ground. It looks like some hand crews might be making their way up the hill, but if the winds continued as they had before, it could push this fire down the hill. As we know, fire travels uphill rapidly. It is slow to burn downhill, but this kind of fire searches for fuel, and if wind is pushing it in the wrong direction, it can travel relatively quickly downhill. If we go over to the right, yeah, Jamie's looking right at it. So we see a helicopter perhaps making a water drop. It's tough to see through the thick black smoke exactly what is going on at any kind of distance. There we go, water drop right now on that hillside, and we'll see these flames die down looks like a direct hit, but there is just, again, so many fronts to look at here. Let's bring this back around to where we're close to, Jamie. Just how close the fire is up on this hillside, up above a taco shop, a clothing shop, and an office building. If you know this area, this is right across the street from the Malibu Pier. This is normally packed with cars parked on the side of the road to go down and get a little surfing and go to the restaurant or the end of the pier, do some fishing. So this is one of the spots. This is probably the spot most people know most when they come to the ocean here or visit the shoreline in Malibu, is the pier area. Chabad of Malibu is right across the street. It's a Jewish organization. We have the Pita Bar, and again, at Malibu Plaza, we can see this gathering of firefighters. I'm not sure if you can see them from that vantage point. Yeah, they are gathering here, working up a plan of what to do. Again, when we first pulled up just a moment ago, this hillside was completely engulfed. I don't know if it ran out of fuel, hit the wrong wind or what, but it has sat down a little bit. It doesn't look like, looking from the body language of the firefighters here on the ground, there is much imminent threat. But anytime you see buildings like this and flames so close to it, it is a very precarious situation for these firefighters. Again, looking up on that hillside, what fuel is left to burn? This looks like it has gone from the top of the hill back down, and so there might still be some ample fuel supply. You can see another tree there catching fire about halfway up. There is still fuel here to burn, and so that is a concern. Embers being lifted by the winds. Fortunately, it looks like the wind is kind of carrying it up and away from these buildings. But again, if this is let to burn long enough, Mark, you could look at a dangerous situation. We're talking about some businesses lost and some property damage, but it looks like they might have this situation under control. And I would have to think, given that helicopter drop we saw a few moments ago, if it did look like it was a bad situation, they would just go ahead and drop right onto the building, right onto this, where the fire would meet the building. And so it doesn't look like any imminent danger, although anytime you're talking about a situation like this with open flame and buildings, it could turn south pretty quick, Mark.
It can, and what we've learned over the years, we've gotten instruction on fire behavior from firefighters, from people who do this for a living, and they tell us that the danger comes when the situation changes, when the wind shifts, when the wind increases, when the humidity drops, when, for example, the position of the sun changes, as the sun gets higher in the sky and more sunlight happens onto an area and it dries it out. Those things can change the behavior of a fire for the better or for the worse. And so what we're hoping is, as things develop here, that the fire will lay down a little bit. Now, Danny Romero has been following this, and we've been getting updates from him all evening. He's been on this since about 11 o'clock last night, along with all of us. And he's been, Danny, you've been telling us how this thing was going to behave, and it has basically followed this unfortunate script that you have laid out as a meteorologist about how the winds were going to be.
Yeah, and we're going to see that, and again, you know, the worst still ahead. There's still some stronger gusts to come, and also I'm tracking the humidities. Also, that's the two main factors right now: is how strong these winds are, how strong they gust, and then how dry everything really is. So first, on the overall picture, the red flag warning, you can see it's covering just about all of Southern California, including, of course, the Malibu area. That's where we're seeing our main action right now. So there, very, very dry conditions. We're seeing the winds gusting in that 40, 45 mile per hour range. Occasional spots, some of the valley areas, we'll see more. We talked before about how those fire zones kind of create their own weather, and we'll see those winds really kind of ramp up and then kind of die down. But everything is happening like briefly, because it changes again, as you mentioned. It changes very rapidly and becomes just another really, really tough condition, relaxes a bit, those winds come back, because the whole thing is we're not done with this event by any stretch of the imagination. Those winds are still going to increase over the next few hours, as they have been since around 8 to 10 p.m. last night to now here 3 in the morning. The winds are still just getting stronger. We're seeing them more so. So 40 mile per hour winds, that whole zone, you see that purple, that indicates winds in that 50 plus categories. So those gusts are still strong and still continuing to be that way. Earlier, those wind gusts were in that 20, 25 mile per hour range. But now as we get here in the early morning hours, we're going to see them ramp up. We approach sunrise, and even another factor kicks in where then we're going to see those winds increase once again. So kind of giving you an idea, in that Franklin fire area, they're not laying down at all here. The next few hours, they're going to still stay in that mid 30 mile per hour range with the occasional gusts even stronger. And it's those occasional gusts that could really be concerns, because those ones will see gusts in the mountain areas up to 75 miles per hour. Brief as they might be, that's a strong gust that'll come through. In the lower elevations, 45 to 65 mile per hour range. So again, still very dangerous conditions. So that's one part of it. So the winds are still going to be very strong the next few hours, stronger even in some spots. And those humidities dropping down to single digits in that Malibu area. We're at 8% right now, and we can see that you're normally used to this. We talked about this earlier. You go a little farther south, down around Redondo Beach, 77%. You're expecting, higher humidities around those coastal spots. But Malibu, with those strong Santa Ana winds drying things out as they are, it's down to single digits. So that single digit lower humidities combined with those wind gusts that are still going to be strong this year, that's not letting down at all. We'll get the occasional moment where it kind of settles down, but we're not done with the really strong wind event. In fact, as I showed you before, that red flag warning is in effect until Wednesday. But I think right now the peak of these winds will be over the next 10, 12 hours. So hang on. It's not calming down. No, not out of the woods at all, Mark. No.
Thing, but you have been right about all of this from basically the minute that we first started covering this fire. Danny Romero, thank you. Scott Reif is in Air 7 over it now with a wider view of what we're looking at, and we saw a couple of drops, at least one drop on a bluff upon which a home was located and a structure protection effort was underway. I don't know if you're able to give us an update on that particular house, but we know that the overall effort continues in earnest right now, Scott.
Homes at the moment, and from what we can tell, that's the header of the fire. That's the point where we see to the north and the east side of this blaze that they're really concerned about. A couple of homes up there off of, sort of sparsely populated up in those mountains right there. But so far, from what we can tell, the water drops from the helicopters have been able to save that home and another home a little further south. 1,600 acres now, so this has doubled in size since we got the last report at 800, and it gives you an idea how fast it is moving. Now, that's the northeast corner of the fire. It really just flared up in the last couple of moments. As we come down and we look down towards the bottom of your screen, that's PCH. That's where Jory is. There's the pier. There's PCH. So the area threatened right now is Sierra Retreat. It's headed towards the Malibu colony, but I haven't seen it jump over PCH. There was a report it may have topped over PCH, the fire, but I don't see that at this point in time. Maybe they just got it out very quickly if that was the case. But the fire just smoldering in this entire area. That's right off of Sweetwater Canyon Road and Sweetwater Mesa Road. If you're familiar with this area, the fire has laid down a little bit compared to what we saw when we first got airborne, but you can see those homes laying in there. I believe, Mark, that is Sweetwater Canyon Road. So, boy, I tell you, the helicopters are doing everything they can do to just sort of douse this fire as much as possible and stop it from getting to those structures. They're doing an incredible job. We have 2 Chinooks out here that can drop 3,000 gallons at once, a total of 7 helicopters. But right on the top of your screen, this is the area they're really concerned about. It's really started to flare up. That's where we're really getting some of that wind gust to be most effective down through that canyon. Once the winds get further south down towards PCH, they've died down a little bit, but on the top of the ridge line, they are howling. And boy, Mark, as we push into that shot, you can really tell just how this fire has erupted in the last few moments. So it's the nature of the fires when we cover them, Mark. We'll look at them, it looks encouraging, they start to lay down for a moment, and then all of a sudden it gets into some heavy fuel and it just takes off. But I believe that's where the home was, right on the top of that ridge line, and from what I can tell, they've saved it. But boy, Mark, 1,600 acres now.
Driven by those winds that can gust up to 80 miles an hour, as our meteorologist Danny Romero has been telling us. And the effort from the air is substantial. Seven helicopters is quite a bit for this one fire. They're jumping on it with everything they have. They can't bring the fixed wing aircraft to bear at night. It's just too difficult and dangerous for them to try to do it. If once the sun comes up, it might be a different story. And there are some aircraft that are around that can really do quite a bit of helpful effort here in terms of bringing that fire to heel. Jory Rand has been doing yeoman's work out there in Malibu, and he joins us now with another update. Jory?
Yeah, the firefight continues here, Mark. We'll give you a look. Crews are laying hose line. This truck that's backed up against the building here is gaining some access to that hillside behind this office building. We're right next to the Malibu Pier. This is across the street from it. If we go up on the hillside in a moment here, you can see just how intense this fire is. And the really big concern here is when you look up on this hillside, you can see the embers just pouring off of this fire. There is not a spot of that fire where there aren't large chunks of embers being kicked up into the air and carried off who knows how far. So the winds where we are, we're a bit protected from those stronger wind gusts only because we're on the south side of where the direction of that wind was coming. And again, this is about the third time that's happened for me tonight. Just as I say that, the wind picks right back up again from where we are. If you look over here to the left, are you looking at the blinking red lights here, Jamie? Yeah, so we have crews up there on this hillside in the middle of this fight. This is a very steep hillside overlooking Pacific Coast Highway, and it's really adjacent to those businesses that are right across the street from the Malibu Pier here on PCH. And so again, when you look at a fire like this, you kind of notice the tenor and the stress level on fire crews, and it doesn't look too intense right now. In fact, we have two engines that seem to be pulling away from this firefight. But if we look directly behind this building, it looks like there is flame right up against the back of this property. It's tough to tell. Here we go. We have a hose line now hitting these trees as the flames get pretty close to where this office building is set up. So they're wetting down the trees, the tops of these trees, and trying to get over them to where this fire is up here. But take a look up on the hillside again, Jamie. Look at this. Look what's picked up here. The size of this open flame, there is just fuel up there to burn. And I think at the top, I hadn't noticed that before. Is that a building up there at the very top? It's tough to see. I think I see a roof line up there. And so that could be a concern as these flames continue their march up the hill. But again, I'm not sure how much you can see the embers being kicked off of this. And as we know, it doesn't take much for one ember to pick up another fire, a spot fire somewhere else. Look at the number of embers that are being blown up into the air here. It's really scary when you think about the potential for what that could lead to down the line. Let's go back down the hill at this hose line that's doing what it can. But again, you see these flames down here towards the bottom of the hill. This is right behind this office building. This is Malibu Plaza. It's adjacent to a taco shop, a pita bar, and the Chabad of Malibu are right across the street from the Malibu Pier. It's right adjacent to the Malibu Beach Inn, which is just off of the Malibu Pier. There are people in this parking lot across the street who are just here to watch the firefight. I saw a gentleman here. I said, "Are you local? Did you come down here?" He said, "No, I just came down here to watch." He doesn't live here. He just happened to be in the area, was able to make his way through, and is down here to watch the firefight. And there is quite a bit to watch. Pretty close to this building here at Malibu Plaza. If the winds were as we saw them not too long ago, this building would be in imminent and extreme danger. But the winds from where we are, that smoke is blowing up and curling up and over the hill away from the building. So great news for the safety of this property here and the safety of the properties at the bottom of PCH here. But again, it's safe enough for these fire crews to be at the top of this hill. And again, we saw those two engines pull away. So as far as they're concerned, it looks like this is no longer a priority or somewhere that's in imminent danger. And they're able to finally get a hose line on this tree line in this hillside behind the property, Mark. But it looks like, to a professional's eye, it looks good. To our untrained eye, it looked like it was a pretty dangerous situation. But they are, looks like they are now getting it under control and have averted a disaster here at the Malibu Pier.
And I'm Scott Wright, Veneer 7. Boy, the real battle on this fire right now, the Franklin fire here in Malibu, is the northeast corner. Now, this is right off of Newell Road and Idlewild Way, and the fire is burning in this little canyon right here. And on top of that ridge line, we can see a row of homes, and they are all threatened. County Fire is sitting this with as many helicopters as they can, drop after drop. Now, our shot's kind of compressed. I can't tell actually how close those flames are to that home. We're 5,000 feet. We're shooting from a distance, and sometimes the flames will look like it's right at the house and it's down in the canyon yet. But they are continuing to make drops here. This fire's consumed now some 1,600 acres. And what's interesting, it's burned away from Pepperdine. I don't see flame on the western front of the fire, over there by Malibu Canyon Road. Everything is to the eastern side, more towards the Malibu Pier and then north up into the Santa Monica Mountains. I'll give you a bit of a wide shot, and as we pan left, we're panning south. You can see that ridge line there is the hot spot of this fire, and then you see a line of flames going down all the way down to the shoreline. We may not be able to see it right now because of the way the smoke is laid out, but right down in there is PCH, and that's where the pier and that's where Jory is. Not a lot of homes along that stretch. We did see one home. It was off of Hunt Sicker Circle. If that's your home, they saved it for now. If you're watching and that's your house, it was new construction, it was a big home. And a lot of the homes up in this area are sparsely populated off of little roads, and they're ranch-style homes. They're pretty big. Boy, you can see a bit of the structure in there right now, and you can tell how close the fire is to this. So it's going to be a miracle if we don't lose homes along this ridge, but I can tell you with 7 helicopters making drops, it's a significant impact to stop this fire from spreading and starting to take out these homes. So certainly the winds are such a factor. Now, we're not seeing howling winds at this point in time, but usually what happens, as soon as the sun starts to come up, we start to see heavier and heavier winds. And when that happens, that you can see those homes right there. Great shot. You see the ridge line. It looked like the flames are on those homes. You can see the fire is down in the canyon, and now you can see County Fire coming in, making a drop. I believe that's a Blackhawk. Be dropping 1,000 gallons of water, trying to stop that fire from spreading towards those homes. That is a fire road right there. County Fire has their units and structure protection in place. That's Piuma Road. If you're familiar with this area, boy, excuse me, that is Piuma Road. So that really is where the battle is right now. Most of the fire that laid down further south, down towards PCH, has really laid down nicely. There are some homes in there that are threatened. There's no question about that. But most of those homes further south, the homes in what they call the off Sweetwater Canyon Road and Sweetwater Mesa Road, they're in the Sierra Retreat area. And those homes have a lot of structure protection. I mean, a lot of structure protection in that area. And there we go. Now we got Sky Map. Thank goodness. We've been trying to get that going. And Mark, excuse me, John, now you can see Piuma Road. You can see some of the roads that they're trying to protect. Valley Linden Street, I believe that was. Donmar Ranch Road. And certainly that's where the fight is right now, John. I just want to give you, boy, there's satellite view, and that really gives us an idea. Can you come out wider, Marcel, on the satellite view? And that gives us an idea. You see these homes. They're sparsely spread out along the ridge line here. Now pan to the right, and then that's where the fire is burning right down in there. Keep going right, and then right down towards PCH, down towards the pier. That entire area right there, Mark, that is going to be the Sierra Retreat area, and that whole area is threatened. Come back to, excuse me, John, I'm sorry. Come back out to the live shot, and you see the flames, John, that are still laying down in there. But those homes down in there, they have a lot of structure protection in place.
All right, Scott. Yeah, and a lot of homes being threatened, excuse me, right now by that fire. Are the winds moving in a generally the same direction, or are we seeing erratic winds right now?
The winds aloft at our altitude are pretty consistent. They're from the northeast to the southwest, exactly what you'd expect for a Santa Ana wind. We're not seeing extreme gusts. Those are the things that really bother us at altitude when all of a sudden you've got a 20-knot wind and then you've got a 50-knot wind. It gets really tough up here for us and gets uncomfortable. But it seems to me the winds have been pretty steady. We're not seeing huge gusts. We are seeing the winds go down the hill, but if you got a 50-mile-an-hour wind, you wouldn't see any of that plume right there, John. You just wouldn't see it. It would all be pushed down over the Pacific Ocean, and we're not seeing a lot of that. You see, there's a home we've been looking at for some time off Piuma Road, right on top of the ridge line. The helicopters, for the most part, have saved that. But to answer your question, things change very quickly. As soon as I said it was relatively calm, we got hit with a few gusts. It depends on where we're at. We're offshore right now, and that has changed a little bit. But, boy, there you go, another big loom up, and there's all those homes right off of Piuma Road that are now threatened.
All right, Scott. Yeah, it's going to be a long day, it looks like. Thanks for that report. We want to check in with the Red Cross about evacuations and resources being brought into Malibu to help people dealing with this. Is it Mimi on the phone?
Yes. Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning to you. What's the latest from the Red Cross?
Well, we've set up a shelter at the Palisades Recreation Center. Address is 851 Alma Real Drive, 90272. We have capacity for anybody who's been affected by this or is under evacuation orders. We have snacks and water, and we'll have meals throughout the day. We urge people to come, and pets are welcome as long as they're in crates or carriers.
I was going to say there are a lot of horses up there, too. Are you dealing with any of the larger animals?
Yeah, we're trying to secure with our community partners. It looks like Pierce College, but we will still confirm that. That's what we're working on.
Now, have you heard any reports of structures lost?
No, that's something probably best asked of the fire department or the fire response. So we're just trying to give people a safe place to come to and get them secured for the night.
And do you have people at the shelter now?
Yeah, we are ready. We are ready for anyone. We've had a few people show up. We're just still setting up, but they're here ready to make it home for the foreseeable future.
And you said you had resources there, food, water, cots set up, I imagine.
Correct. Yeah, we're setting up the cots right now. Our snacks and water are already available, and we will have hot breakfast and lunch as needed throughout the day. We'll take it step by step.
All right, Mimi, thanks for that. We'll be checking back with you. We certainly appreciate that. We have Jory Rand on the fire lines this morning watching this fire. Jory, what's the latest there?
Okay, so we're set up at the Malibu Pier. We were actually breaking down and heading out of Malibu when we saw what was happening here across the street from the Malibu Pier. This is Malibu Plaza. This is on the north side of Pacific Coast Highway, and at the top of this hill, there is a roadway and some homes up there. That is Sweetwater Mesa Road. And so that has been a focal point of the firefighters in this area, not to mention the office plaza here at the bottom. It looks like that fire has been completely extinguished, but just a short time ago, this building was in imminent danger as the fire was quickly making its way down the hillside, but firefighters with a hand crew and some hose lines were able to get that under control. Further to the east, on the right side, you can see some open flames just beyond here. Within the last 3 minutes, we've seen a water drop from a helicopter. It's the second time we've seen this area targeted by a helicopter, a water dropping helicopter. So it's hard to tell from our vantage point, given that it's nighttime and the lack of electricity in the area, where the property line begins and where the open land ends. So it's tough to see how close those open flames right now are to some homes and properties. But given the fact we've seen 2 water drops within the last half hour, both in that location, it leads us to think that there might be some homes that are in danger of going up as well. As we come back around here to the left, I want to focus on one thing that we've been seeing here. As the active flames have died down, there's still a little bit over here to the left, and every time we see this open flame, we see a lot of embers kicked up into the air. It's a good thing right now that the winds seem to have calmed down for the moment. We're seeing the smoke just kind of billow up straight up into the air, which is not what we were seeing a short time ago when we saw some really heavy wind gusts carrying that smoke and the flame almost sideways away from the burn points. But right now the embers are being lifted up into the air and the smoke is being carried up as well, but not really off into the distance. It seems to be just lofting up skyward and straight up, which is good news in terms of watching this fire spread. But every time the fire reaches a new fuel source, which it does every now and again, it looks like they might have found a little pocket of unburned fuel there. We see the flames kick up a little bit. Jamie, I'm going to ask you to come back around here to the right one more time. Over the top of, excuse me, we've been out in the smoke for quite some time, so
yeah, it is so dry also.
Distance and you can see a really heavy pocket of open flame. Yeah. We'll toss it back to you, John. See if I can get my voice
Jory,
back
I totally understand. It is so dry also that it's affecting everybody's voice as well. And of course, you're in the middle of all that smoke, which makes it so much more difficult. Thanks for that report. You can see there is a lot of fire burning in the hills above Malibu. This is right above PCH, right above a lot of homes, a lot of properties, a lot of businesses, and firefighters, of course, doing everything they can to keep it contained to the east side of PCH and not have it move across the street there, because that's where a lot of those properties are located. We do have Monica Deanda live on the fire lines as well. Let's check in with her. Monica.
Hey there, John. Right now we are at the corner of PCH and Malibu Canyon Road, and you can see here behind me what appears to be some kind of shed that is burning now. You can just see the skeleton that remains. Obviously, the flames, the smoke around there, it's very, very consuming, very white there. And then just more across the street, actually, we have Pepperdine University. This is the area where the dorms are located, from what we can tell. And we do have a lot of fire engines positioned all around this area. You may be able to see some off there in the distance. We've also been hearing a helicopter. You may be able to see it. I mean, it's maybe a little too dark there, but that is overhead. So that goes to show the resources that fire is putting in around this area, specifically around the university, which we know is under a shelter-in-place order. We also know that Pepperdine University has canceled classes for tomorrow. That includes all finals. So this is the situation that we are dealing with. Again, this is Malibu Canyon Road and PCH, and we're going to try and whip back around to show you the shed here, and then more off in the distance over here to my left, you can see that brush that is still burning, obviously fueled by the Santa Ana winds, and right now we are seeing those winds pick up. If we continue to whip more to the left here, you may be able to see this is a Malibu Bluffs Park, and you can see this tree on fire. We've heard it pop, and just some of the embers that are now making its way across this park. So just a shame to see this park here, part of it at least, on fire. And then of course we are learning the developments with Pepperdine University in terms of classes being canceled for tomorrow, and finals being canceled as well. So we'll continue to be out here, monitor the scene, monitor how things unfold here right in front of the university, and bring you a live report later on this hour.
Hey,
for now, live in Malibu, Monica de Anda, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Monica, can you confirm for me the fire burning on both sides?
Go ahead, John.
Is the fire burning on both sides of PCH? Is it burning on the west side as well?
Yes, it is, and that is something that we're keeping a close eye on. So, especially because of the university, we are pretty much seeing fire around most sides of it, which is, of course, concerning, and that is why we're seeing all these resources now focused around this area. But yes, both sides of PCH.
Okay, that is not good news. Okay, Monica, we'll check back with you. Thank you. Pepperdine University has been given a shelter-in-place order. That means students are sheltering on campus. And we do have some interviews with some students talking about their experiences as fire closes in. Let's listen to that. And again, we continue to cover the Franklin fire, burning about 1,600 acres now. There are some reports of structures that have been lost. We have not confirmed that at this time. You did see in Monica de Anda's report there was a shed. It looked like an outbuilding that burned. Let's listen to those students now.
I don't know, trying our best to stay safe, keeping our families updated. I'm a political science major, so I'm studying for a Civil War literature presentation, a nutrition exam, an elections and campaigns exam, all of that before planning to leave on Thursday morning to go home for break. So just trying to get it all in the next 2 days and have to wake up tomorrow morning to go give this presentation that I was in the middle of finalizing and working on when all this happened.
Yeah, some of the reaction from students there trying to do their normal, get along with their normal life, and of course this fire breaks out. Do we have more sound, it looks like? Let's listen.
It's something I've never seen before, so it's a little interesting, but you know, it's concerning. I care about the community at the same time. But I'm fortunate that I got my finals out of the way, so I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, just wishing the best for these people and their houses and their families for sure.
So students in the middle of finals, obviously the semester coming to an end, and boy, talk about a lot of stress, and now you've got a fire bearing down on your campus. This shed is near the campus of Pepperdine University, so it shows you how close the fire is. Burning right up until up into the edge of the buildings in some cases, but no reports of any major structures damaged or lost, which is certainly good news. And students are sheltering in place at the campus, and so far there are no reports of any injuries, which is also great to hear. Of course, all of this is being driven by these Santa Ana winds, intense Santa Ana winds that started last night. Danny Romero is in the studio. He is watching the weather for us. He can give us an update on the conditions. Danny.
Yeah, thanks very much, John. Yeah, I'll tell you first an idea of the red flag warning. Now, for the most part, covering most of Southern California, areas you see there in the red, that's your red flag because of not necessarily warm temperatures, but these really strong winds and very, very low humidity. So especially in that Malibu area, the area of concern right now, that's you want to watch for. There we see the winds are very, very strong. We're seeing that fire area. A couple things are working to make this fire even worse. We got those canyon areas that kind of amplify the winds as they come through. So we're seeing winds already in that gust range, that 25, 35, 45 mile per hour range. On top of that, we then, of course, increase things. As we approach sunrise, dynamics come in play that could increase those winds again. So we're going to watch that because the winds are not dying down at all. Earlier, like around 10 o'clock, we saw these wind readings at Malibu at 40 miles per hour now, around 25, 30, but they've gone up. And we're going to see those winds staying in that gust range in that 35, 45 mile per hour range. And we'll see that through the next few hours. It doesn't really let up, John. We're seeing the numbers staying right in that 30, 35 mile per hour range with the occasional gust even stronger than that. And we see in the upper elevations, up around the mountaintops, those winds could gust up to 75 miles per hour. Again, strong gusts, brief as they might be, spreading those embers, fanning those flames. On the lower elevations, in the little valley areas, there too we'll see the winds gust anywhere from 45 to 65 mile per hour gusts. So those things are of major concerns as well. Add that to how dry things are. Now, you look to the south a bit, down at Redondo Beach, 77%. That's your usual kind of humidity reading for a coastal area. But look at Malibu, 9% relative humidity, single digit, and it's been that way in that single digit and teens range. And we're seeing, looking ahead the next few hours, that humidity is not going to change very much at all. Even as we approach sunrise, we're still going to see humidity readings in the teens, maybe 12, 13, maybe 15%, but the conditions still staying dry. And John, those wind gusts are still going to be gusting 45, 55, and again, isolated spots, 65, 75 miles per hour over the next few hours.
And Danny, you know, one thing we don't talk about, the last 2 winters were so wet. We had so much rain, we had so much vegetation growth, and that vegetation now is dry as a bone, and it's like kindling out there.
Yeah, lots of fuel there. And we see also those flames, as they burn uphill, those flames dry out the vegetation right above the fire line, so it kind of feeds that flame, then it jumps right to the dry area now and burns even faster. So when you see those flames climb those hillsides, that's why it's doing that.
Yeah, a really difficult situation for firefighters. Okay, Dana, yeah, the Franklin fire now burning more than 1,600 acres. This fire broke out around 11:15 last night, just when those Santa Ana winds really started to pick up. And these Santa Ana winds, as Danny said, are going to be with us for another day or two. So it's going to be a really difficult firefight. You can see a helicopter there dropping some water on a hot spot there, which is always good to see. They do have helicopters up, quite a few aircraft fighting this fire. We also have Scott Reif live in Air 7 as well. Scott, how many firefighting helicopters have you seen in the air this morning?
We have 7. 2 of them are the Colson helicopters that can drop 3,000 gallons in one drop. And, you know, John, this is the northeastern portion of the fire, and this is where the real battle is right now. Of course, down into Malibu, they still have some structure protection in place. I want to bring up SkyMap here and show you Piuma Road. What they're saying right now is they want to do everything they possibly can to make sure this fire does not go to the east, to the right side, which would be east of Piuma Road. To the left is to the west, straight down is to the south, and they want to make sure it does not continue any further east. Now, I want to open up out of the shot and pan to the left, show you that's that ridge of fire burning right down to PCH, down by the pier, and now I want to go to the satellite view, and it gives you an idea exactly what they're looking at as far as where the homes are that are threatened. So that's the area right there, Sierra Retreat, boy, excuse me, and they have structure protection there. They're making helicopter drops when they have to in that area, but there's a lot of structure protection, a lot of firefighters right in that area. Now, as we tilt up a little bit, PCH is shut down, of course, and then we get to where the fire started, right off of Malibu Canyon and Pepperdine. And what I can tell, we don't see much of a flare-up right now, almost nothing at all, in the Pepperdine area where the fire originated. It burned to the east up along this ridge line. Now look at Malibu Canyon Road. If you remember in the Woolsey fire, John, you see how steep the terrain is there. They did everything in their power during daylight. They dropped with the 747, the DC-10s, and put Phos-Chek along Malibu Canyon Road. They did not want it to go to the east of Malibu Canyon Road. The Woolsey fire was such a big animal for them to contain, and that area right there, they didn't want that to burn. Now I want to come down and show you the area that is burning, and then that's that line right there. It is burned out towards some of these homes. There's a lot of homes up on the ridge line, Sweetwater Mesa Road. Like I mentioned, they have structure protection down in there. Firefighters surrounding all of those homes. But up on this ridge line, John, that is the real battle. 7 helicopters basically just hammering this stretch of the fire, trying to make sure it does not spread east of Piuma Road. Now, as far as the winds are concerned, it's been pretty steady at altitude. Winds aloft haven't been too bad. Down on the ground, it looks like about what we're hearing, about a 25-mile-an-hour wind or so. We haven't seen the huge gusts yet, but boy, I tell you, what happens, John, what we've seen in the past is once the sun comes up, we see a lot more of that. But we have seen the helicopters make drops and probably save a dozen homes, at least, right along this ridgeline. Firefighters are protecting that home right there, and they've been continuing to make drops right in this area, saving those homes on the ridge. There's a bunch of homes right there as well. They're sparsely populated in some real steep mountainous terrain. Beautiful homes with insane views. That's what makes this area so incredible. There's the satellite view. There's Piuma Road. There's Donmar Ranch Road, and that's where that house is. Come back out to the live shot. So quite a battle, John. There's no question about that. The winds have not picked up yet. We kind of think once we get daylight, they're going to do that. But we'll also get more aircraft in here. More than likely, City will send out, City Fire. We'll send out some helicopters. Right now, it's County and it's Colson, the big Chinooks that are on contract to County Fire, that are the helicopters that are being used to douse this and to hit it with water. But as soon as you get daylight, John, I think we're going to get more resources out here. And if the winds don't pick up, if we do get fortunate enough that we don't start seeing 45, 50-mile-an-hour winds, they might be able to make some progress.
Yeah, let's hope so, Scott. We do have a public information officer, Jonathan Torres, on the phone. Jonathan, what's the latest? What can you tell us?
Yes, sir. So I can confirm we're well over 1,000 acres now. We're holding at 1,671 total acres. We still have those 4 zones under mandatory evacuation orders, as well as the 8 in warning. Pepperdine and Sarah Retreat are within those zones. We continue to have Orange County, Ventura County, LA City, as well as our pre-deployed and our normal strike teams and fire stations in the immediate area participating in the active aggressive firefight, obviously including aerial and our ground forces. The red flag warning is going to continue through Wednesday, so we are cognizant of that. We also have CHP as well as Sheriff's Department for LA County and Pepperdine University Public Safety helping as well.
Structures that have been lost or damaged?
I can't confirm the exact number for that, sir. I do know several homes were being impinged with the winds. I cannot confirm at this moment if we've had any and impacted and or lost.
And what about injuries? Everybody okay so far?
Yes, sir. I have not heard of any injuries thus far, thankfully. I do know there are a couple animal shelters set in place. I don't know if that was mentioned earlier, at Pierce College and at Palisade Recreation Center, I believe is the name.
Yeah, I think you're correct. In terms of the conditions, are the winds generally moving in the same direction, or do you see gusty, shifting winds out there?
No, sir. We have seen those Santa Anas as well as shifting winds. We did expect gusts from anywhere from 50 to 80, and we have seen winds across that gambit there.
I mean, sadly, we see this in Malibu every 5 or 6 years. What is it about Malibu, can you tell us, that makes it so susceptible to these devastating fires?
I mean, just in all fairness, just all of LA County, before we had a fire season, it's really just year-round now. That's why we encourage our citizens to clear their brush and prepare for situations such as this with our Ready, Set, Go program. If there's any questions in regards to that, you can find it at fire.lacounty.gov/RSG. That's Ready, Set, Go. That'll better prepare for evacuations and help you go through a checklist to try to get you straight away for in the event you would need to. But again, just it being Southern California, it being desert climate, the winds do not help at all. As you know, we do have winds in excess of 25 miles an hour. The humidity is well below 15%. And just that low fuel moisture is what, that coupled with the wind and any spark can ignite fires such as this. And obviously the winds make it almost impossible to try to contain.
Yeah, it's going to be a long, difficult day for you guys. Jonathan, thanks for talking to us this morning. Hopefully we can check back with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You have a good night.
We want to check in with Jaysha Patel. She's on the fire lines watching this fire, covering the fire force as well. Jaysha, can you give us a sense of what things look like from your position?
Hi, John. Right now we're literally in the middle of PCH, where you can see that the fire is on both sides of PCH right now. You can see visibility, very hard to actually look through here. Very fluid situation out here. You know, we were coming through this area, we didn't see flames, and then the next minute you see it really pick up. And so that's kind of what we're seeing all around here, is that this fire is just jumping into different places. Emergency crews scrambling to really get a hold of this fire. You can see we just saw a crew come by right now. But these flames, really big, visibility is very low. These winds, it's very gusty out here. Again, if you're just joining us this morning, now this fire is being called the Franklin Fire, and we know, as a couple minutes ago, I learned that this fire has burned 1,600 acres. It has spread rapidly. When we first got here on the scene, this fire had only burned around 300 acres. The city of Malibu shared online that this fire has spread south across PCH to Malibu Road near Webway, and across PCH into the Malibu Pier area. And they did post online that the pier and other structures are impacted by this fire. And overnight, I mean, these winds were 60 to nearly 80 miles an hour. The National Weather Service even says that on average, extreme conditions like we're seeing right now, this only really occurs every 3 to 5 years. Good news is so far no injuries reported, but of course it's still very early on in the morning. Earlier this morning, I spoke to a woman who had to evacuate. She said she just had to scramble and grab a couple of sentimental things to remember her father. But her and her boss had to get out of the home, and they said that they have horses, and they were able to save one horse, but that the other two horses scrambled and ran away. And so she's very worried about those horses. And that's kind of what we're seeing here, just talking to people. You know, it's not only just humans, but these animals are also impacted. An update that we have this morning about Pepperdine University. You know, when we were driving near Pepperdine, we saw that the land around the university just glowing orange with those embers. Fortunately, we didn't see major flames too close to any buildings, but we do know that classes and finals are canceled today, as obviously the surrounding area is just burning. You know, when we were driving in this morning, it was a very ominous feeling. You could see that fire from miles and miles away. You can see that canyon glowing orange. This wind event is definitely different from the past. You know, we covered the mountain fire last month, and it was very hot. The weather was very, warm. But with this wind event, it's unique because it's not actually very hot outside, but it's the low humidity and those winds that is really fueling this fire. This morning, if you're joining us, you're taking a look at PCH. We're right in the middle of PCH. You can see the fire is on both sides. You can see emergency crews zipping by. But it's really unfortunate. It's hard for us to communicate with you guys back at the station because the power's off, the cell towers, we're having a lot of trouble. Earlier, we went up near the homes that have a water view because the ocean, of course, is right next to us. And we could see people, they were hosing down their homes. And we unfortunately saw one guest home that was just completely on fire. And a firefighter told us that structure is just gone. Fortunately, the main home, they're trying to save that. It's not on fire, but that guest home just completely up in flames. That's kind of what we're seeing here. It's very dark out here. The ashes, you can see that they're blowing towards us. This fire, it'll be laying down one moment, and then those flames just pick up. And so again, a very fluid situation. I'll send it back to you right now, John.
Okay, Jay Shane, you could see those embers, and boy, that is a real trouble for firefighters, just trying to, keep those embers from spreading further. As you said, it's now burning on both sides of PCH, which is another real issue for firefighters to deal with. Also, you can see the smoke is making visibility very difficult as well. So just terrible conditions for our crews, for firefighters, as they try and contain this Franklin fire, now burning more than 1,600 acres, as Jaysha said. We've lost some structures, what she described as a guest house. So properties are being lost out there, and residents are also doing what they can with hoses, garden hoses. Of course, firefighters would prefer people just get out of the area, get out of harm's way, because if you're there, it's one more thing they have to worry about in terms of protecting people and property. So that is the situation from Jaysha's location. And as she said, she's on PCH, and the fire burning on both sides of the freeway now.
Let's check in with Eyewitness News reporter Monica de Anda. Monica, tell us about conditions where you are.
Well, Rachel, John, right now we are in front of Malibu Bluffs Park, and you can take a look here behind me and see some of the brush that is on fire here surrounding this park area. But what we've really noticed over the last 15-20 minutes is that the wind is really starting to pick up again. It had kind of died down from about 2:30 in the morning until about now, and now it's picking back up. We're seeing those stronger winds, and of course that's concerning because the embers could quickly spread with the wind onto other vegetation, dry brush. We know it hasn't rained in a while, so that is not helping the situation out here. We are actually just across the street from Pepperdine University, so that is one thing that we're watching very closely here. You can even see a fire engine here. We've seen plenty of them going up and down PCH. This is PCH now, PCH and Malibu Canyon Road going upward. And we've seen a lot of firefighters out here, a lot of fire engine really trying to do their best to position themselves in the best way to continue to fight this fire. Once this light turns red and the engine takes off, you'll be able to see just off of it, there's a shed. We don't know what it stored there, but there was a shed that is completely destroyed. It's just a skeleton that's left. And as we continue to move on over this way, you'll see the sign that says Pepperdine University. We have seen about 2 to 3 helicopters hovering around this area. It seems like right now they have gone to a different part of the university, but earlier this morning we were over by Seaver Drive, and that is also a different area located right next to Pepperdine University, and we saw the hillside go up in flames there and really jump across the street. Part of the hillside next to Pepperdine University, right next to it, actually was on fire. So this is the situation that we're dealing with. Again, we're going to continue to move up and down PCH to give you an update as to what we're seeing out here. But just so you know, if you have a student or if you are a student at Pepperdine University, they have canceled classes, so we'll go ahead and reiterate that. No finals tomorrow. Students are sheltering in place. For now, reporting live in Malibu, Monica de Anda, back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Monica, and just for clarification, I believe Monica means today, now that we are at about 4 a.m. Pepperdine did just release a statement to us. They said the university understands the worst of the fire has pushed past Pepperdine. However, there are smaller spot fires on campus that are not threatening life or structures, and fire resources remain on campus to address these spot fires as they occur. Additionally, power remains out for much of Malibu, and therefore, to ensure the safety of our community, we will maintain the shelter-in-place protocol until at least daylight. That will continue, and they will continue to update the community there. So again, that shelter-in-place order in place at Pepperdine University, asking those students, those residents, to stay in their dorm rooms, to stay where they are as firefighters work to get this fire under control.
Yeah, we did speak with some students earlier, and they were, they're in the middle of finals this week, so you can imagine the stress they're dealing with as they see this fire approaching the campus. But as you said, it sounds like the fire's now moved past Pepperdine University, so that's the latest from there. But the fire now has jumped to PCH, so we have a lot of homes on that west side of PCH we have to worry about too. Jaysha said she did see a structure that was lost. So that's something that's happening right now. Let's go to Leslie Lopez and get the latest on the weather situation, because it really is all about the wind and these very, very low humidity levels.
You know, yeah, those are the two big components that are driving this fire right now. We're talking about wind and low humidity. We don't have much in the way of heat. Now, we also have narrow wind fields through this Malibu Canyon area, and that's based on just the terrain that's there, in addition to the area of high pressure that's moving in. So while we're listening to our reporters who might be saying, oh, well, the winds are calm or they're picking up, just keep in mind that the entire region there, we're still consider that to be a Santa Ana corridor. And of course, at times, those narrow wind fields will pick up, they'll calm down, they'll pick up again, and that'll be the case all the way through this morning. So while it sometimes might feel that there's a lull, it might not last very long. We are also looking at terrain as a big part of this. You see these canyons that most of these flames are burning into, and when fire is moving up a hillside, it preheats the vegetation above it, and so these fires move very rapidly uphill just because of all the drying that's taking place. Now, I want to also show you right now some of the strongest wind gusts. You could see that magenta. 50-mile-per-hour winds. Yes, that's possible. We're seeing 40 right near the beaches of Malibu, which is intense wind for the region, and at times those gusts are picking up to about 40. In the more mountainous terrain, 70 to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts are happening this morning, and so right now peak winds are taking place, and those peak winds will continue through most of this morning. I will say, though, as we push forward, you are looking outside and you're looking at some of the winds that will be calming down some. Right around 1 o'clock, will drop down to 19-mile-per-hour winds, and then will increase a little bit, getting back into the 20, 25-mile-per-hour mark and stay there for the rest of the evening. And the expectation for tomorrow is that these winds will not be increasing to the level that they are right now. Again, peak winds happening now all the way through about 9, 10 o'clock, and then we slowly start to see the decrease in wind speed. This is still going to be a very active and, unfortunately, red flag situation all the way through tomorrow. The reason being, look at these relative humidity levels. We're down to 8% over in the Woodland Hills. We're down to 8% in Van Nuys, 16% over in Malibu. That's really where most of the dry, compressed air is funneling through those canyons, those passes. That's that katabatic drying that's taking place, which means Santa Ana winds are coming down the hillside so rapidly that the transfer of energy is actually sucking out the moisture out of the atmosphere, out of the air, and it is creating a very tough firefight for firefighters. And I also want to point this out. Look over into the Inland Empire, 12% relative humidity through Chino Hills and Fullerton down through Seal Beach and Huntington Beach. And those places are also dealing with some very dry conditions. Riverside County, you're in there too, about 8% relative humidity. This is not where we're going to end. We're going to keep the relative humidity going downward, down to potentially 2%. In my career, I've only reported on 2% a handful of times, maybe 3, 4 times. So again, that becomes a real hazard for any fires sparking. Sparks can happen on accident. They often do. So again, this is a day that you really want to be conscious about the activities that you're doing outdoors. Are you using a backhoe? Are you trying to ride a dirt bike through grassy terrain? Anything that can spark a flame, or spark any type of ignition. This is the type of day you don't want to do it, just because of how low the relative humidity levels are. Then we get forward. We're going to move you forward a little bit. This is what it looks like over in downtown Los Angeles. Nice and clear. This is where we're seeing wind-sheltered areas. Downtown through the South Bay, most of the South Bay, you don't have much in the way of windy weather. So you're going to find that corridor to be very, very quiet. And then the red flag warnings, again, continuing forward for us all the way through, it looks like, tomorrow. Okay, so we're going to send it back over to you, but the hope is that this forward part of the fire, that forward flank there, will no longer be moving into, unfortunately, residential areas. We know that there are quite a few homes up on this hillside that we were looking at a moment ago where there are quite a few homes, but the hope is that maybe this will just burn out towards the ocean and be done with it, and then we get to see no more of this. Unfortunately, there is a long line of homes right at the ocean, so this is really a very dire situation for the firefight. I'm really hoping that we can see this stop the forward progress of this, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be helping. The winds are not going to be helping this situation out. We'll send it back over to you, John and Rachel.
Okay, Leslie, we will continue to check back in with you. On the phone, we have Pepperdine University student Gabrielle Salgado. Gabrielle, first, I just want to know, are you okay, and how are you in this moment?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm in the library, which is one of the shelter-in-place areas, so it really is one of the safest places to be. But, I mean, I'm exhausted. It's been a long night.
And tell us a bit about the night. When did you guys when were you first made aware of the fire, and what's transpired since on campus?
Yeah, so I was in my dorm around 11 p.m. and the power went out, and I knew with the red flag warning that meant a fire. And so I immediately, called friends, text friends, called my journalism advisor, just trying to make sense of it. And I came down to the library because I knew this was my shelter-in-place area, and I've just been here since probably 11:30 or midnight.
And Gabrielle, we heard some reports of maybe some, trees burning on campus, anything like that. Have you seen anything like that?
Yeah, so I'm actually sitting at the window where the trees caught fire. I was here earlier when they caught fire. They had palm trees on our park in front of campus, and they were just, some of the palms on the tree had caught a flame.
Now, I assume firefighters got it out, or it didn't spread. Is that what?
No, it didn't spread. The firefighters got it out pretty quickly. They were aligned. They were lined up on the road where the palm trees are, so they were able to put it out pretty quickly.
Now, Gabrielle, do you have friends, other classmates who may not live on campus, who may live off campus, and have you been in contact with them? Are they safe? Are they in the path of this fire?
Yeah, so I actually have a friend that lives through Malibu Canyon in an apartment, and he was one of the first people I called just to make sure, he was okay. I was checking to see if he had power. And actually, his roommate is in the library with me right now, and so he can't even get back home to his apartment. So I've been in contact with my friends, and I really, I sympathize with them because they're not it really is a stressful situation because they can't come to campus and they can't really leave campus.
And
to go through the canyon.
We're showing some of the photos you sent us, and it shows this fire just kind of approaching Pepperdine. What were your feelings and thoughts as you saw that? Because it's pretty scary looking.
It was definitely really scary because, that's a window that I look out often when I'm in the library studying. And so when I first came to the library, the flames were not that intense. And just sitting there, I sat by that window while I was sheltering in place, and just seeing the flames grow and seeing like that bright red color of fire just get brighter and brighter and brighter. It was so scary.
Yeah, it had to be terrifying. Gabrielle, what year are you? I'm just curious, and have you ever experienced something like this before during your time at Pepperdine?
Yeah, so I'm a senior. I've never experienced anything like this before. We've had red flag warnings in the past, multiple red flag warnings. And then I believe it was a month or so ago, we had another fire across campus, the Broad Fire, but it was much, much smaller than this. So this is the first time I've had to shelter in place.
Yeah, the Santa Ana winds really do change everything, and that's what you're dealing with now. It sounds like the worst of the fire has moved around the campus, according to a statement from Pepperdine. Is that your sense of things?
Yeah, that's definitely my sense of things. So the hill that I saw on fire when I first got here to the library, that's dark now. I can't see anything on there. But from PCH, so there you can also see PCH from the library, and I can still see some flames, but it definitely isn't as intense as it was earlier in the night.
What is the general feeling there in the library? How are your classmates, other students doing right now?
At this point, it just seems like students are tired, and there's a lot of students that are asleep or just laying down on the floor on our couches here. But at first, students were really stressed because, we're in the middle of finals week, and we didn't know if we were still going to have finals today and what that was going to look like and if we still needed to be studying for our finals. But that sense of anxiety and stress has seemed to subside a bit, and students do feel a bit more relaxed. But now it's kind of like this pent-up, anxiety. We've been locked in this library, and it's 3 a.m., so.
Yeah. Absolutely. Gabrielle, thank you so much for speaking with us. We're relieved that you're safe right now, that you guys are safe and okay, and hopefully the worst is past you guys. Thank you again.
And we continue
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Gabrielle. We continue to cover the Franklin fire, still burning, totally out of control right now. I think we're over 1,800 acres. Was that the latest
we're now
number
at
you had?
1,822 acres.
Firefighters have a lot of resources, at least 7 aircraft, according to the Scott Rife helicopters, dropping water on this fire. There are a lot of structure protection units in neighborhoods trying to protect homes. Sadly, we have heard of some structures that have been lost. We don't have a confirmed number at this time, but Jaysha was witnessing at least one structure that was lost, and firefighters indicated there may be several structures lost. So that's something we'll try and update on as we get more information.
And maybe we can make that map bigger, too, because there are plenty of evacuation orders, 2,000 homes under mandatory evacuation orders right now. And we have 6,000 homes that are under evacuation warnings. And pretty much if you are in that red zone, you need to leave. You are under a mandatory evacuation. If you're in that yellowish zone outside of the red zone, that is the evacuation warning. So just keep that in mind if you're living in those areas right now, because again, this fire continues to grow in size pretty rapidly.
And the Red Cross is also active. They have several shelters set up. Pierce College is accepting larger animals right now, so that's good news because we do know there are a lot of horses in that area, so people need to get their livestock out of there. And they're taking what they can and helping out in any way they can as well.
The Red Cross also set up a shelter at Palisades Recreation Center. They are providing water and food. They say they will have a hot breakfast, hot lunch, and you also are welcome to bring pets.
Well, okay, thanks for joining us live here on Eyewitness News at 4 a.m. We are updating you on live breaking news. We've been covering all night long, all morning long now, too. The Franklin fire burning in Malibu. Here's the latest. It started just after 11 p.m. So far, it's burned more than 1,800 acres. Operations at nearby Pepperdine University are suspended for the day. Students are in the middle of finals week. The university is activating its shelter-in-place protocols. As of now, at 4 a.m., more than 2,000 homes are under evacuation orders. 6,000 homes are under an evacuation warning.
Let's go now to Scott Reif, live in Air 7. Scott, what is the latest from your vantage point?
Well, Rachel, it's flared up a little bit. It's not good. I want to go to Sarah Road. We're getting reports they're losing homes in there, and it's kind of hard to tell. It's right along this eastern flank of the fire. Let's go to the satellite view, and you can see there's Sarah Road. And according to reports we're hearing, we did have a home, 1 or 2 on fire in that area. So certainly this fire sort of spread around down into this canyon. You don't see a lot of active flame there, but you don't have to go far to the, if you go to the right, Marcel, you don't have to go far to the east. That's east as we pan right. And that's where the real battle for this fire is right now. You talk to someone at Pepperdine, one of the students, it's laid down nicely there. We see little to no flame, but what they're trying to do is stop this fire from creeping to the east along Piuma Road. I'll bring up Sky Map once again and show you. They want to make sure they save this fire or stop this fire from spreading to the east. We did get some good information. I don't think we have any other fires in SoCal or even
Okay, it looks like we're having trouble with Scott's signal there. We're trying to get that sorted out. He did mention they want to keep this fire from spreading east because there's just so much vegetation to the east in that Malibu area. They're trying to contain it to this location here, even though there are a lot of homes here as well. The wind, of course, is the biggest factor that they're dealing with. The wind plus the humidity. Humidity levels, as Leslie Lopez said, below 10%. And it's going to get worse, it sounds like, in some areas, and it's going to go on for at least a couple days, which is really difficult to imagine with what we're dealing with.
Let's check in now with Eyewitness News reporter Irene Cruz. I think Irene just made it to Malibu. Irene, what's the latest?
Hey, John, Rachel, yeah, we just got here maybe 3 minutes ago, and what we're seeing this morning is that this is on fire, and flare-ups have been coming in and out in the past few minutes or so. And what's been very dangerous about what I'm seeing here on the ground is that embers have been flying up, a number of them, and that can quickly spread to other dry brush, some buildings in the area. So that's a big worry right now. In terms of wind, I'm not seeing heavy wind at this point in time, but that could obviously change. What I'm hearing from Danny Romero, he was mentioning that wind speeds could pick up when daylight hits this morning, so we're watching out for that. But right now we're seeing maybe 35 to 45 mile per hour winds. Gusts could be stronger than that in some areas, but we've been also watching a number of airdrops here. Some choppers dropping about 1,000 gallons of water on some hotspots that have been flaring up on this hillside. And right now we're standing about maybe 900 feet from the Malibu Pier. We're on PCH, but the Malibu Pier, we've just been given notice, is being threatened by this fire. Fire crews have structure protections in place. So right now their main focus is protecting homes, buildings, schools. I know Pepperdine is very close to this area. So students there are sheltering in place. Classes have been canceled tomorrow. Finals have been canceled as well. So they are preparing for whatever is to come tomorrow. And most of Southern California right now under a red flag warning for another day or so. So we're watching those high rates of wind speeds and seeing how this affects how this fire moves. We are, if you are just tuning in, we first reported on this about a little before 11 p.m. last night. It started around Malibu Canyon Fire Road and PCH. It started just outside the city, and it's been fast growing. I mean, within 3 hours, it hit 850 acres burned, and now we're sitting at about more than 1,600 acres burned. So we're watching how fast this fire is moving and growing. And again, out here live, I mean, there are just so many little pockets here on this hillside that will flare up and then die down, and then another spot will flare up, and it's just been one after the other within minutes. And it's a very dangerous situation to watch, and we're hoping for the best. We're sending our thoughts and prayers to all the families who are affected by this. I know many are wondering what the situation is with their home, and some even with livestock in the area, because this is a very rural spot. So we're hoping for the best. We don't have any exact numbers on buildings or damage quite yet, but we're working on getting that to you. John and Rachel?
Okay, Irene, thank you for that. Yeah, be careful out there. The fire really surging in some areas because of the wind, and we've seen just the embers really getting kicked up at times. And boy, if you don't have proper protection, those embers can get down the back of your shirt or something, and you can get burned pretty badly. So be careful out there. It's tough. And this is what the fire looks like in the hillsides above Malibu right now. Scott Reif was talking about preventing this fire from moving east, just because there's so much rugged terrain, so much open terrain, so much brush to burn, and then they have to worry about it spreading even further. So they're really trying to cordon it off and hold it into place where it is right now. The wind is pushing it to the west, which is some help, I guess.
And this fire started around 11 o'clock last night. Initial reports were 800 acres. Then it grew to 1,600 acres. Now we know that the Franklin fire burning in Malibu is at least 1,822 acres. Let's check back in now with Scott Reif. Scott, what's going on?
Well, the fire has laid down a little bit in some of the spots we were most concerned about. Now, take a look at the flame right there. You could tell the winds are relatively calm, at least for the moment. Now, it changes. You could tell because the smoke is coming straight up. We have no wind aloft here at 4,500 feet. But this is the ridge line right here they're so concerned about. I want to show you some video we shot moments ago right there. You're going to see video, and they saved this home with this drop. You could tell the light was on. There's the home off of Piuma Road. We had a fire engine that was damaged from the fire, and that drop right there saved that house. Now, we'll come back out to a live shot, and you can tell the fire has really laid down in that area they were so concerned about, which is the northeastern portion of the fire. They don't want it to go east of Piuma Road. Right now, they're just trying to figure out a way to contain this fire, knowing that more than likely the winds are going to kick up. And once again, right now, fortunately, the winds are relatively calm. This is the hot spot. I want to open up out of the shot, pan to the left, and show you the satellite view, and it gives you an idea what they're concerned about. Now, you see Pacific Coast Highway. Remember, it's shut down in both directions out of Santa Monica. It's closed, and out of Ventura, but you could tell where that fire is burning. And right off Sarah Road, we did hear a few moments ago they may have been losing a home or two. We hope that's not the case. We did hear that over the scanner. But as you stay on satellite and open up a little bit more for me, Marcel, on the top of your screen is where the fire started, and that's up by Malibu Canyon Road and PCH. There's Pepperdine, and the fire is really laid down nicely on the western flank. It's the eastern flank that is a concern, and I'll come back to that. But we've heard some really good news, and that is I don't think we have a fire in SoCal or even NorCal that's big, and they've ordered 15 tankers to hit this once we get daylight. If they do that with the big tankers, they're going to be able to set a Phos-Check line here, a retardant line, and it'll really stop this fire from spreading. That is going to be huge. If you remember with the mountain fire out in Fillmore, boy, there was no way. The winds were so bad they could not get the helicopters in, and they could not get the aircrafts in to make drops for 24 hours, and that really changed the scope of that fire, and it just devastated Camarillo Heights. In this case, the winds are nothing like what we saw, at least not right now. They could change. You can tell that smoke going straight up. It's not coming down the hill to the southwest. I'll show you PCH once again. Of course, there's a report that it jumped over PCH. We don't see it from our vantage point. It could be, obstructed by the fog, but we don't see much in the way of an area here that is really threatened. They have structure protection in place. They have a lot of firemen there, a lot of fire crews, a lot of fire engines along this entire area. So certainly the next couple of hours are key. If the winds kick up, everything can change very, very quickly. We have 7 helicopters making drops. 2 of those are the big Chinooks that drop 3,000 gallons in one drop, and they have been significant in holding that line. So I'll show you that line one more time, and that's what really is the concern right now. Of course, the homes are a concern. Structure protection is going to everything they can in that area, but this line right here is what they're concerned about. They don't want it to go further east, so that is the key right now as far as firefighters are concerned, to try and get this fire under some sort of containment, certainly nowhere close to any type of control. But if they can contain it from getting closer to, say, Pacific Palisades or some of those areas a little further south in Malibu, that's what they want to do, because there's some pretty heavy fuel in here, and it's pretty frightening. There's no question about that.
Scott,
Yeah, that's one thing we haven't talked about, Scott. We've had 2 winters of heavy rain and a lot of growth in the vegetation. And, of course, now all that vegetation is bone dry, and, boy, it's burning.
And Scott, thank you for talking to us about the winds. We know it's so critical at a time like this. We want to check back in with meteorologist Leslie Lopez because, Leslie, from what I understand, I know Danny Romero was forecasting overnight. He was talking about those winds possibly increasing over the next few hours.
You know, right now we're really dealing with the peak wind, so I do think that we're under the worst of it. So that's how it's probably going to go today. Now, how long does the worst of it last? I mean, really, it lasts all the way through about 9-10 o'clock this morning before we start to see wind speeds drop a little bit. Now, when they do drop, they're going to drop some. That'll be right around your lunch hour, and then they're going to continue to drop, looks like, and stay kind of right at that threshold of 25 miles per hour through this evening. So a better situation as we are getting into a pattern that'll be later in the afternoon, a little calmer. Now, I want to show you this, how offshore these winds are. So wherever the wind barbs are located, and we know that the fire is right near the surface here. If I can pull in a little bit, you're looking at it right along Malibu, getting closer to PCH. And of course, the wind direction is where the flames are going to go. So if you know that you are downwind of the flames, you just really do have to watch out. There's another component to this too. We do have terrain that also really helps drive a fire up hillside. So depending upon what hillside you might be on top of, that's also a very big concern. Fires like to race up hillsides, preheating the vegetation above it, climbing that mountain very quickly or that hillside very quickly. And so for people who are up at the top of these hills, evacuation orders already in place. And if you know that you're nearby or seeing embers or even just the flames, you might want to just consider that your situation could change very rapidly. Now, again, right there near the canyons, you can see that there is brush, there's chaparral, there's a lot of ignition in these canyons. And of course, the terrain doesn't help either. When we talk about canyon winds, they're a lot more erratic. They spin around. The heat of the flames also really help produce erratic wind behavior. So that becomes a threat for firefighters who are on the ground. So this becomes an aerial type of a situation. For the firefight. Then we move down into, I wanted to show you some of the wind gusts. If you could see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen there, you are looking at about 32 mile per hour winds down to about 38 in the Malibu area. Let me talk about the wind speeds because I know we have reporters stacked across the area. And there might be moments in time where the wind speeds feel like they're dying down. There are narrow, very narrow wind fields. You can see that flame. Look at that. That's a whenever we see that preheating and it gets very hot, we know that there's something very combustible there. You can see that little spin up right there, that flame spin up. I'm trying to show you on the right-hand side of your screen. That little fire NATO, you could call it, that is created by the escape of heat above the air pocket in that region. And so air has to rush in and replace what's rushing out of that column, and it creates that spin up, which also is a great indicator that there's high combustible, ignitable fuels there. So chaparral, brush, heavy at times. It's somewhat more sparse than the last fire that we saw, but it's still there. And of course, the hillside's a big concern. Now, I wanted to talk about the narrow wind fields through this area because there are so many canyons. You might find a pocket where the wind is quiet and it's calm. Then you get to another section of Malibu and the winds are howling. That's going to be the case throughout today, and that's going to be the case as high pressure continues to shift towards the east. So that narrow wind field will also shift along with high pressure. So when we talk about, winds are going to change, they could speed up, they could decrease or increase. The overall driving wind is still about 40 miles per hour. Now in the terrain, we can have different wind speeds all across this particular terrain. So that's also a big concern for firefighters. And fortunately, the firefighters who are out of this particular area have a great idea and great handle of how most of these canyon winds take place because of the years past, and fires often spark in this particular area. I did mention yesterday, I don't know if you remember, but high wind warning through the area. It's the only place we had a high wind warning yesterday, and unfortunately that's where the fire has broken out. Humidity levels are a big concern. Here's the hourly map for you, just to give you an idea of how the winds are going to go. Right around 10 o'clock, the winds drop. About 11 to noon, drop some, and they do not come back to that 35, 40 mile per hour threshold. They're going to stay right about 25. This is the other big problem. This is what's going to keep, while the winds are slowly calming down throughout the afternoon today and throughout tonight, even though we'll have some wind tomorrow, they're going to be a lot calmer than what we're looking at right now. But the bigger problem will be the humidity levels, and this is what's going to keep the red flag warning in effect all the way through tomorrow. We're talking about 8% relative humidity through Woodland Hills, 11 into Malibu. We're talking about katabatic drying of our air mass, which means that when those winds are dropping down the hillside and moving out to the west, they're dropping at such a rapid, fast rate of speed that the only way that the energy can be transferred is by compressed air. So that compressed air creates an opportunity for moisture to escape. So, I mean, this is really sucking out the moisture in the air, the wind speeds are. So 8% relative humidity down into Woodland Hills. You move down into the South Bay, Redondo Beach, 64%. This is not going to be the worst of it. We could see 2% relative humidity levels. When we talk about relative humidity, the problem with relative humidity in terms of the general population is that if you are outdoors doing any type of activity, this could spark a fire. So anything that could create a spark could ignite a fire. So you really want to be conscious of what it is that you're doing outdoors today, whether it is yard work. If you're riding a dirt bike in hilly, grassy terrain, we've seen fire spark that way. Pulling along a trailer and there's a chain dragging and it's creating a spark. Those things that are often very accidental and you're not thinking about it could spark a fire very quickly when we talk about 2% relative humidity. It won't take much. So again, be very, very cautious and conscious of what you're doing today. In addition to that, a ready, set, go mentality would be great. Look at the Inland Empire, Chino Hills, Fullerton, Seal Beach, down to Riverside. You're down into almost single-digit territory. You will be there later on today. So again, those are also places that are going to be of concern later on this morning and into the early afternoon. So have anything that you need to grab quickly, prepared and ready to go, and keep that phone handy. We'll send it back over to you, John and Rachel.
All right, Leslie, thanks. I remember a scene from the Woolsey fire at Pepperdine University, which was about 6 years ago, and it was so dry that the wood chips they used to put around the plants to keep the moisture in, they were burning. So anything will burn at this point that's made of wood or something flammable like that. It's just so dry out there.
Let's check in now with Eyewitness News reporter Irene Cruz. Irene, we understand some homes nearby are burning.
Yeah, there are a few actually. There's one on this hillside that was burning right in front of us. It's actually burned out, unfortunately, but it's right here above PCH. And as you were mentioning just a few moments ago, it is really dry out here. It's hard to breathe. It's hard to talk. The wind right now has calmed down slightly, but that can change within a number of minutes or even seconds. And we've been watching a few flare-ups here. And right now I'm seeing a lot of ash flying through the air with the wind. The good news is that we are hearing that the worst of the fire has pushed at least past Pepperdine University, so that is good news there. And something we've been seeing, airdrops, about 1,000 to 3,000 gallons of water, depending on what type of aircraft it is. And the smoke right now that we're seeing is currently just sort of lingering in the air. It's sort of billowing over those hot spots, and something we've seen with a number of other fires that we've covered is they can either do that or they can be visibly fast moving. And right now I'm not seeing too much movement with the smoke here in this spot where I'm at, which is PCH. I'm about 900 feet away from the Malibu pier. Something we have been mentioning this morning is that the last couple of winters we have seen a lot of rain, and with that comes a lot of growth of vegetation. So that's why we're seeing so much dry brush that this fire is using as fuel and spreading so quickly. I mean, within 3 hours, this fire went from 0 to 850 acres burned, and now we're sitting at about 1,600 plus acres burned. We're still waiting for updated numbers and seeing 35 to 45 mile per hour winds right now in some spots, maybe even faster than that in others. And again, this fire first reported before 11 p.m. We have been monitoring it as it's been burning. We don't have an exact assessment on damage yet in terms of buildings, how many have burned, how many homes have burned, any other structures, any outbuildings. But we are still waiting for that, and we'll get that to you as soon as we find out. But in the meantime, again, hotspot after hotspot here. Flare-ups and embers have been the big concern. We'd watch like a flare-up and then hundreds of embers just fly up into the air and then spread into that nearby brush. So it's a very dangerous situation in terms of spreading to nearby buildings, schools, any dry areas that are nearby those embers. John and Rachel.
Irene, I was just curious, have you seen any fire on the west side of PCH, or is it still on the hills above on the east side?
Right now, I'm only seeing it on the east side, on the hills. But that's not to say that it's down PCH, that it's a different situation.
Okay.
We are seeing some water drops happen as Irene was doing her live shot. We now also have Scott Reif, who continues our coverage in the air. Let's go to him now.
Yeah, Rachel and John, this is the area right now that they're really concerned about. This is the eastern or the southeastern flank of the fire, and you can see it has really flared up. They wanted to stop it from spreading further east of Piuma. On the northern end, they kind of did, but boy, there's another flare-up as well. I'll bring up Sky Map one time and just show you. They really want to stop that fire from spreading further to the east. There's Malibu Canyon Road. Piuma Road runs down here. They do not want it to get any further east than that. That is the key right now for firefighters, for the helicopters especially. Boy, excuse me. And then as we pan down to the south, there's an area off of Sarah Road, and that's where this flare-up is right here. Also off of Sweetwater Canyon Road and Sweetwater Mesa Road. We had reports they were losing homes right in there, and that area right there does have a lot of structure protection, but still the winds are swirling around in there. We don't have like a huge wind out of the north like we see with a lot of Santa Anas. It's coming down to the canyon. It's swirling around. I don't see any flame right now really going south of PCH towards the shoreline, and we do have a lot of structure protection, a lot of firefighters on PCH. Keep in mind, PCH is shut down out of Ventura and then north out of Santa Monica, which is going to put a lot of added pressure on the Ventura Freeway. More than likely, PCH will be shut down all day, as well as Malibu Canyon Road. That is shut down. The fire started about 11 o'clock last night, closer to Pepperdine, Malibu Canyon Road, and PCH. But now this looks a little better, but that's the nature of these things. All of a sudden, the fire looks like it laid down a little bit, the winds are a little bit calmer, and then all of a sudden it'll take off. But this is the area they're really trying to hit. And as I mentioned earlier, the winds right now are, I wouldn't say calm, but they're nothing like what we saw with a mountain fire, where they couldn't even fly a helicopter. They couldn't get in the air tankers. We understand we have 7 helicopters making drops on this fire right now, and they believe the air tankers, if the winds stay the way they are now and what they're projected to be, the helicopters and the tankers, which are going to be huge, as many as 15 have been called up to make retardant drops around this fire. That will be a huge effect on containing this fire, stopping it from continuing to grow. But the real battle right now is that eastern flank that we've been showing you, and then I want to show you satellite view one more time on a wide shot to really give you some perspective, and then of course all those homes right in there. The home at Sierra Road right there in Malibu, that was reported to be on fire. That's why we put the red dot there. Kind of hard to see through the smoke, but all of those homes are certainly threatened. The fire moving mostly to the east, away from that area. But boy, if they could get some tankers in here and then make that drop on the eastern flank, it will be a huge advantage for them in stopping this fire from spreading east. So right now the winds have not picked up. The winds aloft right now are relatively calm for us. You can tell the smoke is going straight up, so that means we don't have 40-mile-an-hour winds out of the north at the moment. But boy, you know, Rachel and John, as soon as the sun comes up, we've seen it so many times, the winds start to change a little bit, they get a little bit stronger, and then they sort of swirl around a little bit more, and then all of a sudden you have more exposures. So we're going to have a long, long day ahead of us.
Yeah, we sure are. And of course, the temperature goes up with the sun too, so that changes things as well. All right, Scott, we'll check back with you. Obviously, it's as you mentioned, it's going to be a long day. Last night, we spoke with a video journalist, Frank Nielsen, who sent us the first video of the Franklin fire as it started around 11 p.m.
Nielsen was behind some of the first fire trucks on the scene. This is how he described the conditions late last night.
The fire started as I was going back home I figured I better get my valuables and load them up in my truck. There was evacuations already happening along the route towards my place, and it seemed pretty chaotic. It's spooky around here. All the power's out. The street lights are out, so PCH is black, with the exception of an occasional emergency vehicle with its lights and a few cars that are going up and down PCH. It's black dark here. The smoke is not bad at all, and the wind is not bad at all at the moment, but the moon has got that eerie orange glow. It's very dim. I don't know. It's just really spooky looking around here.
And that was Frank Nielsen reporting for us on the conditions as well. We are continuing to cover the Franklin fire, now burning more than 1,800 acres. It is primarily in the area of Pepperdine University, even though Pepperdine now appears to be in the clear, the fire kind of moving past it, but it is now threatening homes on the hillsides south of Pepperdine. And of course, it is going to be a long day as firefighters try and contain this fire.
You can actually see it from our LAX camera. Once again, too, we want to remind folks that if you are under a mandatory evacuation order or warning, the Red Cross has set up an emergency shelter. This is at the Palisades Recreation Center. I'm going to say the address. So this is at 851 Alma Real Drive. That has been upgraded again to an evacuation center. Right now, they are providing water, they're providing food, they're providing hot breakfast and lunch, and we'll go from there. They're also accepting pets and carriers or crates, so you can go to the Palisades Recreation Center at 851 Alma Real Drive if you are in this impacted area.
And if you have a larger animal like a horse, you can bring that animal to Pierce College in Woodland Hills, which is also accepting animals. And there are a lot of horse properties in Malibu, so this is going to be an issue. And they are prepared to help you out if you're in a situation where you're trying to evacuate your horses.
We're going to now go back to Eyewitness News reporter Irene Cruz. She has been on the scene for a little bit now. She rushed to the scene in Malibu. Irene, what is the latest? What are you seeing there?
Well, just a few moments ago, John and Rachel, the scene looked like that had that very eerie orange glow, and now it's sort of died down and it's gotten very dark out here. We are still seeing a lot of ash, and it's gotten very smoky as well, but the flare-ups in this area at least have calmed down. Again, that could change, especially with wind picking up when sunlight hits and we get that sunrise. We've been watching the airdrops, dropping about 1,000 to 3,000 gallons of water in each hotspot. Let's give you another look. Unfortunately, we did get a look at a home that was burning. We got some flames on it, and it's just one situation out of many. Very heartbreaking to hear how many families are incredibly worried about their homes, not knowing what the situation is in their neighborhood. So our hearts go out to them. And as you mentioned, John, before, it is now burned more than 1,800 acres. We have seen trees catch fire here on this hillside, and there are still a number of little hot spots that have relatively calmed down. But you're taking a look right now at this flare-up, and you can see the smoke moving. That was not something we were seeing just a few minutes ago. So it's a good indication that the wind has picked up, at least in that spot. So something we are also monitoring is the Malibu Pier, which is about 900 feet away from us. We're standing here on PCH, and that is still threatened by some fire with embers flaring up and going up into the air with each hotspot that we're seeing. About 35 to 45 mile per hour winds right now, but we're watching all of the situation. It's very fluid. Things are changing. We're not quite sure how long this fire will last or what the exact containment on it is quite yet. So we're working on getting those numbers to you, as well as some updates on some damage. I know a number of families are so curious and want to know how many buildings have been damaged or even completely lost. So we're working on getting those numbers for you. John and Rachel?
And yeah, be safe out there. It sounds like it's pretty hectic. We want to check in with Leslie Lopez, get the latest on the weather conditions and the wind. And Leslie, everybody's hoping these winds are starting to die down, but I'm not sure that's the truth.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, this is an interesting Santa Ana. Most Santa Ana winds will happen become very strong during the morning hours. This one happened overnight, so this one's just a little different than most of the Santa Anas that we deal with in Southern California. So some of the peak winds began around midnight, and they're continuing now. So we are still under peak winds. The peak winds are going to continue. Let me just show you this hourly bar graph for you, just to kind of give you and paint a picture a little bit. The winds are going to continue all the way through. It looks like about 10 a.m. before they really come down. I don't see that we're going to have increasing winds through this morning. Again, this is just slightly different dynamics when we talk about this particular Santa Ana and where the region is. This particular corridor in particular, I really don't expect the winds to pick up. So again, back down about 30 mile per hour winds at about 8 a.m. They continue to go down to about 18 at 2 o'clock, and they bounce up a little bit by about 4 p.m. They're back to about 25 mile per hour wind gusts. west, and that'll be the case through this evening. And then tomorrow, we are expecting to see even a calmer wind event. The problem with this red flag warning is that the humidity levels are going to stay very, very dry and continue to be dry through Wednesday. So that's also why we're going to keep the red flag warnings. Even though the winds are calming down as we get farther into this afternoon, evening, into tomorrow, the humidity levels are not going to change. They're going to still stay very dry. 8% relative humidity through Woodland Hills, 9 now through Malibu. I mean, the air is just getting drier as we speak, and the expectation is that the humidity levels are going to plummet to about 2%. Again, I've only seen 2% a handful of times in my career. So again, getting that dry means that we are able to ignite a fire with a spark very quickly. So I mean, any spark, you really want to be conscious of your outdoor activities today. Santa Clarita, you're around 11. Look at Inland Empire locations, about 10% right now. In Riverside, that's going to go down, single-digit territory. The worst I've seen several years back in San Diego County, relative humidity levels went down to 1 to 0%. That was the worst I had ever seen, and there might be an opportunity for that to happen here, but right now it looks like maybe 2% is where we're going to stop. And I mean, 2% is an awful humidity level. You're going to feel it on your eyes, on your skin. Again, so just be very cautious as you are heading out the door. This is the wind speed right now, 38-mile-per-hour winds out towards Malibu. This is going to be the gusts. So again, we're talking about gusts. Gusts about 40 miles per hour, very possible through the area. You get into mountainous terrain just above that, and we're talking about 70, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts happening here this morning. And so again, there are some very strong driving winds. That driving wind is creating that drying as well. So again, that's a big problem. And whenever we have situations like this, no matter where you are in Southern California, when we're under red flag warning conditions, which is pretty much all of Southern California now, you really want to have that ready, set, go mentality. Have all of your documents ready to go, know where they are, easy to grab. Have any of your personal belongings that are of value to you, have them available and easy to grab as well, because you might have to evacuate in a hurry. Oftentimes these winds are really creating the speed at which the flame is moving. Now, terrain will mitigate some of that or slow it down or speed it up. But right now we're talking about a driving wind of 38 miles per hour through Malibu. That is where that wind is, and that's how fast some of those flames are moving and some of those embers are moving. So again, I also, I know a lot of our reporters are scattered across the area. And so we have these narrow wind fields, particularly in Malibu. So you might see a reporter dealing with some very strong gusty winds, while the next one might not be dealing with much, and it looks a lot quieter. But the reason being is just the terrain there really has an opportunity to change the wind pattern. So you really want to look at terrain too when you're talking about the wind. Although the driving wind is about 40, some of those canyons and passes are creating their own type of wind. And then the fire that's burning through the canyons and passes also helps amplify some of the wind speeds, just because there's air getting rushed out of a column of heat. So the air is escaping very rapidly. And so air needs to rush back in to replace the lost air mass. And when that happens, we have more wind in the area. That at least adds to the trouble for firefighters. The terrain is not helping. The vegetation is not helping. We have very, very dry vegetation. Fuel moisture content is low. We know that we have chaparral, heavy brush in the area, medium to heavy brush in the area. So again, that's also helping to ignite this fire. And you'll see some of these hillsides combust almost just because of how much vegetation is through the area. So be cautious and careful today. I know this is just so heartbreaking to see more homes lost in the area, and our heart goes out to everybody. And you think about what the future looks like in the immediate future, and how this is going to be a long played out situation for a lot of families during the holidays too. It's just tough. We'll send it back over your way, John and Rachel.
Okay, Leslie, thank you. And this is Eyewitness News live at 4:30. We are updating you on live breaking news. The Franklin fire is now burning in Malibu, and this is the very latest. That fire has burned more than 1,800 acres.
Yeah, more than 2,000 homes are under evacuation warnings. Those are in the darker red zones. 6,000 are under evacuation warnings. Those are in the orange zone. The fire has spread across PCH to Malibu Road. The worst of this fire has pushed past Pepperdine University. Students are sheltering in place and classes have been canceled.
We actually spoke with a student on the phone in our last half hour, Gabrielle Salgado, and she says that those students are tired, they're exhausted, but at least they're safe. They're sheltering in place right now at the library.
Yeah, she took some pictures for us and showed us as the fire was approaching, and obviously a very scary situation for those students. But yeah, no reports of any injuries.
And we know classes there are canceled today. Let's go to Eyewitness News reporter Monica de Anda. Monica, what is the latest where you are? And first, where are you?
Rachel, John, we moved down PCH. The closest thing that I could think of here is Civic Center Way. We're really close to Civic Center Way along PCH. And if you look just here off to my shoulder, you can see this hillside that seems to be on fire. We have seen what looks like a roof. We don't know if it's of a home or some sort of restaurant or another kind of building. It's hard to tell because it's still dark out, but we have seen those flames really close to structures here from this vantage point. And you can see all the brush that is surrounding this area. And this is what firefighters are up against. You can maybe be able to hear the fire engines here behind me. They are all here on scene trying to protect these structures, whether there are homes or restaurants or businesses. Not too sure from this vantage point, but you can see the presence here from firefighters. We're waiting to see if we hear any helicopters. Not yet, but those flames coming really close to at least what appears to be some sort of roof to something. We don't know, don't want to speculate and say it's a home if we're not too sure yet, right? But as you can see, a lot of vegetation. It's very dry out here. Humidity is low, and we have been feeling those Santa Ana winds all morning. They are, as I'm speaking, picking up just a little bit. So that is not good. It does not help with the embers. We've seen those embers, especially around 2 o'clock this morning when I first got on scene. They were just flying. It was like a torch of embers going back and forth, and that does not help. Of course, that only fuels the fire. It does the opposite. So again, giving you a look at the hillside. We'll continue to see what more we can gather here. But for now, reporting live in Malibu, Monica de Anda, back to you guys in the studio.
Monica, I'm just curious, have you seen a lot of residents in the area, or are people pretty much clearing out?
From this area, people are clearing out, but when we were further down PCH, we saw a lot of people outside of their homes, and they were telling us, we don't know if we should leave yet. We're kind of just assessing the situation. So a lot of people definitely awake and trying to figure out if they're going to go. It seems like, though, a lot of people, at least on this side, closer to Civic Center Way, have in fact left.
Okay, Monica, thank you. On the phone, we have photographer Frank Nielsen. Frank, we understand that you were one of the first photographers to arrive on scene. What can you tell us? I believe we have Frank Nielsen on the phone. We may have to go back to him in a moment.
We'll try and work that out.
Okay, Frank, do we have you?
I'm here. I can hear you.
Frank, tell us when you arrived in Malibu and what you saw.
Well, I got an alert on my phone right around 11. I'd have to check for accuracy, but I jumped in my truck because it was only 1.5 miles away, and I followed a fire truck on Malibu Canyon to where there was an area right on the side of the road with a lot of flame, and it grew probably in 10 minutes. It looked like the whole canyon was involved, and it grew very rapidly. It's been moving down PCH. I live, like I said, about 1.5 miles from where it started, and it's burning down the hill right now. We just had a water drop. Neighbors are, hosing down their properties. We've got our fingers crossed. We already loaded our valuables in our cars, and we're ready to go, but we're kind of sticking around because it doesn't seem like there's a lot of fire trucks around, but when a hot spot opens up, it seems like you're on your own, kind of, some areas. So,
Frank, can you confirm for us? We've heard reports that the fire's burning on both sides of PCH. Is that what you've seen?
I can confirm that. I just was at the Michael Landon Center, and they had a flare up there where a few trucks pulled up, and it was burning right up against the side of Michael Landon Center, which is on the ocean side of PCH. I also was down by City Hall, and it was burning right up to the edges of City Hall. I'm sure a lot of their vehicles are damaged or caught fire. There wasn't much fire trucks in that area at the time, but it sure was an inferno. Over by City Hall, just, I don't know, not even 30, 45 minutes ago. Right now, I'm looking at probably 20, 30-foot tall flames racing down the hill. Not even half a football field from PCH. And all that it has, left before it hits the ocean is one side of PCH with homes and the other side, and then it hits the water. But seems to be burning alongside of PCH, just kind of blowing towards Santa Monica.
And Frank, right now we are playing video that you shot earlier. It appears that a number of people in that area did heed the warnings and are evacuating. I know you said you live in that area. Are your neighbors evacuating? Are they staying at home? What are you seeing?
Well, my immediate neighbors, they're just squirting off properties right now with hoses. Like I said, we all loaded our cars very early on before we were threatened. I could tell it was coming this way, so I did the same. I loaded my stuff up. So we're just kind of waiting till the last minute to leave, but the wind is not bad right now. It's a slight breeze with an occasional gust, but this fire is big. I'm going to guess that I'm looking at flames from where I stand, probably spanning 2 miles of flames along the, and I'm standing on PCH. I can see it clear up by Pepperdine from here, and I can see it, I would say Carbon Canyon. I can see glowing over there. So,
and it appears, and Frank, it appears to be moving southwest. Is that how you'd say it?
Well, it's kind of moving along PCH towards Santa Monica.
Right.
Like it doesn't seem to be, racing towards PCH. It seems to be more burning towards, to the south towards Santa Monica and Palisades area, where there's a lot of homes and fuel. I sure hope this wind doesn't come up as predicted, because right now it doesn't seem that frightening, although there's a lot of open flame.
Right.
But I know when those winds come up, it's scary.
Yeah. Were you there in Malibu during the Woolsey fire? I'm just curious.
Yes.
And did you evacuate?
No, I've stayed for every fire. I've been here for decades. And I don't know, I've just learned to position my vehicle properly so it's easy to get out and kind of stay till the last minute. In fact, one of the big fires in Malibu, I actually was set up working with a tripod filming the flames come down the hill. And I thought, I can't believe I'm going to film my own home burn.
Oh, yeah.
And at the last second, one of those big orange helicopters hovered, right next to the building and dropped the water and put it out. I mean, at least where the building was. So we just got singed and bubbled a little bit. And so we've had close calls for certain, but right now just the whole hillside is lit up with open flame.
Frank, we are wishing you the best and your neighbors. We hope you stay safe. We hope that your home is not threatened. We hope you can stay with us. We're going to check back in with you in a moment, but now we want to go to Eyewitness News reporter Jaysha Patel. Jaysha, we were just speaking with photographer Frank Nielsen, and we know those water drops are so critical. I believe there are 7 helicopters right now making drops. They've been making them overnight. What are you seeing? Have you seen any of those drops happen this morning?
Rachel, we have seen multiple helicopters. I haven't seen the actual drops happen, but they're definitely circling around in this area. We did actually go up into the mountains over there. You can see the fire is burning. Almost looks like it's coming towards us because we are seeing more of that orange glow. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get too far because, those roads are very narrow, and we definitely want to leave enough room for those fire trucks to get up there. But we did see a power line that was already down. Fortunately, the power is off, so that's not an issue at the moment. But because that power is off, the city is kind of pitch black. It's a little ominous out here. We're even having trouble with our signal to, communicate with you guys, and also our cell phones out here. But we've just been seeing many emergency crews trying to get a handle on this fire. Earlier I was on PCH and the fire was burning on either side of me. That fire just jumped to the PCH, And so it's been really difficult. You know, when we first got here, only 300 acres was burned, but now we're talking, 1,800 acres. This fire has just spread so fast this morning. 2,000 homes are under evacuation warnings. 6,000 homes are under evacuation. And I spoke with a woman earlier this morning, just heartbreaking to speak to her. She evacuated with her boss. She said she barely had any time to gather anything. She gathered some sentimental things that reminded her of her father, but she says that they actually have livestock. Only one horse they were able to get out of there, but they said that 2 other horses ran away, so she's just hoping that they're okay. But the problem with this fire, definitely these winds. When we first got here, didn't really feel the wind, but now, it'll be calm 1 minute and then you just get that big gust. You'll see those embers and the smoke, those flames will pick up, even if things were calm just a few minutes before that. Overnight, those winds were 60 to nearly 80 miles an hour. And so that's really is what fueling this, along with low humidity. And, I spoke with, Los Angeles County fire officials yesterday, and they said they really expected things to pick up around midnight, and this fire broke out before midnight around 10 or 11. And so this is no surprise that this fire broke out, but those winds are still going to be whipping this morning. And so it's going to be difficult for firefighters to get a handle on this, but I can tell you we've seen so many crews on standby, zipping by us, a lot of sheriff's units out here as well. Right now, pretty cold. We're feeling the wind, definitely low humidity. But I want to toss to sound right now so you guys can get a gist of what we're seeing out here.
The horses were back at the house. I couldn't get them, but at least I feel a little bit okay because I feel like I released them, and they're not, I'm just hoping for the best. I was speechless. I can't believe it. Nothing. I'm choked up. I want to scream and just cry, but what can I do?
So as you just heard there, she was so emotional when I was talking to her. She had tears in her eyes. She was choking up. She said that there was some water nearby. She was hoping that the 2 horses that escaped were able to go there. But she says that she's just shocked. She's speechless to see the fire get this close to PCH. She's never seen this before. So it's just heartbreaking to talk to people and just kind of see how tough this is for them, because we're seeing homes on fire. We're seeing people lose their livestock. And so just a really tough situation for everyone out here. If you're just joining us this morning, this fire is being called the Franklin Fire. Again, if you're a Pepperdine University student or you're a parent who's concerned about their student, classes and finals are canceled for today. And so right now it feels a little bit like a ghost town where we are right now. We're not really seeing people. So hopefully that's a good sign of people evacuating and going to safety. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks. And one thing you notice with these images is just how rugged the terrain is around Malibu, and that is a big part of the problem. It is incredibly rugged. There's a tremendous amount of vegetation that has built up over the last 2 years. We've had these really great winters, all that rain. Well, that's a lot of growth because of that. All of it now is a threat to these communities, and firefighters, of course, dealing with these incredible winds and low humidity.
Let's check in now with meteorologist Leslie Lopez.
John, you just said it, and unfortunately we're in a La Nina pattern. If we just had one really good rain event, maybe 2 this season, we would be dealing with quite a different situation. We just have such dry vegetation and plenty of it, like you said. So unfortunately, the season that we're in right now is a season that Southern California just does not want to be under. Then you throw in a Santa Ana wind event, and this is going to be considered an extreme Santa Ana with very strong wind speeds and incredibly low humidity levels, some of the lowest that I've seen. So again, that's going to happen later on today. We're going to get down to potentially 2% relative humidity. Again, ignition happens very quickly when we talk about 2% relative humidity. A spark could ignite a fire very quickly and easily, so really be cautious of what you're doing today outdoors. That's the big message for anybody that's outside. And then also the other big message is have a ready, set, go mentality. We know that these fires happen very quickly. You don't have a lot of time to react and grab the things that you need. So just make sure that you have all the documents and valuables that you want to take with you in a place that's easy to access and get going when you need to, or when you heed the warnings that the fire officials are going to be sending out potentially to some other communities near and around this fire. And hopefully we don't see any other fires break out today. What we'll notice too is right now red flag warnings are going to continue not only through today but tomorrow as well. well. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Why is that? Some of the winds will be calming down throughout today. We are expecting to see some wind speed velocities get down about 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts right around the afternoon. And that would typically get us out of at least wind advisory category or even a high wind warning category. We wouldn't be in it. But the red flag warning we're going to stay with because of the humidity. I mean, this is really just, unfortunately, a tough situation when we talk about fire ingredients. We have the very low fuel moisture content, and then you throw in the critically dry fuels that we're just mentioning, and then we're just talking about rapid fire growth with those very low humidity levels and the winds. Now, unfortunately, the offshore conditions are going to persist through about Friday morning, so that means the dry weather persists through Friday morning. And here's where the fire is burning. Now, if you know you're downwind of the fire could be approaching your area. What's particularly interesting about this Malibu area, you can see the canyons, the hillsides, the terrain, and that's also going to drive the direction of the fire. So it's not just the wind in this particular instance. Yes, it'll be wind driven primarily, but then you talk about the hillsides, and fires like to climb up hillsides very quickly. So depending on what hillside this might be on, you might see the ignition of the tops of those hillsides happen very quickly. So again, heeding any evacuation warnings would be, keeping the phones, I guess, handy would be very critical to making sure you get out safely. This is the direction of the wind, northeasterly, so pretty traditional Santa Ana's, except for one interesting part of this is usually our Santa Ana's pick up in wind speed early in the morning. This one was unfortunate for a couple reasons. One, that the peak winds were going to happen overnight, right around midnight, and that's what we saw. And unfortunately, in addition to that, we saw a fire break out in the middle of the night, and that just becomes a real hazardous situation for people trying to escape and evacuate. So now we're looking at the winds continuing forward into Malibu, 38-mile-per-hour winds through the area, 33 in the Thousand Oaks, and then again, relative humidity levels that are going to go way down. Here's the timeline of the wind speeds, just in case you wanted to look at that for your own well-being and in your own peace of mind. You're looking at 32-mile-per-hour winds around 4 a.m., which we're seeing right now. The gusts are going to stay right around 30, 35, staying there till we get into the afternoon. They drop down about 25. There's a little lull around 2 p.m., but that probably won't stick around for long. So about 25-mile-per-hour winds through tonight. So that is a nice, at least, wind speed reduction. We're talking about gusts right now. And then also humidity levels right now into 8% going downward. Will continue to go downward for this afternoon. So again, some of the, I know we heard some of the wind speeds possible, 60 to 80 mile per hour wind speeds. Just keep in mind, too, that that's going to be the mountainous terrain, so really high terrain, 8,000 feet, 7,000 feet. So we see the max wind speeds at that level. Right here through the Malibu area, you're looking at about 35, 40 mile per hour wind gusts possible. And again, we're talking about very narrow wind field. So you're hearing people say, oh, the winds feel pretty calm here. And that's likely to be the case just because of the canyon, the terrain. But you go a mile or two in a different direction, the winds are going to be gusting. So that's how that particular area plays out. Firefighters stacked all across these hillsides. We're really wishing them a safe effort here. And of course, our thoughts and prayers with anybody that has lost a home or is trying to evacuate. This is really just another tough situation here in Southern California, and what a bad season for it. I mean, talking about La Nina, all the vegetation, all the dry fuel, you couldn't get worse. These are all the ingredients that we really don't want, but we have, again, this season. We'll send it back over your way, John and Rachel.
It really created the perfect storm. Leslie, thank you.
We want to check in with Irene Cruz. She is on PCH near the Malibu Pier for an update from her location. Irene, how does it look right now?
Rachel, John, what you're taking a look at right now is a home that was on fire, and maybe just a minute or two, there were fire crews up there with flashlights and hoses trying to save that home. And as you mentioned, we're on PCH. It's closed in both directions. There is this hillside that sits right above PCH. That's a neighborhood. And we've seen a few homes this morning that have unfortunately caught fire and were in flames, with fire crews trying their very best to save them. But we have seen flare-ups and hot spots, embers going up into the air. So it's been a very active morning. And actually, this stretch of PCH was very flooded with personnel, and they have since moved out. And I think this speaks volumes as to how fast these fire crews have to move from issue to issue. They can't just linger on one spot. They have to tackle the areas of concern most. So they're moving constantly all across this stretch of Malibu. And it's, in terms of conditions out here, it's very dry. It's difficult to breathe, very smoky as well. And we've seen some improvement along this stretch. I mean, earlier it was very eerie. There was an orange glow that was all over this hillside, and now it's darkened, and what we're seeing are just pockets of flare-ups and some smoke that is fast moving. More than 1,800 acres have burned, and we've been seeing trees catch fire. Families here very concerned about homes and businesses and schools. And we talked to one man this morning who says he's going to stay and protect his business.
At what point tonight did you realize that this fire was going to threaten your business?
Around 11:30. I think when most of us kind of found out. I have a shop, clothing shop, temporarily on leave. And yeah, it's my whole life. So as an owner-operator, I'm going to stay here and fight for it.
Okay. What does that look like? Are you watering down the building? Are you
watering my building, watering my neighbors' buildings, the area around it, the trees, just make sure that everything is damp around us. That's all I can do. This isn't our first rodeo in Malibu, so it's kind of like a way of life where if you want something to stay up, stay here and fight it.
Obviously, this is just one of many stories that we're hearing about families, homeowners, business owners who are concerned about the places that they live and the places that they work. So you can obviously feel for this man who is trying to save his business. And many families are very worried about what they're going to come home to after this is all over. But there are some evacuation orders and warnings in place. In terms of orders, there are about 6,000 people who are affected by this. So if you are one of those families, just have all your belongings, your valuables with you. Make your way out of the area because this is not a situation where you would want to stay. In terms of warnings as well, have that go bag ready just in case you are being asked to move out of the area. Also, I did want to mention that there is an evacuation center. It's the Palisades Recreation Center, and you want to make your way over there if you also have pets. They are accepting them in crates, and it's a great place to just find some relief, have a place to rest, have something to eat, have some water. And we're really hoping, John and Rachel, that fire crews can get a handle on this fire this morning, and that so many of those families who are affected can come back to their homes fully intact. John, Rachel?
Irene, thank you. It's definitely a precarious time, a terrifying situation, and you feel for all of those individuals, families who feel like they want to stay and need to stay to protect their home or their business. But we do have to say, of course, that's not recommended.
It's not what firefighters want.
They want you to heed those warnings. If you are under a mandatory evacuation, they want you to get out. If you are under a warning, they still would like for you to leave if you can and go to one of those shelters.
And if you are going to stay, you need some protective gear. You want to cover up. You don't want to have exposed skin because the embers are flying everywhere and they hurt. Trust me, it burns pretty badly. So you want to cover up maybe blue jeans, heavy boots. If you're going to stick around in this, you really need to prepare yourself for it.
Absolutely.
We want to talk to the Red Cross. Mimi Teller is manning the evacuation center for us. And Mimi, what's the latest from there?
Yes, hi, good morning. So we have people starting to check in. We're open and ready for business. And as already mentioned, we are welcoming pets. And if you have to get out of your home without a crate, we will have crates here shortly. So please come. We do have some people sleeping in their cars outside, so we're hoping to encourage them to come inside where it's warm.
And Mimi, what is your capacity right now? How many people can you accept?
This facility takes up to 851 people, so we are ready for as many people, and we can always open other locations as needed.
About how many people do you have there right now?
Right now, we've had about 5 check-in, and there's a few more in the parking lot, so I'm sure we'll see more as the morning unfolds.
And Mimi, give us the location, the address again real quick.
Yes, Palisades Recreation Center, 851 Alma Real Drive in Pacific Palisades.
Okay, so just down the road pretty much for a lot of these folks, which is good. It's close.
And you will be providing and already are providing water, snacks, and then later in the morning you'll provide a hot breakfast. I'm told a hot lunch as well.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Everything, the basic needs people need. We have cots set up with blankets, and it's a safe, secure place open to everyone affected by this event.
Mimi, folks in Malibu, if anybody's used to this kind of stuff, it's got to be them. What kind of reaction are you getting from people as they come in? Are they shocked? Are they scared? Or are they just like ready to wait it out?
Yeah, it's all the emotions you've mentioned, and they're tired. A lot of people had seconds to get out. So we have some people in their pajamas, and, they just threw their loved ones and their pets in the car, and they're here. So shock and fear and exhaustion are the three biggest emotions we're seeing.
Well, it's good to know you guys are helping out. I'm sure that is some comfort, at least for those folks. Mimi, thanks for talking to us.
Let's go live now. Thank you, Mimi. Let's go live now to Eyewitness News reporter Monica de Anda. Monica, please tell us where you are and what is the latest there.
Hey there, right now we are on PCH and an area just between PCH and Malibu Road, and you see here behind me the fire engines. They have been here for quite a while now, making sure that they are on the ground and fighting this fire as best as possible. But I want to turn your attention to the hillside over here. That's really the area that we've been looking at, concentrating on that orange glow. We're trying to figure out what exactly this area is. It's very dark outside, but you can definitely see the orange flames. The wind is picking up again. So we have periods where it dies down a little bit, but then periods where it peaks up and starts again. And that doesn't help with the flare up. So we've continued to see this place grow with flames. And we have seen actually some helicopter action above this area. So that looks to be good news. But again, with the wind situation, that does not help out here. We have seen again active flames. Fire crews out here, and you can see off in the distance all the smoke, and it's orange, and then you see the white smoke up above, and that's what we've been seeing as we've been making our way further down PCH. Again, this is between PCH and Malibu Road. Not too sure if there are homes here, if it's the businesses. We are looking to figure that out right now. I don't want to assume, but fire engines are on scene, and as we learn more, we'll bring that to you. For now, live in Malibu, Monica de Anda, back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Monica, thank you. Stay safe out there. And thank you for joining us live at 5 a.m. We've been covering breaking news all night, all morning long. This is the Franklin fire that is burning right now in Malibu. This fire broke out around 11 o'clock last night, and this is the very latest. The fire has burned more than 1,800 acres. 2,000 homes are evacuated. 6,000 homes are under an evacuation warning.
And if you're looking for shelter for yourself and small animals, head to the Palisades Recreation Center or Pierce College if you have horses, perhaps. A lot of people do in that area. They're accepting the larger animals. So the Palisade Recreation Center if you have cats and dogs, Pierce College for horses or other large animals. PCH is closed in both directions. The worst of the fire has pushed past Pepperdine University, where students are sheltering in place. Power, though, is out across the campus and across Malibu. As I mentioned, students sheltering in place. Classes on Pepperdine's campus have been canceled for the day.
Let's check in with meteorologist Leslie Lopez for a look at conditions.
Hey, good morning. Right now we do have some very strong winds through the area, and I know that we're listening to our reporters. At times these winds seem to be quieting down and they pick up again. We have narrow wind fields right through the area because of the terrain in Malibu, lots of canyons, lots of hillsides. And so with that, you could find areas and pockets where the winds calm down, but the driving wind overall is still around 38 miles per hour through the area. Then you get up into higher terrain, mountainous terrain. We're talking about 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts happening up higher away from this particular fire. But we will start again to continue, well, at least see relative humidity levels fall even more so than where they are. So not only the wind, but the relative humidity along with the very dry vegetation is what's really creating this opportunity for this fire to spread very rapidly. We could also see extreme fire behavior on account of the terrain. The terrain is a really big part of why this fire is moving so rapidly up hillsides. There's plenty of chaparral and brush. There's a lot of ignition through the area, combustible. So firefighters are really working hard, but you'll see these big areas where embers are just floating up in the sky, making way for more combustibles to ignite across these hillsides. So unfortunately, the situation that we're looking at will continue for several more hours. Let me show you what the expectation is for today. I'm moving you into the future with our timeline here, and I'm getting to see, again, a nice wind velocity drop right around noon to 1 o'clock. We'll stay around 20 to 25 mile per hour wind gusts beyond that point, and then into tomorrow morning, it should be a bit calmer in terms of wind. I wish that was the whole story, that the winds are going to die down and then we'll be out of the woods. Unfortunately, with this particular Santa Ana, we have very low humidity levels, so that really keeps us at a very critical fire danger. And with that, we are looking at relative humidity levels already. I mean, the sun hasn't come up yet. We're looking at 7% in Van Nuys, 8 in Woodland Hills, 8 in Malibu. When the sun comes around, we have that radiation, the heat of the day, and so we know that our humidity levels are going to plummet, getting down to about 2%. I've only seen that a handful of times here in Southern California. And when we get down that low, look at Ontario. Goodness, that really fell fast. 4% in Ontario right now. When we have relative humidity levels that low, approaching zero, I mean, ignition could happen so quickly on accident. Often fires start accidentally, especially when we have relative humidity levels this low. Anything that could spark could ignite a fire. So again, that includes if you're towing a trailer and you have a chain and it's dragging across the pavement, there's sparks coming off of that. That could start a fire. If you want to go dirt bike riding today in a grassy hillside, a bad idea. Any type of exhaust or combustion from the exhaust could create a fire. Again, if you're working outdoors and you accidentally spark your metal object against a rock. Maybe it's a backhoe. We've seen that with construction. We've seen it with Caltrans. We've seen events like this very accidentally begin when relative humidity levels get down to the single-digit territory. So that's what's really dangerous about this particular event that we're dealing with here, the Santa Ana wind event, yes, but also very, very low and very dry conditions. The fuel moisture content ends up being a really big part of this story, too. We've had no rain this season. I mean, really trace amounts, and that's been it for Southern California. If we had one good rain event, too, this season, this would be a different story. We'd have a lot better fuel moisture content, and perhaps these fires wouldn't be igniting and starting and spreading so rapidly. But unfortunately, it has been so dry, bone dry, and continuing to get worse over the next several hours. So this becomes a long played out situation, and this will continue all the way through tomorrow and then on into Thursday morning before onshore conditions return and we add in a little bit more moisture back into our forecast. We are under a La Nina pattern, and unfortunately for Southern California, that means a very, very dry season. So we've seen that already and likely continue to see that through December. And boy, one good rain event would have really changed this for Southern California, but it's just not happening this season. So all the ingredients for this to be a tough season in SoCal, certainly here. We hate to see structures lost. This is, you know, the Christmas season too, holiday season. And our hearts go out to anybody that's, you know, watching, losing homes, anybody that's in the evacuation zone. Have that ready, set, go mentality. Try to get out as quickly as possible. And also when you're evacuating, sometimes we forget that cars are trying to escape and get out of the area very quickly. So watch out for people too while you are evacuating, because that becomes another danger for firefighters as well. We'll send it back over your way, John and Rachel.
Okay, Leslie, thank you so much.
We want to check in with Monica Deanda. She is live on the fire lines in Malibu and get an update from her situation. Monica, what are you seeing?
Well, John, Rachel, right now you're taking a look between Malibu Road and PCH, the hillside area between these two roads. It's been flaring up, and you can see those the orange glows off in the distance, and then we see some of them die down, and then right now we have wind coming again strongly, and that's when it really picks back up, and that's a situation that we're dealing with. We're talking about a fire that began last night around 11 p.m., and we've been here since 2 o'clock this morning. We've seen it spark up, we've seen it come a little down with the wind. Right now we're in a situation with the wind again, fueling that wind. We're starting to see little pockets glow a little more, if you will, in the night here that we have. So again, a lot of dry vegetation all around here, and that is part of the problem, right? Because it's been so, no rain, it's been so dry. We have a ton of vegetation all around here, and that's only fuel for this fire. Now, we have also seen fire engines going up and down PCH. We've seen helicopters making drops this morning. You may be able to see something off in the distance there. I can't necessarily hear if it's a helicopter. It's a little distant, but you can definitely see there's a lot of efforts. This is all hands on deck. We've seen helicopters this morning make drops, several of them, and of course, we know that this fire came really close to Pepperdine University. At one point, they were sheltering in place, and students were very worried. We spoke to some of them on the phone who told us, you know, it's tough, it's scary. We're in finals week. We were thinking about going home. We're trying to study, and now we have this fire. So just note that if you are a Pepperdine student or a family member of someone that attends Pepperdine University, classes have been canceled for today. There will be no finals. And again, you're taking a look at the hillside area between Malibu Road and PCH. You can see that fire being fueled by the wind. And of course, seeing those embers in the air, will continue to be here on the ground and keep you updated on the situation. For now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Monica, thank you. Incredible how things can change so quickly. Let's go now to Eyewitness News reporter Irene Cruz. Irene, what is the latest where you are?
Hey, John and Rachel, I just actually ran into a resident here in Malibu. His name is Robert Morin. Good morning, Robert. And you were just walking down here. And can you kind of just explain to me what you've been seeing overnight and this morning in this area?
Well, we had some strong winds a few hours ago that were worrisome. They seem to calm down now, at least down here on the street. There may be a few homes. I don't know. I've heard some reports on the radio that there weren't any homes, just some outbuildings. That would be great, but there's possibilities from homes being burned up in the hills.
Yeah, I mean, this morning we were just seeing a few homes here in this neighborhood on this hillside, unfortunately burning, and that's just absolutely horrible news. And I know that you're a homeowner here as well, and you were here just walking through the area, and I noticed that you weren't overly stressed out or frustrated, and that's because you tell me that you had a plan in place.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, have a plan, be courageous. But when it's time to go, then you have to go. But get all your belongings together, all your important papers, follow your plan, and get ready to leave.
And you have a hose on your roof, you say?
Absolutely. I put the hose on the roof right away. As soon as I got the alert, I stretched the hose onto the roof, because on this side of the street, what will happen is the embers from the fire will get our shrubbery. So just get ready for that.
And Robert, you're a longtime resident of Malibu, so this is not your first rodeo.
No, absolutely not. I moved here in '84, and I've been through every fire since. The '93 fire was horrible. The Woolsey fire was horrible. But have a plan. Stick to your plan.
Your home is under mandatory evacuation or warnings?
Yes, it is right now. I've got the notice that is a mandatory evacuation.
Okay. Well, we're certainly hoping that your home is okay, that your family's okay, and that this area is protected as much as possible by those fire crews. So thank you so much for talking.
I appreciate it. The fire department is doing a great job.
They certainly are. I mean, they've been monitoring hotspot after hotspot, so they've been doing a great job. Robert, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And John and Rachel, we've been monitoring the situation here throughout the morning. And I do want to point out here this hillside here in the background. Before, we were seeing a lot of those flames at the top of the hill, and it was a big flare up where a lot of those embers were just shooting up into the sky and then spreading. And now you can see it's moved a little bit towards the right side of the hill. Jared, if you could just pan over, and we can see more of that active situation where the flames are burning a little bit hotter, and the smoke is visibly moving through the area. But I've seen maybe 4 or 5 airdrops on that hill alone in the past hour or so. But in terms of wind, it's calm here in this stretch of Malibu on PCH. By the way, PCH is closed in both directions, so do keep that in mind. In terms of visibility, it's not great. Also, breathability is not awesome as well, because I'm having a little bit of trouble taking in some good air. So we're going to send things back over to you, John and Rachel. Just know that this is a very active situation. The crews are doing their very best, and they're moving from hotspot to hotspot to tackle the areas of most concern at that point in time.
Yeah, and Irene, you can see a lot of ash in the air as well. Fortunately, I don't see any embers right now where you're located. Well, that's certainly some good news. Thanks for that report.
Let's go live now to Scott Rife. He has refueled and continues our breaking news coverage of the Franklin fire burning in Malibu. Scott.
Yeah, Rachel and John, once again, it's the eastern flank that is of most concern, and that's what you're looking at right now. We just, as you mentioned, got back from fuel, and the fire got back from getting fuel at Van Nuys Airport, and the fire looks a little better than it did when we took off earlier. Now, the winds appear to be relatively calm. They're switching. You can tell just by looking at the smoke. If you have a really windy day, the smoke will just go right over the Pacific Ocean. You wouldn't even see PCH. Right now, for the most part, it's a terrain-driven fire. Obviously, we talked about how dry it is, but some of the big hot spots they've knocked down, and the helicopters have been key. I want to go, though, to the satellite view and open up wide because it really gives you some perspective. We understand now Carbon Canyon is the area they're really worried about. Carbon Mesa Road was in that shot just a moment ago. Right down in there, Carbon Mesa Road. There's a couple homes right in there they're concerned about. But if we tilt up a little bit, Marcel, we'll just give you some perspective as to where this fire started. There's Pepperdine, right about Malibu Canyon Road and Pacific Coast Highway. Boy, excuse me. It is so dry. That is approximately where the fire started, about 11 o'clock last night. I think I've got an update since we were getting fuel, but it's got to be 2,000 plus acres by now. It's consuming acreage pretty quick, and I think 1,800 was the last official update that we had. Now, there's all sorts of structure protection in here. Go to the live shot, if you would, and see what it looks like. If we go back to the live shot, you can see PCH. And then just to the north side, up along this ridge line towards Carbon Canyon, that's the area they're concerned about. They're hitting it really hard right now with the helicopters, making as many drops as they can. Now, we did hear a report, I think it was on Sarah Road, that they may have lost a home or two. We really couldn't see it, though, and when we glanced down in there, we didn't see a home on fire. So hopefully that was just maybe partial damage to that home, maybe a little fire, and firefighters knocked it down. But certainly it's too dark for us to really get a gauge on exactly how many homes, if any, have been lost here. But that's the line. That's the eastern flank of the fire. Earlier this morning, the northern end was erupting. That's up by Payuma Road. They made drop after drop. They were able to save a home right in there, and now the northern end is no longer a problem. Of course, the winds are blowing from the northeast to the southwest. The Pacific Ocean is the best fire break that you could have, and it doesn't appear to me that PCH is in any jeopardy right now, or the pier. But this line of fire on the eastern flank is exactly where they're going to focus all of their attention right now, besides the structure protection at the homes themselves. And we do understand, you know, because we have much lighter winds right now than we had, say, during the Woolsey fire. It was incredible. The mountain fire that we had up in Moore Park and destroyed Camarillo Heights, the winds were so tough for those fires that they couldn't get the helicopters in and they couldn't get the tankers in. But right now, if we don't have a significant wind change, they've ordered up 15 tankers once we have daylight, and that will make a huge difference. If they can get retardant dropped around this fire, they can really slow the spread, and once they do that, they can focus more of their attention just on saving the homes, and I think that's what's going to happen here. So the winds are key. We know the humidity is so low. It's cool relatively. It's not hot, but certainly it's going to be a long day trying to get this fire completely under control.
Okay, Scott, thank you. We are remaining cautiously optimistic there, and that aerial view really helps us gain some perspective about how quickly and how vast this fire is at this point. But we want to go now to a person we spoke with overnight. Longtime residents of the Malibu area were woken up last night and being told to evacuate.
Yeah, we spoke with one man who grew up in the area and said despite the threat of the fire that it poses to his childhood home, he and his family have been through this before.
We kind of know what to do, right? Fill everything up, bags, and then empty the safe and call some friends. It's foggy and smoky, some crazy videos, but there's a lot of police, a lot of firefighters. We're thankful. There's not much else we could do.
Yeah, Malibu residents, if anybody's a veteran at this, it's the residents of Malibu. They've been through so many fires like this. A lot of them have chosen to stay, watching their homes with garden hoses, doing what they can. We just want to remind people to be careful, obviously. Dress appropriately. There are a lot of hot embers coming down out of the sky that can really cause injury. So you really have to be careful if you are going to stay. Obviously, firefighters would prefer everybody just evacuate and get out of harm's way.
Let's go back now to Eyewitness News reporter Monica de Anda. Monica, remind us, when did you get on scene? I know you've kind of been moving around, but can you give us some perspective in terms of any improvements that you've seen since you arrived, I believe, a couple of hours ago at this point?
Yeah, Rachel, I've been here since 2 o'clock this morning, and we've seen moments where we really had embers just swishing right in front of us, and it was really, we were surrounded by that orange glow on all sides. Right now, I want you to take a look. This is a few hours later. This is behind me. We are between PCH and Malibu Road, and you may not be able to see them here because it's really dark, but there are firefighters right there, and that is because we just literally saw the fire make a quick zigzag up the hill in a matter of 15 seconds because of the wind. Now that wind has died down right now, but we're seeing it go stronger, and then it dies down, and then it fuels the fire again. If we move on over to the other side of the hillside, you could see more progress that this fire has been making, and that is because it's in an area with a lot of dry vegetation. We know we haven't gotten a lot of rain. That's not helping. It's only fueling the fire. And unfortunately, that's what we've seen in this particular area where we've been for about 30, 40 minutes now. We've only seen it grow into different sections. And I can tell you that the fire engines are here behind me. There are firefighters in there, down in the trenches, doing their best, doing what they can to fight the flames. But right now, with the winds peaking and then they calm down, that does not help. And then we begin to see, like you and John are mentioning, those embers fly. For now, live in Malibu, Monica de Anda, back to you guys.
Okay, Monica, again, be careful out there. Again, it is about the wind, it is about the humidity, and Leslie Lopez has been tracking it very closely for the past few days. And Leslie, the humidity levels you mentioned, incredibly low.
You know, yeah, that's probably one of the biggest parts that will at least extend this red flag warning all the way into about Wednesday. And then Thursday morning, we're still talking about some very dry weather through the area before the onshore winds return, and then we get recovery later on Thursday. So again, this is a long drawn Santa Ana when we talk about humidity levels being as low as they're going to be. Right now, we're already seeing relative humidity levels down into single digit territory, 7, 8%, 4% already in Ontario. The expectation is that they're going to get down to 2%. I mean, I don't often report on 2% relative humidity levels. I've only done that a handful of times in my career. And what is unfortunate about when we talk about these 1, 2, I've even seen lower than 1%. When we talk about that, ignition of a fire can happen very quickly just because of a small spark. So again, you really want to be cautious. Consider your outdoor activities today. Anything that can spark anything, you know, anything. I mean, we're talking about chains being dragged on trailers. I mentioned that before. If you're driving in a grassy area, be very cautious of that. I know that the Caltrans crews are also very cautious on days like today too, but we've seen Caltrans work ignite fires as well. So again, this is going to be a long drawn out situation through today, through tomorrow, and then finally Thursday morning we'll have some recovery here. The good news is, and we've been talking to a lot of our reporters, we've been talking to Scott Reif, we've been seeing the smoke plume. The plume's going straight up into the air, so we know it's not lying flat. If it were, we know that some of the driving winds are really, really strong. So that's not the case in this particular region. This corridor, though, tends to have some erratic wind behavior anyway. That's based on the terrain too. So while it looks like the winds aren't driving this fire, the terrain certainly has enough of at least dynamic situation for firefighters to stay on high alert. We are looking at some of these canyons. I mean, you get right into these canyons. You have these narrow wind fields through these canyons too, and all of the heat that's taking place in between these canyons. And so the fire can spread very rapidly, and that remains a concern right through this Malibu area. Most of the winds are still out of the northeast, 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible through the area, continuing forward all the way through about 10, 11 o'clock today. And then we'll see the winds start to calm down some. About 25-mile-per-hour winds will happen a little bit later today. But right now it looks as though most of the flames are being pushed up the hillsides, that they're burning, and then the embers are getting fanned and moved across the area. And so again, this particular region, we're going to see those offshore winds continue. Offshore winds continuing all the way through about Wednesday, Thursday. But most of the winds, I'm hopeful you'll see a nice wind reduction, at least the velocity of that reduced to about 25 miles per hour right around 2 o'clock today and staying there through tonight. So it won't be a high wind warning category. So that's how it's going to play out later on today, and then into, unfortunately, tomorrow. While the winds aren't going to be as big of a factor, the relative humidity levels are still so low that this still becomes and remains a red flag warning situation for Southern California. All right, John and Rachel, I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Leslie, we will be checking back. Thank you. This morning, we did speak to a doctor who does live in the area.
And he explained what happened when he got the message to evacuate. Take a listen.
What you were doing and what you're doing right now.
I was asleep and I got a phone call on my cell phone to evacuate. So I spent the next 20 minutes
changing batteries,
getting dressed, and turning the water on in my sprinkler system.
Just doing whatever you can to water down your property?
Yep, yeah.
Is this something you've gone through before? This is not something new?
I've lived here for 50 years, so I've been through several fires.
And again, that was a doctor we heard from right after he got the message to evacuate. Just again, an update on the Franklin fire burning in Malibu County. This fire broke out around 11 o'clock last night, quickly spread to 300 acres. Now, we believe it's probably above 1,800 acres. We know the last reported number was 1,822, but we believe that it has spread beyond that. Let's go now to Eyewitness News reporter Irene Cruz. Irene.
Since that 1,800 acres burned number was delivered. So we'll give you that update when we receive it. In the meantime, let's show you the scene. It's very ominous right now. The area that we've been here in for about maybe an hour and a half has calmed down. The flare-ups here have died down just a bit. It seems like the flames are moving more east at this point in time. But we've seen at least 4 or 5 airdrops on that hill where you're seeing that orange glow in the past hour. And these helicopters have been dropping about 1,000 to 3,000 gallons of water. And as we've been watching this in real time, it's just kind of impressive to see when the water hits. It doesn't look like it's making much of an impact. And I think that it just speaks to the magnitude, the stretch of this fire, how big it is, and how much fire crews are really having to deal with here, because these flames can quickly spread and grow with these flare-ups, especially with the embers just going straight up into the air and spreading to some nearby dry brush. And now that we are getting closer to sunrise, it will be interesting to see how the fire crews might change their strategy on how they handle this firefight, so that's yet to be seen. In terms of what we are still looking at over concerns over the Malibu Pier, Pepperdine, the worst of the fire has moved past Pepperdine University. There are still concerns about the famous Malibu Pier, but for Pepperdine students, classes were canceled today. Finals were canceled or at least postponed. They are in a shelter-in-place situation. The power has been out, as well as a lot of Malibu. And earlier, we actually talked to a longtime resident here in Malibu who's been here since the 80s. And I noticed that he wasn't overly stressed, overly frustrated. And he was telling me it's because Malibu has seen situations like this, fires like this. So many longtime residents know what they're dealing with, they're prepared, and they have their go bags ready to go and know when it's time to leave. So John, Rachel, many families just like that situation.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that people could be so prepared, but when you think about Malibu's history, this is every 4 or 5 years they're dealing with this, and at some point, you know, you just get ready for it and you know what to do, and it's good to hear they are prepared and doing that. A lot of people have evacuated, though, and that's the preferred situation that firefighters would like to see. They'd like to see everybody get out of there, because if you're there, it's one more thing they have to worry about. But Irene, thank you. Yeah, a lot of folks doing what they can to save their properties.
And we did just get an update from LA County Fire. Unfortunately, we won't hear anything from them until about 7:30 this morning. That's when they have a planned news conference. Obviously, their hands are full right now, but we do hope to get an update from them in 2 hours at 7:30 when they have a news conference to update us on the Franklin fire.
Meanwhile, we want to check in with Scott Reif live in Air 7. And Scott, it looks like plenty of fire burning out there.
It certainly is, John, but compared to what we saw earlier, you know, we were out here about a little after 2 o'clock this morning, and the fire was consuming a lot more brush. There was a much larger fire line at that time than there is now. One of the reasons are the helicopters. They've been making drops. There's 7 helicopters constantly making water drops on the eastern edge of the fire that's burning now into Carbon Canyon, and that is the real concern. On the top of your screen, that's the northern flank of the fire, and they stopped it from going over Piuma. That was flared up there. 2 2:30 this morning, that's really was a concern. A couple homes up there were threatened, but the helicopters made drops, and they stopped it from spreading to that house. Now, we did see a structure. We couldn't tell if it was a house or not on fire just a moment ago. That home we've been watching, they've been able to save that. I want to give you a wide shot, though, because the perspective is very interesting, especially when we pull out the sky map. Overall, you could tell it looks a lot better than it did at 2 o'clock this morning, at 2:30 if you were with us. But if we go to the satellite view, it really shows you exactly what we're dealing with down in there. I don't see anywhere south of PCH that is a concern at this point, but right in this area right here, there was a home just reported at 3201 Retreat that they had to send structure protection to. That home reportedly on fire. Another home on Carbon Mason Road they were concerned about. But on the top of your screen, Malibu Canyon Road, you see way up in there, that's up Cane and Doom Road, but Malibu Canyon Road right there at Pepperdine, that's Pepperdine University right there. That's approximately where the fire started, and then it moved to the east. Now we have a Santa Ana wind condition from the northeast to the southwest, but the winds are relatively calm for this type of condition. We'll come back out and show you. When I flew the 92 fire up and down PCH, we couldn't even get through that Malibu fire because the winds were so heavy, the smoke was blowing over the Pacific Ocean, and the visibility was so low. Also in the mountain fire, the winds were much heavier up in Moore Park, and that's why we had so much destruction in Camarillo Heights. They couldn't get the helicopters or the aircrafts in or the air tankers to make drops. We've got helicopters pounding this fire. We have structure protection in place, and we have a report as many as 15 air tankers may be en route to get retardant drops around it. One of the reasons they get so many resources, I believe we don't have much in the way of fires up in Northern California, and I don't believe we have anything in Southern California, so at least for now, they can get a lot of resources in here. There's a flare-up right there. That's towards Carbon Canyon on the eastern side. It's burning in medium brush. We don't have a lot of heavy brush in this area. Heavy brush would be, basically what you see in a forest area, like up in the Angeles National Forest, but it's medium brush with a lot of chaparral that is burning. But you could tell, one more wide shot, Marcel, and you could tell, especially if you saw this, and I know Rachel and John, you did see it earlier this morning, this whole hillside was lit up. It looked much, much worse. Now, right now, it looks much, much better, but if you've covered these things and you watched them or if you've seen a fire before, you know how quickly that can change. And certainly the fact that the air resources are up is a big advantage, but there's still a lot of homes, especially right in here. Can we go to satellite on that? Is that a home there? It's kind of hard to tell sometimes, but that's right at PCH, and that's just in an area south of Malibu Canyon Road or to the west. So we still have a lot of homes and areas that are threatened, but it does look a bit better. Come back out to that live shot and just give you one more wide perspective. But 1,800 plus acres, that's for sure. That was the last official update. Sadly, I think that's going to be even higher. But when the tankers come in here, I really think they're going to be able to surround this fire and stop it from spreading. So that's pretty encouraging.
Okay, Scott, thank you. We'll continue to check back. This is Eyewitness News live at 5:30. We are updating you live on breaking news. The Franklin fire burning right now in Malibu. This is the very latest. The fire has burned more than 1,800 acres. Fire officials are set to give their first news conference in about 2 hours at 7:30 this morning.
And more than 2,000 homes are under evacuation warnings. Those are in the darker red zones. So we do have a map. I thought of that. 6,000 are under evacuation warnings. The worst of this fire has pushed past Pepperdine University. Students are sheltering in place. That's because of an order approved by LA County Fire. Classes have been canceled for the day.
And we also have an update, too. We know we just got this into our newsroom that classes also canceled for the Malibu schools, the Malibu School District, Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. So because in response to this fire, there's no power right now. And so the schools that are included are Webster Elementary, Malibu Elementary, Malibu Middle, and Malibu High School. So those schools are closed today. And if you've been forced to leave your home due to the fires, the Red Cross has shared details of an evacuation center that is now open and accepting pets.
We've set up a shelter at the Palisades Recreation Center. Address is 851 Alma Real Drive. 90272. We have capacity for anybody who's been affected by this. We urge people to come, and pets are welcome as long as they're in crates or carriers. We've had a few people show up. We're setting up the cots right now. Our snacks and water are already available, and we will have hot breakfast and lunch as needed throughout the day. We'll take it step by step.
With Monica DeAnda, she's on the fire lines on PCH, and let's get an update from her. Monica.
Hey there, John and Rachel. I want to give you guys a look right now at the firefighters, and you can see them there looking at this hillside between Malibu Road and PCH. It's just really taken off here, and that is because of the wind. You may be able to hear it. It's now howling again, and every time that the wind picks up, we start to see this fire just move its way up the hillside, and that is not what we want to see, but that is unfortunately the situation here. There's a lot of dry vegetation in this area, a ton of trees, a ton of brush, and that is all helping fuel the fire. When we got here about an hour ago, the hillside did not look like this. There was little portions that had these hot spots that were on fire, but now it's slowly but surely connecting, and that is because of the wind. Again, right now we're seeing it pick up, and you can see a big flare up right there, and that's what we've continued to see. It started small, it started toward the bottom of the hill, and it's just been working its way up, and you may even be able to see those embers now. You can see them going just in through the air past the smoke, and that just goes to show the velocity of the winds, the strength, and then the possibility that this will continue to spread because those embers, right, if they hit the dry vegetation, which is all around here, and it lights it up, then boom, we have another hot spot, and that is what firefighters are up against. But they are here. Again, we know so far more than 1,800 acres have burned. We are expecting to learn more from fire officials around 7:30 this morning when they hold a press briefing, but we will be here, continue to monitor how this hillside looks and if any structures are threatened. For now, reporting live in Malibu, I'm Monica DeAnda. Back to you guys.
Okay. Monica, thank you. From my understanding, we have a city of Malibu, a media official on the phone, Matt Meyerhoff. Matt, what is the latest? What can you tell us right now about this Franklin fire?
Well, we've been working on this since fire started at 11. We know what you know, which is the firefighters are doing an excellent job of trying to contain the fire. The sheriff's deputies did a really effective job on evacuations. One of the really important things with evacuations for folks to know is it doesn't rely on cell phones working, because we know that there's spotty cell phone service across Malibu right now, which makes it really hard to get people through emergency alerts, which mostly go through cell phones. But they go door to door, they pound on people's doors, they drive up and down streets with bullhorns on. They wake people up out of their beds to get them out of their houses to make sure they're safely evacuating. So we know that was very effective. We also followed that the fire, after a couple of hours, jumped over PCH, moved southward towards the coast, jumped over PCH and headed into Malibu Road. It spread through the Sarah Retreat neighborhood and threatened structures in those places, threatened structures in the Malibu Knolls and Sweetwater Mesa areas, and it extended all the way down to the ocean around the Malibu Pier and was threatening the Malibu Pier, which we've been told has been protected and is intact, and it was threatening some other structures around the Malibu Pier. We don't yet have any confirmation on exact levels of damage or total destruction of homes or other structures. We just don't know that. But it is certain that some number of homes are definitely going to be badly damaged, and we're hoping for the best. We want the Malibu community to know how hard we're working for them and that we care. We know that they're going through a really difficult, traumatic time right now. Having experienced the Woolsey fire, this is the scariest thing that can happen in Malibu, and we're working around the clock in our emergency operations center to make sure they have the information they need to stay safe and support the evacuation efforts by the sheriffs and support the firefighting efforts.
Matt, we know a lot of people have decided to ignore the evacuation warnings. They're staying put. And I know Malibu residents are veterans at this. They've seen a lot of this. Any advice you can give those people if they are going to stay, what they should be doing?
Well, as far as we are concerned, if there's an evacuation order, an evacuation warning, people should leave the area. Homes can be rebuilt and possessions can be replaced, but lives can't. We know, of course, the community's experience during Woolsey Fire and losing so many homes and the inability to save homes. And the fact that so many residents who stayed behind, they did actually save a great number of homes by their own actions, putting out spot fires and things like that. But we can't recommend for people to stay behind. It's about life safety, and anyone that stays behind during an evacuation order also becomes the responsibility of the firefighters to take care of their life safety, which takes their resources and their attention away from protecting homes. So for us, the best course of action is to follow evacuation orders, follow the directions of the fire department and the sheriff's department. And particularly for elderly people who have mobility challenges or people with disabilities, it's recommended to get out early to make sure that you can get out safely. People that rely on medical devices and things like that, they face additional challenges in evacuation, so they should give themselves enough time and leave the area early.
Matt, all morning we've been in contact with officials from the Red Cross, and we know they've set up an emergency shelter at Palisades Recreation Center. Has the city of Malibu set up any additional emergency shelters for impacted residents right now?
No, that's the area that we're directing folks to for an emergency shelter at the moment. The city has not set up a shelter. Red Cross has not set up a shelter inside the city limits. We also know that there's a large animal evacuation center at Pierce College, which usually does when we have wildfires in this area, and that's at Winnetka and Victory in Woodland Hills. And we also know that the Recreation Center in Palisades is also accepting people with pets as long as they have carriers, so people can go there. And we also want to make sure people know that they need to come to a complete stop at any traffic signals that are disabled. The city has deployed its emergency generators to provide backup power to traffic signals on PCH, which is an ongoing safety issue. Anytime we have power outages is those traffic signals, because people just don't necessarily see them or know the law, which is you got to come to a complete stop, like a stop sign, at any disabled traffic signal. So we've deployed generators to keep those traffic signals running, but that can be a real life-threatening situation when people run through those. So.
Right. Good advice, Matt. Okay, Matt Meyerhoff with the city of Malibu. Thanks for the latest information. Hopefully we can check back with you later this morning. We want to check in with Leslie Lopez again for an update on weather conditions. It is all about the weather, all about the wind, and all about the humidity levels.
Yeah, unfortunately, giving people a heads up that a red flag warning situation is approaching. Santa Anas are coming into view. This becomes, one of the unfortunate situations out of our weather. Our climate is very dry, too. We're in a La Nina climate pattern. So with that, it's not, and it hasn't helped this season in terms of any rainfall. We could have really used a couple of storms here this season. And so far, we've really had just trace amounts of rain that could have really changed the situation for us this season. But unfortunately, with this Santa Ana, the very low humidity, the dry vegetation, and some of the wind that we're experiencing, plus this terrain, it's really creating an opportunity for this fire to rage. Now, we consider this particular area in Malibu a prominent fire corridor, and you've been hearing from residents that they've lived through many different fires throughout the years. And of course, here we go again with another fire in the region, and this becomes a real situation for homeowners who are trying to evacuate, get out of there safely. You really want to consider your ready, set, go plan. And also when you're evacuating, make sure that you're evacuating with caution. There are a lot of fire personnel standing. There are people trying to get out, pack their things and go. So watch out, especially when it's dark outside. Just watch out for people as you are heading down the hillsides or the roadways or evacuating. That becomes another challenge for firefighters too. Air quality is going to be a big problem today. Of course, we know that. There's a lot of smoke, ambers floating in the air. If you have any respiratory concerns, be very cautious with that. And I want to give you the forecast for the rest of today too. We know that the fire is burning right through, it looks like the Malibu area, down through a lot of these canyons passes, has made its way down towards PCH. I wanted to point out a couple of different meters in the area. Right now, where the fire is burning closer to the coastline, right about 100 feet in elevation. We're looking at only 5-mile-per-hour winds, gusts of about 17 miles per hour. Over near Pepperdine, there is a meter near the university. There's a 20-mile-per-hour sustained wind with gusts of about 34 miles per hour. So you can really tell how narrow some of these wind fields are. It really just is dependent upon where you are through the Malibu area, what canyons you're really settled into. And with that, we're seeing very different fire behavior, and you're going to continue to see that through today. So erratic wind behavior, even between those canyons and passes, that really becomes a big challenge for our firefighters that are on the front lines here. This really does end up becoming an aerial type of a situation in a fight. So watching that. The good news is I don't see a lot of plume, the smoke moving down, laying flat to the ground. Good indicator that some of the driving wind isn't really all that strong through most of this area. And so for firefighters, that really does help the aerial support out quite a bit. Unfortunately, relative humidity levels are very low, and that's going to be really the driving force behind why this red flag warning is going to be protracted and prolonged. This is going to go all the way through tomorrow. So unfortunately, the red flag warning conditions, while the winds do calm down some, here's your forecast. We're looking at 34-mile-per-hour wind gusts now. We're going to see that drop to about 19 at 1 p.m. Increase a little bit again, right around 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts between late afternoon into early evening, and then calming down some more tomorrow. So, I mean, the wind story looks like it'll be improving. Unfortunately, the humidity story is not going to be improving. It's going to worsen. So today, right now, we're looking at humidity levels already down into 7-8% near Malibu, Woodland Hills. Over in Ontario, really bad air humidity levels already, 4% right now through Ontario. The expectation is that some of these relative humidity levels will drop down to 2%. When we talk about 2% relative humidity levels, 1%, almost getting down to zero. What we're discussing now is a different fire component that unfortunately makes all of us residents hopefully on high alert. You can spark and ignite a fire very easily when we're talking about 1-2% relative humidity. That means that your everyday activities that you would do could create a fire and spark it, and then because of the ingredients that we have right now during this season, dry vegetation, wind, low humidity, we're looking at fire growth that could be very rapid. So again, just watch out for any activities that you're doing outdoors. Any small little spark could create a really big opportunity for a fire. So again, you just have to be a little bit more cautious today. Moving you through the rest of the forecast, this is a live camera right now over into LAX. You can see the fire burning from LAX. So again, this fire is continuing to rage on the hillsides of Malibu, getting down closer to the coastline, and there's a lot of structures in the way too. Remember, defensible space. This is a really big part of helping firefighters out during the Santa Ana wind events. Fires can happen anytime in Southern California, but defensible space really does help fighting efforts out. So again, just be more concerned with trying to reduce some of the chaparral. We know that chaparral, very combustible. Unburned plants that grow older for a long amount of time. There's more dead material. And so again, you're looking at some of these hillsides that go up in flames very quickly. We'll send it back over your way, John and Rachel, and we're hopeful that with the wind story, hopefully quieting down through the afternoon, that maybe firefighters will really get the upper hand on this, although containment is going to be probably a long few days from now, unfortunately. Okay. We'll send it over your way.
Okay, we do remain hopeful. Leslie, thank you so much for that forecast. Our breaking news coverage continues now with Jaysha Patel. She's live in Malibu on Carbon Mesa Road. Jaysha, what's the latest?
Yeah, Rachel, right now a lot happening where we are. We're actually near homes right now, but we don't see any people. So hopefully that's a good sign of those people evacuating. But behind me, we have a good look of those flames, that fire burning. You can see that hillside on fire. We've been seeing water dropping helicopters in the area. At last check, the official number was that the Franklin fire had burned 1,800 acres, but it does appear like it's burned more than that. I would say more than 2,000 if I had to estimate. But we do know that 2,000 homes under an evacuation warning and 6,000 homes under evacuation. So you can imagine a lot of people are definitely impacted by this. We saw a few people who didn't want to go on camera, but they were, off to the side on PCH just watching what we're seeing here, the flames up in the canyon, and they were just kind of waiting on standby in case those flames moved closer to their homes. The National Weather Service even says that on average, the extreme conditions that we're seeing out here, it's rare. It only occurs every 3 to 5 years. You can even see that helicopter right there dropping some water onto that fire. But earlier we were on PCH. The flames got out of hand. We saw those flames jump, and we had fire on either side of PCH there. This has affected not only the residents who live here, but also the schools in the area. We know that Pepperdine classes and finals are canceled for today, and all Malibu schools in the Santa Monica Malibu USD are also closed today. So that's going to affect many schools like Webster Elementary, Malibu Elementary, and even Malibu Middle School and High School. Right now, where we're standing, the winds are pretty calm, but once in a while we'll get these large gusts. And those gusts, I mean, they're 60 to 80 miles an hour, so you can imagine just how fast this fire can spread. Those embers can cross into another area when those winds are really, really picking up. Sarah Retreat, that was a big focal point earlier this morning. That's a Catholic retreat and conference center. Buildings there were definitely on fire. We actually spoke to someone earlier this morning. They lived in that area. They had to evacuate. They got one horse out from where they were living, but unfortunately 2 had escaped. But the woman that I spoke to, she was just in tears. She was emotional. She never expected the fire to get this bad. But, I spoke to LA County fire officials yesterday, and they said that they were expecting the winds to really pick up around midnight. This fire, of course, started closer to 11. So it's no surprise here that a fire like this broke out. We know the governor's office, they had approved some pre-positioning of resources in this area, like helicopters. LA County Fire yesterday, they told me that they had strike teams in place in certain areas. And so these firefighters are definitely prepared. We've seen fire units, emergency units, sheriff's units everywhere around Malibu. But of course, those evacuation warnings, if you are in those areas, definitely be aware. If you're in an evacuation zone, definitely leave, because officials have been saying all morning things can be replaced, but people can't. Also really important to note here on air that if you go to alertla.org, that's where you can find the latest up-to-date information on evacuations or shelters if you need to find one. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Jaysha, thank you. I was actually listening to Jaysha's interview this morning as I was driving into the station, and you absolutely feel for all of those people. Of course, your first priority should be getting out, getting your family members out, but so many people have pets, livestock, horses out there, and so you're thinking about all of those animals too that are totally threatened by this fire.
It's one thing to get a dog or a cat out of the house, but a horse is just such an undertaking. And for so many people, it's so difficult. And you heard some people were not able to get all their animals. Okay, Jaysha, thank you. Monica Deanda also covering the fire for us. She's on PCH. Monica, it looks like things are a little better right now.
Yeah, John and Rachel, that's because we kind of turned around. This is Civic Center Way. You're taking a look off there in the distance where you see that orange glow and the smoke traveling to the right. It's coming very close to the road there. We're seeing some very thick black smoke, and right now the wind is a little bit calm, but about a few minutes ago it wasn't. Now it's picking back up, and then that's when we start to see those big flames, and that's when we saw a flare up. So we wanted to show you that. Now you can see this way just how much the brush is moving here, the trees, and if you look on further down the way, we wanted to give you a look at structure protection. You could see fire engines and law enforcement out there making sure that, of course, people have evacuated, that they are not there, and they're making sure they're standing guard to do their best to protect those homes in case anything happens in terms of fire activity picking up. And the reason why they're positioned right there is because just over to the right, you see the hillside, right? It seems like, it's not too bad, but you just never know. And that goes to show you how seriously firefighters and police, they all take protecting the homes of people who live in these communities. So you can see the hillside there. That's what we were showing you about 15 minutes ago when you guys last checked in with us. And as the wind is picking up again, you see a little flare up there. That's when we see the flames go up higher. They pick up in speed, and again, a lot of dry vegetation out here. It has been a little chillier this hour, so that's one thing of note, but still humidity that is low, and because of that and all the dry brush around here, we're seeing these fires continue to be fueled, especially by the wind. For now, live in Malibu, Monica Deanda, back to you guys.
Okay, Monica, thank you.
Scott Rive live in Air 7. He's been up all morning long covering this fire. Scott, what's the latest?
Well, it's laid down quite a bit since 2 o'clock this morning, but want to push into this area right there. On the bottom of your screen, that's where Geisha is, a Carbon Mesa Road right there. You can see a home, you can see the fire protection. There's Carbon Mesa Road on Sky Map, and there's Carbon Beach Terrace there, and you can see that's the line of fire. There are some homes in there. That house we've been watching for some time this morning. It made a lot of water drops to the helicopters, and for now they've saved that house. I want to come out a little wider on this shot now, Marcel, and then pan to the right. There's PCH, but this is the line of fire they're concerned about. It's moving to the east. Now, earlier this morning up by Payuma Road, there was a lot of concern. It was going to head to the north and to the east. They've stopped that. Now they want to stop this fire from going east of Carbon Canyon Road, and this is the line on the eastern flank they're worried about. You can tell the winds have kicked up a little bit. Earlier, the smoke was coming straight up. Now you can see it's going from your right to your left, which is basically south. And there's PCH. I want to push into an area. On November 7th, we covered a fire. It was the Broad Fire, and it burned right in this area right here. It took out a few homes on Malibu Road. I don't know if you remember that. It was the 11 o'clock show on Wednesday the 7th. And now come back out to a live shot, Marcel. That area right there, that's where it's jumped PCH, and they have some spot fires. There's a lot of new construction in there. It looks like for the most part they have saved those homes, so that is great. We'll come back out once again and then show you, go to the sky map once again. PCH is shut down. It's going to be shut down out of Ventura and northbound out of Santa Monica. Some residents will be led into the Pacific Palisades, but they're shutting it down altogether. Boy, excuse me. Malibu Canyon Road, that is shut down, and it will be, and that's going to put a lot of added pressure on the Ventura Freeway as far as travel is concerned, so keep that in mind. Now, the good news as far as the winds are concerned, even though they picked up a little bit here in the last couple of minutes, it's nothing like we saw when we had the mountain fire up in Moore Park that just devastated that area of Camarillo Heights. The winds were so high then the helicopters couldn't fly, and they couldn't get the tankers in. What we understand right now, we know the helicopters have been dropping all night long, but we understand tankers are en route. And this is the line they will drop retardant, the eastern edge of the fire. And if they do that, the fire will stall out. It just will not move. The fire's not that big. It's probably close to 2,000 acres, 1,800 plus we know for sure. But if they get a couple of those VLATs, the very large air tankers in here, dropping 11,000 gallons of retardant in one drop, they'll put a line here on the eastern edge, and this fire will have nowhere to go. The winds are blowing from the north to the south, so you got the Pacific Ocean there, and that's pretty defensible. They have a lot of equipment on PCH right now and a lot of structure protection in place. We do believe they lost a couple of homes, sadly. We saw at least one structure on fire. We couldn't confirm that it was a home, but you can see there's Carbon Mesa Road once again. A lot of structure protection in place. That's where Geisha was, and things I would say look encouraging. It could be a lot worse. I mean, this is a frightening fire. It's terrifying. There's no question about that. But boy, if we had 60, 70 mile an hour winds, we'd be in trouble. For the most part, the winds have been relatively calm. Now all of a sudden you see the wind has died down. The smoke is coming straight up, where moments ago it was going from the right to the left, and that just gives you an indication the winds had kicked up once again. So daylight's coming. If they get the air tankers out here, I think they'll make a lot of progress.
Well, let's hope so, Scott. Of course, this reminds us of the Woolsey fire. It was 6 years ago that fire broke out in November, and it was another Santa Ana wind event. It started in Simi Valley, quickly spread into Ventura County, into Thousand Oaks. I remember being on the fire lines that morning, and that fire was just racing through neighborhoods, spot fires, jumping ahead of firefighters. They just couldn't keep up with it. And that was a massive fire. Close to 100,000 acres burned in the Woolsey fire. 1,600 structures, most of them homes, were lost. 3 people were killed. And Scott, what was interesting about the Woolsey fire, because it broke out so far inland, it really was a much tougher firefight because it spread through all of those canyons heading into Malibu. And then
higher than what we've seen. And let me show you, John, because I'll explain. Tilt up and go to the satellite. So with the Woolsey fire, it started way up here. I'll keep going to the right and go to satellite. Way off to the right side of your screen. Keep going all the way out to Simi Valley. The Woolsey fire burned, 100,000 acres, I think you just said. Started right up there on the northern edge of your screen off the 118 freeway and Topanga Canyon. And it burned all the way down, pan to the left, Marcel, and it just raged through this area. Then it got down to Las Virgenes Road, and it burned in that canyon area. And boy, the steep terrain, they just couldn't stop it. And then it burned down into Malibu and just consumed all those homes on on the top of your screen. That's where the Woolsey fire burned. This fire here, what we're looking at right now, is burning in this area. This come back out to our live shot, and we see a lot of hot spots, but we don't see any huge loom ups. Give me a wide shot one more time again. Compared to what we saw earlier this morning, there was a much bigger ridge of fire along the eastern flank. So, John, they've made a lot of progress since we got out here a little after 2 o'clock, and certainly because the wind had been a factor, because the winds haven't been incredibly high. I think that has really helped things out. And as we get daylight, again, as I mentioned, the tankers, if they get in here, they could make a huge impact on this fire.
Yeah, let's hope so, Scott. We want to check it back in with Leslie Lopez. Leslie, you made it sound like the worst of the winds may be over.
You know, the peak winds were really right around midnight to early this morning. Daybreak, you're going to see maybe just a little flare up just because we have an inversion, but that doesn't mean that the winds overall are picking up in wind velocity. It'll be a brief period. I mean, just a few minutes. And then that comes right back down into about 25-mile-per-hour wind territory by the time we're heading into about 11 to noon today. So we have a few more hours of peak winds. You can call it peak winds, but I think the highest wind velocities we've already seen. That happened between midnight to 3 o'clock this morning. Now we're getting down about 35-mile-per-hour wind speeds. I wanted just to talk about the particular interest of this terrain. We consider this particular area in Malibu a prominent fire corridor. You've heard a lot of residents say they've lived through many fires, so here's another one. And unfortunately, we have all the ingredients that we need for this fire to really continue to move into the next few days. Why? We have the wind, sure, but the winds, yes, the story of the wind, it is going to get better throughout today. It's going to get much, much better tomorrow. But the other portion of this, the other ingredient that's going to create the opportunity for that red flag warning to continue for us is going to unfortunately be the humidity levels. The humidity levels are way, way, way down. I mean, we're talking about single-digit territory. When we get single-digit territory humidity levels, that unfortunately keeps fires burning, one, keeps our vegetation very dry, creates combustible opportunities for fire growth and rapid growth. But in addition to that, it can create the opportunity for ignition. You could be doing the same old normal thing that you were doing yesterday, but on a day like today, where we're talking about 2% relative humidity levels later on this afternoon, we could see an ignited fire very quickly, and that fire can spread very rapidly. So again, try to consider your outdoor activities today very cautiously. You know, we talk about if you're dragging a trailer and the chain's hanging, that could spark a fire. If you're riding your dirt bike through grassy terrain, that could start a fire. If you are working outside and you hit a rock with some object, again, any spark could really ignite a fire. So again, this is going to be one of those Santa Ana wind events that, right, we have the wind, but the humidity probably is the bigger portion of why this red flag warning is going to be continuing all the way through Wednesday evening. Bringing you towards air quality too. I mean, huge concerns for air quality as we are looking at some of the wind going out towards the ocean. A little bit of good news. This isn't starting inland and spreading out to the ocean. This is really close to the coastline, spreading out to the ocean. So there is going to be a section of Southern California right near this Malibu area where air quality is going to be really just terrible. So if you have any respiratory concerns, just consider staying indoors or find a nice, safe place to go. And evacuate with caution. You know, firefighters are on the front lines getting their gear. They're focused on trying to put the fires out. And unfortunately, some people are trying to leave in a hurry. Just watch out for people as you are exiting and leaving. And then have that ready, set, go mentality. Have all of your belongings and documents you need and get them in a place where you can grab very quickly and easily. This is also, you know, I was looking at some of the worst humidity levels. And one of the spots that I'm seeing that I'm of major concerns for will be the Ontario region. A little bit ago, we saw 4% relative humidity. It's up to 13 again. That'll probably drop later today. Relative humidity in Van Nuys, Woodland Hills, Malibu, 9%. And so the expectation, 2% on the way. We'll send it back over your way, John, Leslie, and Rachel, and we'll talk more about the firefighting effort and hopefully firefighters can get a handle once those big tankers come through. That'd be great. Daybreak is just a few minutes away.
That's right. We're hoping. Leslie, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us live at 6 a.m. We've been covering breaking news all night and all morning of the Franklin fire burning in Malibu. This broke out around 11 p.m. And here is the very latest. The fire has burned more than 1,800 acres. possibly more. 2,000 homes are evacuated and 6,000 are under an evacuation warning.
If you are looking for shelter for yourself and your family and your small animals, head to the Palisades Recreation Center. That address is 851 Alma Real Drive. Pierce College is offering shelter for large animals. PCH is closed in both directions. The worst of the fire has pushed past Pepperdine University. Students are sheltering in place and classes have been canceled today. Several Malibu schools are closed today. That includes Webster Elementary, Malibu Elementary, Malibu Middle, and Malibu High.
And we have a number of reporters on the fire lines. Let's start with Jaysha Patel and get the latest from her location. Jaysha.
John, Rachel, Leslie, right now you can see right behind me, the fire is burning on the hillside here. We've seen helicopters dropping water on this fire. But, you know, let me tell you, when we first got here, this fire was only burning around 300 acres, and now it just massively has spread to about 1,800. But it does appear like it has burned more than that. We are waiting for more official numbers to come in. This fire started around 11 last night. It has spread to be this big. We've seen homes that have definitely burned. People have been evacuating. You guys just went over those numbers. 2,000 homes under evacuation warning and 6,000 homes under evacuation. This has been a really interesting Santa Ana wind event. You know, in the past, the weather has been really hot. The temperature's been hot outside, but right now it's actually pretty cool. But those winds and that low humidity, that's what's really fueling this fire right now. And this is kind of rare because the National Weather Service actually says that extreme conditions like this only occur every 3 to 5 years. You're getting a good look at this fire from our vantage point. But, you know, earlier we saw that fire jumping over PCH. The fire was burning on both sides. We've seen flames pick up throughout the morning. We didn't get a signal where we were earlier this morning, but we even saw someone's guest house just completely engulfed in flames. So just a really sad situation. Earlier, I spoke to a woman on air. She was in the Sarah Retreat area. She says her and her boss evacuated. She had to grab a few belongings to remember her father by, but they said that they actually have livestock. They were able to get one horse out, but unfortunately 2 others had got away. But she was just so emotional this morning. She had tears in her eyes about just how big this fire was. She said she didn't expect it to be this bad. So let's listen from that interview from earlier this morning.
Okay, because I feel like I released them, you know, and they're not, I'm just hoping for the best. I was speechless. Just, I can't believe it. Just nothing. I'm choked up. I want to scream and just cry, but, you know, what can I do?
And of course, you know, this fire is not only affecting the people in this area, but also the people that attend school here. Pepperdine, they've canceled their classes, their finals are canceled, and also Malibu schools in the Santa Monica Malibu USD are also closed today. Like you guys mentioned, the Palisades Recreation Center is listed as a shelter for people. But also I really want to stress on air that if you want the latest information, if you want that real-time updates, you can go to alertla.org for information about evacuation centers and any other resources that you might need. But back out here live again, you're taking a look of our vantage point of that fire burning in the canyon. Just really sad to see. We saw people on PCH, you know, waiting off to the side. They did not want to go on camera, but they were on standby in case this fire, you know, creeped up closer to their houses and they needed to kind of, you know, hose down their properties. So that's what we're experiencing here right now, a really fluid situation. A lot of emergency vehicles on standby here. Fire crews have been hard at work. We've seen a big presence. Those firefighters working extremely hard out here. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Jaysha, thank you very much. And you can imagine how those people are feeling a lot of shock and fear in this area as they watch the flames just eat up those hillsides and firefighters trying as they may to put it out. Let's go right now live to Monica de Anda. She is between PCH and Malibu Road. Monica, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Yeah, Leslie, you could see off there in the distance, we were seeing this hillside again flare up. It had calmed down. It wasn't looking as glowy as it was earlier with all the different hot spots, but now the wind, you may be able to hear it howling. You can see the brush here moving, the trees. That's not helping the situation. That only fuels this fire, and we can now see off in the distance those embers there flying off into the distance. And if we look a little further down, you can see some structure protection going on here. We're not too sure exactly what buildings these are, if there are homes right beneath us. I do not believe that's a home. It looks more like some sort of recreation building, but off to our left we have seen some homes, so we do know that firefighters are out there making sure that they are taking a defensive approach to this, just in case that fire somehow makes its way and jumps on over. But so far we've seen, at least in this area between Malibu Road and PCH, no structures on fire where we're at, so that is some good news. Of course, we are waiting this 7:30 a.m. press briefing where we're going to be hearing from LA fire officials. Are going to be updating us on the situation here in Malibu, but so far more than 1,800 acres have burned, and you can see here behind me the glow that continues to go, the flames flaring up as the wind continues to pick up this morning. For now, live in Malibu, I'm Monica de Anda. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Monica. Yeah, 1,800 acres was the report hours ago. We know it's got to be higher than that by now. We think some structures have been lost too. So yeah, we're waiting for that update. Earlier this morning, meanwhile, we spoke to LA County Sheriff Deputy Tracy Coroner.
He spoke about where people can go as they evacuate their homes, and that includes evacuations for animals. This is what he said.
There are mandatory evacuations in the Sarah Retreat area, which is southeast of Malibu Canyon Road, near the Cross Creek Shopping District. That area there is being evacuated currently. People are being directed to a temporary evacuation shelter in the Palisades Recreation Center in Pacific Palisades. And as you mentioned, horses and such, people with larger animals, those animals can be taken to Pierce College in Woodland Hills so that the animals can be kept there during the fire.
And again, that evacuation center is the Palisades Recreation Center. That's located at 851 Alma Real Drive. You can go there. They're offering water and food right now, and you can take your pet as well. And again, those larger animals can go to Pierce College. Let's continue our breaking news coverage with Scott Reif live in Air 7. Scott.
You got Rachel and John. We continue to follow basically the northern and the eastern edge of this fire, the flank of the fire, if you will, that's laying right down along this edge right here. That's Carbon Mason Road, basically. That's where Jasha was. I think we can go to satellite view because it gives you so much perspective to see exactly where this fire is burning. And if you live in this area, it really gives you an idea exactly which homes are threatened. That red dot there was off of Sarah. We had a report that a home was on fire there. Now we're starting to get some daylight. It'll be light soon, and then we'll really get a little more an idea of just how many homes we may have lost, if any. We've seen at least one structure go up, but we couldn't tell if it was a home or not. But we've seen the helicopters, as many as 7 of them, making drops out here since early this morning, just after 2 o'clock, and they've definitely saved dozens of homes. We've seen the fire burn right up to the homes, and then the helicopter make the drop and basically stop the fire from spreading to the home. There's a lot of structure protection in place. Push into PCH. Now, I mentioned back on November 7th, we had the Broad Fire, and the Broad Fire was right up there on the top of your screen. It burned to the south side of PCH. It took out 2 homes on Malibu Road. Further south, I believe, is exactly where it was. Or right there. There it was right there. And there's some homes, new construction right in there. We'll go to the live shot. They appear to be threatened from time to time. We've had a few hot spots, flare-ups in there. That's south of PCH. For the most part, most of the fire is burning north of PCH, though. But keep in mind, PCH shut down out of Ventura. It shut down northbound out of Santa Monica. Malibu Canyon Road is shut down. It will be all day for certain, and that's going to put a lot of added pressure on the Ventura Freeway for travel. But certainly this eastern flank, Leslie, Rachel, and John, is what they're concerned about. They don't want to open up a little bit more, Marcel. I want to show them Carbon Canyon Road. See Carbon Canyon Road there? They don't want it to spread east of that. And if they can get the tankers in here that they've called for, and they're telling us as many as 15 tankers might hit this, I don't think we'll have a fire in Northern California or Southern California that is of any size, and that means they have a lot of resources. But if they get those tankers in here, that's where they're going to drop that line, right along that line of fire, and that will really snuff this fire out. It just won't be able to move. So right now, it's somewhat encouraging. We still have a lot of homes that are threatened, so don't want to get too excited. But as far as the wind is concerned, it has backed off a little bit from what we saw earlier, and more structure protection, and the helicopters have really made a lot of progress.
Yeah, we are anticipating the arrival of those tankers. Scott, thank you very much for that. And the worst of the fire has moved past Pepperdine University. Students are sheltering in place.
Students we spoke with late last night and early this morning expressed concern over how the fire will impact their final exams before they head home for the holiday break.
As of right now, just watching our phones, watching everything we need to, and I don't know, trying our best to stay safe, keeping our families updated. I'm a political science major, so I'm studying for a Civil War literature presentation, a nutrition exam, an elections and campaigns exam, all of that before planning to leave on Thursday morning to go home for break. So just trying to get it all in the next 2 days and have to wake up tomorrow morning to go give this presentation that I was in the middle of finalizing and working on when all this happened.
It's something I've never seen before, so it's a little interesting, but it's concerning. I care about the community at the same time, but I'm fortunate that I got my finals out of the way. So I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, just wishing the best for these people and their houses and their families for sure.
Yeah, students at Pepperdine told to shelter in place. We believe everybody's okay. The fire did get very close to the campus at one point, but no serious issues there. We want to check in with Irene Cruz. Irene, I understand you've changed your location. Where are you located now?
Yeah, John, we have moved west, and so right now we're located at Stewart Ranch and Webb Road, where fire crews have moved over. They're now dealing with a flare-up, and I want to show you what I'm seeing this morning. In just the past few minutes or so, this tree has caught fire. It's shooting embers up into the air, and you can see the smoke is moving fast in this area. Earlier, we were standing on PCH, and it was just a light breeze. Where we have moved, the wind has really picked up, so that's not great news for this flare-up, but there are a lot of fire crews helping to control this area here. And a lot of the fire personnel have been moving from spot to spot, trying to deal and tackle with the most area of concern. So right now the focus is structure protection. So they're focusing on saving homes, businesses, schools. That's the main focus. And we're getting closer and closer to sunrise. So it'll be interesting to see how they change their strategy in terms of battling this fire with more sunlight in the area. In terms of conditions out here, it's very smoky, and we've seen a lot of ash, and that's something that's been reoccurring throughout the morning. It's been smoky and hard to breathe throughout most of Malibu. 1,800 acres have burned here, and helicopters have been dropping 1,000 to 3,000 gallons of water. And it's been sitting on the hills. We've been seeing a lot of hot spots, flare-ups. You did mention Pepperdine, the worst of the fire moving past Pepperdine. Those classes have been canceled today. The finals have been postponed. Students there are sheltering in place, and power has been out there, as well as many spots in Malibu. So currently we are seeing flare-ups just like these here across Malibu, the area. So fire crews are moving from spot to spot, trying to contain that. We are waiting for an update in terms of damage, acres burned, and that's going to be around 7:30. We'll send things back over to you in the studio.
Irene, thank you very much for that. And just coming into the Eyewitness Newsroom, information that the press conference that was scheduled for 7 a.m. from fire officials, it has now been moved back to 8 a.m. Again, that press conference happening at 8 a.m. this morning. We'll be covering it live. Let's go right now to Jaisha Patel. She is in a spot of particular concern, Carbon Mesa Road above PCH. Jaisha.
Yeah, here on Carbon Mesa Road, Leslie, there are actually homes that are right next to us. We haven't seen anyone leaving these homes. Hopefully that's a sign that these people have probably evacuated to be on the safe side. But it just gives you perspective of how this fire is close to so many homes. You know, earlier we were at homes that had, waterfront property. You could see the beautiful ocean. We saw people hosing down their homes. Unfortunately, we couldn't get a signal with their news truck there. But we even saw someone's guest house just completely up in flames. Right now, you can see, with this canyon over here, our vantage point, this has been burning for hours. We've seen helicopters dropping water, but it's just hard to get a hold on this fire because of these winds. Where we are standing right now, not really feeling gusts, but earlier, it was a perfect example when we were on PCH. Everything would be fine 1 minute, and then the next minute you have flames jumping across the freeway. You have, brush catching on fire. And so that's been a big concern, the winds and the low humidity right now. Fire crews have been moving in and out of this area. In the air. We know that at least 2,000 homes under an evacuation warning, but 6,000 homes are under an evacuation. So just a really sad situation here. People having to, wake up in the middle of the night and try to evacuate, trying to seek shelter, or just get out of the area. So you can imagine how hard this time is right now for so many families who live here in Malibu. These winds, some of them have been reaching, the gusts have been reaching close to 80 miles an hour. That's like hurricane force winds. So you can imagine just how easy it is for this fire to spread. We've been talking about Pepperdine. Earlier this morning we were near the school, and it was just incredible, but also sad to see, all of the grass just glowing orange. Now, fortunately, it seems like buildings there have not been affected, and it seems like students are safe. They were sheltering in place in that library, but of course their classes and their finals are canceled. That's going to change the operations there on campus when, finals are in full swing this week. But that's basically what we're seeing out here. Again, a really fluid situation. We're looking at helicopters right now dropping water on that fire. We don't know when firefighters are going to, of course, be able to get a hold of this fire. But that press conference, like you mentioned, is pushed back to 8. So we're hoping to get some more accurate information, especially about the acres burned, because the last number that we had was around 1,800. But it is apparent as the sun comes up that it's definitely, I would say, more than 2,000 acres if I had to estimate. I'll send it back to you guys.
Jaisha, thank you. And we've been talking with Malibu city officials who are really urging impacted residents to follow the evacuation orders, because we've also been hearing from residents who are choosing to stay in their homes and protect their homes or their businesses. But again, Malibu officials, fire officials, really hoping that residents heed those warnings, those orders, and evacuate if you are in an evacuation zone.
Yeah, we've heard from several Malibu residents. They've been through so many fires, they think they can handle it, and maybe some of them can, but a lot of them are not really dressed for it. They look like they're in T-shirts. I mean, you probably want to cover up a little bit. If you're in poor health, you probably don't want to be hanging around in this just for the air quality alone. Monica Diana also covering this fire for us. She is on PCH. Monica, it looks like the air may be clearing a little bit by you.
Yeah, it is now that we're starting to get the sun to come up. But the thing is here, air quality not too great. You can see off in the distance, of course, the water, but the black smoke, that's what I really want to focus on. That's what we're seeing a lot of now that we're starting to get some daylight here. And that just goes to show you the conditions around the Malibu area. And then as we continue to move on over, winds are calm right now, nothing crazy over here, barely a little breeze here moving some of the trees, but you can see off in the hillside now. We continue to see these hot spots flare up. There's a bigger one off to my right here. And we have seen firefighters out there. They're on the front lines. They're in the trenches. They're really doing their best to do what they can. And it seems like they've gotten a pretty good handle on parts of this hillside. If you've been with us since earlier this morning, this entire hillside was glowing everywhere you looked. So this is definitely an improvement. And then if we look a little bit down there, if you will, elevation a little lower, you can see that there is some protection of these structures going on. So there's definitely lots of law enforcement presence, firefighters, of course, everyone doing their part to make sure that there's nobody here that shouldn't be here. The people have evacuated, and then of course you could see the fire there off in the distance. So this is the situation that we're seeing here. I'm on PCH. That's the hillside between myself and Malibu Road. So that's the situation here. As we continue to see more things develop, we'll go ahead and update you. Live in Malibu, Monica de Anda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Monica, thank you very much for that. Let's go on over to Leslie Lopez, and she is going to talk about this weather and the low humidity and everything that these firefighters are having to deal with.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it is a really tough firefight, regardless of what the wind speed is. Right now, we're talking about terrain, low humidity levels, and at times we can have some very strong winds through the area. However, I mean, we're talking about terrain in this particular region that creates really narrow wind fields. So some areas might be experiencing a gust of 34 miles per hour, while the other area where we might have a reporter positioned, you're dealing with 5-mile-per-hour sustained winds, 17-mile-per-hour gusts. I mean, that's the situation here. I wanted to show you this map really quickly. Right now, right where the fire is burning closer to the coastline, that's going to be about 100 feet in elevation. The winds are 5 miles per hour, the gusts 17 miles per hour. The humidity is down to 7%. Then we carry you over to Pepperdine, where it's a little bit more hilly, so elevation about 925 feet. This is where we're seeing 20-mile-per-hour winds and gusts of 34 miles per hour. Now, you might be hearing this morning from different agencies or even just seeing on Instagram, social media, that we're getting 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now, we have the possibility of getting 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts in mountainous terrain. So now we're talking really high elevations, very far away from this particular area. This particular area, you're going to see about 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts at times. That's going to be the maximum, and that's going to be the maximum all the way through about 11 a.m. Beyond 11 a.m., we're going to see the wind velocities drop down to about 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You move forward too, and I just wanted to show you, you see that magenta color there showing the 50-mile-per-hour winds. Now keep in mind, this gets you up into really high elevation too, and these are the forecasting models. But the number itself, that's a meter that's picking this up. And right now, high elevation, about 1,000 feet, right near Malibu, 38-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. Where the fire is burning, wind gusts about 17 miles per hour. This is what it looks like if you are going to be trying to plan for the rest of the day, or I'm hopeful that I can ease your mind a little bit. Winds will be going down about 25 miles per hour overnight. Tomorrow morning, the expectation is that the winds are really going to quiet down, but an unfortunate ingredient that's going to keep the red flag warning going all the way through Wednesday evening is going to be the relative humidity levels. We're down to about 2% later on this afternoon. Red flag warnings all across Southern California. And again, some of that relative humidity is just plummeting. We are looking at relative humidity right through areas of Malibu down into about 10%, 8% Woodland Hills, 9% into Van Nuys. There's actually a little bit of an improvement there in Malibu from just a few hours, an hour ago. It was 8% an hour ago. So the improvement would be that the winds are quieting down a little bit through the area. But again, once the daytime heating begins, we're going to see that drop some more. Chino Hills, you're around 12% relative humidity, 13 into Ontario. When we get down into single-digit territory, again, igniting a fire becomes very easy. So any spark could ignite a fire. And then unfortunately with the wind, we have some rapid fire growth as a potential. So again, this is considered an extreme Santa Ana wind event. We only get a few of those a year. And, you know, one of the things that is also helping to fuel the fire is the lack of moisture we've received all season. We just have not had a lot of rainfall. 1 or 2 good storms this season could have really prevented some of the fire growth that we're seeing here. But unfortunately, the fuel moisture is so dry, vegetation is parched, and then we're talking about low humidity levels and bone dry conditions really helping to spread the fire. And so unfortunately for us, as we cruise into, it looks like tomorrow, all the way through Thursday morning, we're going to keep that relative humidity very low. And then it looks like Thursday afternoon, finally, we get to see some onshore conditions, and that'll really assist in bringing up our moisture. Defensible space, very important, especially here in Southern California, especially in this particular area. This is considered a prominent fire corridor, so firefighters understand the terrain, but if you can help firefighters out with that defensible space 200 feet away from your property line, that really does help out the firefighting effort. Now we're looking at the smoke plumes. It's daylight. You can see that it's lifting some, not perfectly straight up as a column, but it is not laying low to the surface. So we know the winds are not as strong as we've seen in past fires. So hopefully that's a good indicator for firefighters. It certainly is a good opportunity for the firefight from the air. So we continue watching this fire, we continue monitoring it, but unfortunately the big part of this that's going to create the opportunity for the red flag warning to continue through Wednesday evening will be that very low humidity level. We'll send it back over your way. John, Leslie, Rachel.
Okay, Leslie, thank you so much. Next, we're going to Irene Cruz, who is live near Malibu Pier. Irene, what's the latest where you are?
Yeah, Rachel, just a few minutes ago, I showed you this flare up, and a lot of the trees here were on fire. Embers were shooting up into the air. Again, that was just a few minutes ago, and now this is the scene. It looks much different. The flare-up has calmed down. We're not seeing any embers shooting up into the air. It is still a bit windy out here, and there's still smoke in the area and ash coming down. So we are seeing those conditions across Malibu, but it just goes to show that these flare-ups can last just a few minutes, pop up randomly, and then die down, and it's been happening all throughout the morning so far. Right now where I'm at is at Stewart Ranch and Webb Road. There are a number of fire personnel who moved over here to deal with this flare-up, and right now 2,000 homes are under mandatory evacuation orders, 6,000 under evacuation warnings, and we've been talking to Malibu residents. They say they've dealt with a number of fires in this region over the years, and overall this is just so heartbreaking for so many of these families because they don't know what they're coming home to when this fire is all over, and we are still waiting for numbers on damaged buildings, and that includes homes, schools, businesses. I mean, all morning we have been watching the firefighters save home. Their focus has been structure protection. And at last check, 1,800 acres have burned. We, again, are still waiting for updated numbers. 7 helicopters have been dropping water on hot spots, and now we're starting to see the sun come up. So we're getting a little bit more light, and that might make a difference with fire crews and their strategy on how they plan to handle these hot spots flaring up and the more active scenes out here. So John and Rachel will keep you posted on these scenes just like these.
And Irene, just curious, have you seen any change in the wind with the sunrise?
So far, not too much of a difference in terms of the past few minutes with the sunrise. I mean, earlier I was standing on PCH and there wasn't much of a breeze in that region, but here, about west of Malibu Pier, we were seeing a bit heavier of a wind, heavier of a breeze in this spot.
Yeah, it's very dependent on the terrain up in Malibu as well. Okay, Irene, thank you. Monica Danda along PCH. Monica, what are conditions like for you right now?
Hey there, John. Look, we're seeing this flare up here along the hillside between PCH and Malibu Road, and you can see it's kind of about the shape of a triangle, if you will. Again, wind is starting to pick up a little bit. It's not as bad as we saw this morning when we got here around 2 a.m. That was a different situation, a different beast with embers flying everywhere, but it's still an area of concern, and that's why we see firefighters. They've been here since we got here about 5 a.m., probably sooner, but in this particular area, and you can see them now that we're getting sunlight, those firefighters out there on the front lines, and they have been in the trenches. They're trying to work on this hillside and keep it from coming down further, and that is because if you look down here, now that the sun's coming up, we can definitely see some sort of, I'm not sure if this is an estate, some sort of other home, but you can see definitely patio furniture outside there, this 2-story property. We know that fire officials have been coming over here, law enforcement as well, to make sure that nobody's home. We do believe that's empty. And then there are other homes further down this area, the stretch of PCH. So we'll try and move on over a little bit to give you a better look of what we are seeing over here. You can see those homes now, part of those homes, the chimneys we're seeing, the roofs. This is the area that firefighters, we've been seeing them over there as well, law enforcement just doing structure protection. And then you, of course, you see the ocean, but really our focus is the black smoke that we see in the air as a result of the fire. So this is what we've been seeing now that we're getting a daylight, a better glimpse. Good news is that these homes on this stretch along PCH and between PCH and Malibu Road seem to be okay. If you're familiar with this area, there is a Ralph's shopping center just down the road, so that may give you a better perspective as to where exactly we are located. Again, there's structure protection going on. We do see part of the hillside right now is on fire, but it was worse earlier around 5 o'clock this morning, so this is really an improvement. Whereas before there was orange glow all throughout this entire hillside, it's different now, and you can see those first responders out there really doing their best to get a handle on this hillside and just prevent it from coming downward and even getting anywhere closer to these homes. Live in Malibu, Monica Danda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Monica, thank you very much for that live update.
We kind of know what to do, right? Fill everything up, bags, and then empty the safe and call some friends.
At what point tonight did you realize that this fire was going to threaten your business?
Around 11:30. I think when most of us kind of found out. I have a shop, clothing shop, temporarily on leave. And yeah, it's my whole life. So.
The horses were back at the house. I couldn't get them, but at least I feel a little bit okay because I feel like I released them, you know, and they're not, I'm just hoping for the best. I was speechless. I can't believe it. Nothing. I'm choked up. I want to scream and just cry, but you know, what can I do?
It was definitely really scary just seeing the flames grow and seeing like that bright red color of fire just get brighter and brighter and brighter.
And it seemed pretty chaotic. It's spooky around here. All the power's out. The street lights are out, so PCH is black.
This is Eyewitness News live at 6:30. We're updating you on live breaking news. The Franklin fire burning in Malibu. Here is the very latest. The fire has burned more than 1,800 acres. Fire officials are set to give their first news conference around 8 o'clock this morning.
PCH is closed in both directions. More than 2,000 homes have been evacuated. 6,000 are under evacuation warnings. If you're looking for shelter for yourself and your small animals, head to the Palisades Recreation Center. Pierce College is offering shelter for larger animals.
The worst of the fire has pushed past Pepperdine University. Students are sheltering in place there, many in the library. Classes have been canceled. Several Malibu schools are also canceled today. That includes Webster Elementary, Malibu Elementary, Malibu Middle, and Malibu High.
And this morning we have live team coverage with crews spread out across Malibu. Let's begin with Scott Reif live in Air 7. Scott, as the sun comes up, what can you tell us?
Well, we're at a critical moment right now. For the most part, we have not seen a large wind event over this fire since I've been over it since 2 o'clock, and that has saved homes. But this portion of the fire right here is critical. This is now burning to the west side of Malibu Canyon Road, and if it does burn further to the west, on the other side of Pepperdine, there's a lot of homes in there, and that could be a big deal. Now, we understand the tankers are spooling up at Fox Field. They should be here as soon as we have more daylight. This is an area right down here on Carbon Canyon they've been trying to save, and they have. For the most part, we've been looking and we have not found a home that has been lost. They made drop after drop after drop with 8 helicopters on the fire line all night long, and that's a big difference compared to what we had, say, 7, 8 years ago when we didn't have helicopters that could drop at night. We didn't have the big Chinooks that could drop 3,000 gallons all at once, and that has saved a lot of homes. But I want to give you a bit of a wide shot here and give you a little perspective. Now, you can tell, for the most part, the wind is calm. The way you can tell that is the plume of smoke is going straight up. If it was blowing from the north to the south or the northeast to the southwest like a big Santa Ana, it'd be going towards PCH, and that would be completely covered. But it can change at any moment, and that is the key. So right now they're trying to surround it. The tankers will really help as far as that is concerned. Once they get the tankers in here, they'll be able to put a line of Phos-Chek or retardant around the fire and stop it from creeping further to the north and to the east, which is really a big concern. Let's go to the satellite view real quick, and we can see what lays in there underneath all that smoke. We did have a report that a couple of homes right off of Sarah may have been lost, but we weren't able to find them yet, so that is good news. So right now, looking around, we're seeing more daylight. We're going to get a better look at exactly what is burned. That up on top of your screen, that's where PCH, the fire went over PCH, burned towards Malibu Road. If you remember, on Malibu Road, we had a fire that broke out there on November 7th and took out a couple of homes the same day that that big mountain fire started up in Moore Park and took out that area of Camarillo. But boy, the winds were so much higher than they were so high during that time of November 7th that they couldn't get the helicopters airborne and they could not get the tankers up. That is not the case today, and that really is going to help their effort.
Yeah, and let's hope that sunlight also assists firefighters. Thank you, Scott. Let's check in with meteorologist Leslie Lopez. I know you said this has been a wind and terrain-driven fire.
Mostly humidity too. I mean, those are like the big components. We have the fuel moisture that is very terrible, but I would say that right now it's less of a wind-driven fire and it's more of a terrain and humidity-driven fire. We're talking about this particular area. We'll call this a prominent fire corridor in Southern California. This is the Malibu area, and you are looking at the fire moving through these canyons. You're looking at light to medium chaparral. These are combustible fuels that really help spread fires. We know that we haven't received any rain this season. I mean, trace amounts of rainfall at adding to the very dry vegetation. And with that, we are creating the opportunity for the fires to really spread rapidly. So for areas like this, all across Southern California, extreme Santa Ana winds become a big problem. And even though the wind, I mean, I do want to point out that some of the wind is not a really big factor in some of these spots. We're talking about narrow wind fields through these canyons. So with that, you're looking at the fire burning. Some of these canyons will see wind speeds of about 5 miles per hour sustained, gusts of 17. That's really close to the fire, really close to the surface, getting to about 100 feet in elevation. And then you head closer to Pepperdine, a little bit higher terrain. This is about 925 feet in elevation, 20-mile-per-hour winds, gusts of about 34 miles per hour. So the driving wind in this area still gusting to about 34, even though we don't see that in some of these pockets. So that'll be the case. It just really is dependent upon where the flames are burning, what part of the terrain, what part of the canyon it's burning in. And so as we're looking at the shot to the right, you can see that this looks like an inferno, just blazing through a hillside, growing up the hillside. Again, fires like to climb hillsides. They preheat all of the dry vegetation above it. And these flames really can ignite and really ignite a whole hillside very quickly on account of all the preheating that's taking place. You're seeing that right now. That also helps spread fires rapidly. So it's not just the wind, it's the terrain that can really create the opportunity for rapid fire growth. So we're seeing that right now through this shot. But another canyon might be a little less steep, might have a little less vegetation, and might have a different story completely, especially with the winds that are through the area. Right now, it looks like 38-mile-per-hour winds right at the coastline as a possibility, but I like this. Look at the wind speeds. They're dropping as we get into about 11 to noon. They stay about 25 miles per hour throughout this evening. Into tomorrow morning, they're going to slow down as well. The thing that is going to, unfortunately, create the opportunity for that red flag warning to continue forward all the way through Wednesday evening is going to be the humidity levels. Right now, humidity levels are down into single-digit territory. Looks like 9% in Woodland Hills. So there's like two big ingredients that unfortunately are really creating the Santa Ana extreme behavior. The wind, yes, in some areas, sure. But I think this one's more of a humidity situation. Humidity is way down into single-digit territory, could ignite a fire very rapidly. Again, you can do your normal activities, and because single-digit humidity levels are around, you can ignite a fire on accident much easier than any other given day. So just keep that in mind when you have outdoor activities that you're doing, whether it's yard work, whether it's driving, whether it's pulling a trailer and having a chain. You can see some sparks fly off of that if it's dragging. So again, more caution today than usual. I wanted to show you this shot. This is interesting. This is over in LAX. You're looking at the fire from LAX. You can see the hillside burning here. So again, we'll keep a very close eye. I like the weather story, though, in terms of the wind. The wind speeds are calming down later this afternoon and more so tomorrow. It's just that humidity is going to be the big factor as to why we're going to hold on to that red flag warning through Wednesday evening. Leslie, John, and Rachel, back over your way.
All right, Leslie, thanks. And yeah, you mentioned the terrain. You can see how it's now driving this fire. The wind doesn't appear to be too bad, which is certainly great news. We want to check in with Irene Cruz. She is on the fire lines watching this too. And Irene, things look pretty good from our location. See, having some daylight really helps.
Yeah, it honestly does, John, Rachel, and Leslie. Now what we're seeing this morning is this haze, this orange glowing haze that's creeping all across Malibu. And we're seeing a lot of these flare-ups. You're seeing the remnants of a hotspot here. And now with this daylight, we can get a good perspective of that smoke moving through the air, as well as what's at risk here in terms of the layout with homes, businesses, schools. We've also been watching a number of helicopters, 7 of them, dropping water in several spots, in 1,000 to 3,000 gallons of water at one point. And we are still seeing some wind in this region. Like I mentioned before, earlier on PCH, we were seeing some calmer breezes. Here it's a little bit different. We are also seeing a number of flare-ups and hotspots throughout Malibu. So this is not just in one stretch of Malibu, but across many. And sometimes this area looks calm. Like earlier, we were in a spot where we said, okay, things have quieted down. We aren't seeing as many hotspots. And then it just took a few embers for things to really pick up. A tree caught fire, and then the scene was active once again. So it really speaks volumes as to how this all can change in a matter of minutes or even just seconds. And actually earlier today, I spoke with a longtime resident of Malibu who says he was prepared because he's dealt with this before.
Get all your belongings together, all your important papers, follow your plan, and get ready to leave. As soon as I got the alert, I stretched a hose onto the roof because on this side of the street, what will happen is the embers from the fire will get our shrubbery. So just get ready for that.
Yeah, he told me that he wasn't overly stressed or overly frustrated because he was prepared and he knows that when it's time to go, it's time to go. So I think a lot of residents have evacuated this area, which is the recommended thing to do. But we are also monitoring 6,000 homes that are also under evacuation warnings. So we're keeping an eye on that. I do want to mention that there is an evacuation center for those folks who are looking for a place to just rest or maybe grab a bite to eat or have something to drink, and that's the Palisades Recreation Center. And something to note, they are accepting pets in crates. So if you have a furry family member that you need to bring with you, this is a place that you can bring them. And again, we are still waiting for an update on where the fire crews stand right now in terms of progress. We're really hoping that they get a handle on this morning. John, Rachel, Leslie.
Irene, thank you very much for that. And we are going to go right now to a statement that has come into the newsroom from Santa Monica Mayor Phil Brock. He says, quote, Santa Monica's prayers are with our neighbors in Malibu as they battle a large fire in their midst. As always, Santa Monica is with you. Again, that's from Santa Monica Mayor Phil Brock. Right now, let's go back out to Monica DeAnda. She is on PCH and Malibu Road. Monica, what can you tell us at this time?
Yeah, Leslie, John, and Rachel, we're still continuing to see part of this hillside burn, but it looks like firefighters are being very strategic. You can see them here closer, maybe like midway down the hillside, and they are strategically placed. They've been here for multiple hours now, making sure that that fire doesn't creep on over further down the hill. And that is because you can see right here now with daylight, there's clearly a structure right here, some sort of home, a property here. And we have seen law enforcement earlier making sure with their flashlights that nobody was home, that it was empty. So that is good news. And then as we continue to move on over this way, you could see a little bit of breeze right now. But as Leslie was mentioning not long ago, this is better, right? Earlier around 2 a.m. we saw these huge wind gusts, and that was really fueling the fire. But now things are a little calmer. We're hoping that's going to help firefighters in their firefight. But you can still see this hillside has multiple hot spots going. However, the firefighters are right here, keeping close guard, making sure that it doesn't jump the hillside and move further down and then really become a threat to the homes that are in that area, again, between Malibu Road and PCH, close to where that Ralph's shopping center is. So as we continue to see this evolve throughout the morning, we'll continue to update you. But for now, live in Malibu, Monica DeAnda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Monica, thank you. And again, if you are in an evacuation zone, you can take shelter at the Palisades Recreation Center. That address is 851 Alma Real Drive. Again, individuals, families impacted can go there. You can also take your pet. Initially, they were saying they were only accepting pets in carriers or crates, but now the Red Cross is saying that you can just bring your pet. They will provide a crate if need be. Also, larger animals, if you have those, horses, things like that, you can go to Pierce College. Let's go live now to
Scott Reif, Air 7, yeah.
Scott Reif in Air 7.
Yeah, I believe we have a shot up right now, if I'm not mistaken, from both of our helicopters, from our helicopter and from our newscopter. That's Carbon Beach Terrace, that road right there. That's a home that we watched almost all morning long. They were able to save it. On the left side of your screen, we're panning to the south. There is PCH. Now, of course, the fire at this point in time did not jump PCH. It did further north. We want to open up out of the shot and sort of give you a satellite view because it really shows you where the fire is burning and what is threatened. On the north side of your screen, that's up in some mountainous terrain. They're really worried about stopping the fire from spreading further to the north, and they've done that. It's a smoke event now. Can we go to the satellite, Marcel? If possible, because it's really going to show us where Malibu Canyon Road is, where PCH is, and that area right in there. That is going to be, I believe, the Sierra Retreat area, and that area certainly has been threatened. We may have lost a couple of homes there. Malibu Canyon Road, that is shut down. It will be for some time. There's Pepperdine up on the right side of your screen, and the fire did jump Malibu Canyon Road to the west side. There's some concern concern about that. But I want to come back out to the shot now and just give you a wide shot and show you everything on our live picture here. And it's a smoke event right now for the most part. We don't see a lot of wind. You see most of that smoke going straight up. That's obscuring. The smoke is obscuring our ability to see some of those homes that they may have lost. But we do know that the tankers are spooling up out of Fox Field. We think they're going to be here soon. And they're going to lay a line on the northern edge, which is to the top of your screen, and on the eastern edge, which is on the bottom of your screen. Right along this entire area, they're going to drop Phos-Chek. And that is going to be huge because when a fire hits the Phos-Chek, there's no place for it to go. But the helicopters have been key. They've had as many as 8 out here, 2 of the Chinooks, the Colson Chinooks, that drop up to 3,000 gallons per drop, and that has definitely saved a lot of homes. So what we're seeing is encouraging because we don't see those high winds. If we had the type of winds we had during the mountain fire on November 7th, we would be losing a lot of homes. There's no question about that. This has not turned out to be a huge wind event, at least over the fire. Since I have been here, the wind has been relatively calm, but certainly it's so dry. We've talked about that. It's a terrain-driven fire, but there's a lot of resources in here, and with the tankers en route, I think if we don't have a big shift in the wind, if we stay with what we have right now, you see all the structure protection in place along some of these houses that are sparsely populated up here on the roads in the Santa Monica Mountains in Malibu. But if we don't have a big shift in the wind, I think they're going to be able to make some progress, and we certainly think that is going to take place as soon as the tankers get here, and we think that's going to be soon.
Very good. We certainly hope so. Scott, thank you very much. And this just in, new video just into our Eyewitness newsroom from Pepperdine University students. It's a collection of clips showing different angles of those students sheltering in place overnight. The worst of the fire has passed Pepperdine University, fortunately, but they are still dealing with some power outages, as is the rest of Malibu. Students told us that they're in the middle of finals before the holiday break. Classes and all operations on campus have been canceled today. Earlier this morning, we spoke with a Pepperdine student who was evacuated to the library, and she describes what it was like to see the flames glow overnight.
Okay, we don't have that sound, unfortunately, but yeah, she was very concerned. They're in middle of finals. You can imagine what they're going through right now. We want to talk to Leslie Lopez. Leslie Lopez, I can't believe we've not seen structures lost so far. I know there are reports of it, but man, firefighters have done just an incredible job.
Right. We saw, earlier overnight we heard of reports of structures lost, but that might not be the case, and hopefully that isn't the case. So Scott is roaming to see if there are any structures lost. Right now, you can see that the smoke is really rising in the air. So that column of smoke, that plume, high up in the at least atmosphere. With that, we know that there's not really strong gusty winds. If we had the strong gusty winds right at the surface, that smoke plume would be lying very flat, close to the surface. You wouldn't be able to see much below. But right now, it looks to be a little bit different story. Now, the wind speeds, the low humidity levels, the fuel moisture content, and the terrain are driving the fire. However, one of the bigger components right now, as we're looking at the firefighting effort through today, will be the terrain. The winds are quieting down in some areas. Now, I want to be very cautious when I say the winds are calming down. They will calm down quite a bit better right around 11 o'clock this morning. At the moment, they're still staying around 34, 35 mile per hour wind gusts through the region. And when you are talking about this particular corridor, yes, you can have some driving winds that are very strong and ferocious, but because there's so much in the way of canyons, there are pockets where the wind will be sheltered. We're talking about narrow wind fields through the area. So some areas might get some strong gusts while others will be sitting it out. Yeah. And so right now I wanted to show you, here's that red flag warning that's going to continue all the way through Wednesday, but that's primarily because of relative humidity levels. The fire that is right near the coastline, just getting right towards those beaches, right now the wind speed through the area is about 5 miles per hour, gusts of about 20, humidity around 9%. Then you head over to Pepperdine. There's a meter over there, so I just wanted to clock the most recent winds. Right now it's 15 miles per hour, gusts of about 32, so you can see how different those two areas are, even though they're very close by. Humidity in this area is around around 6%. The driving wind, though, still coming out of the northeast, so still have an opportunity to keep that wind around all the way through, it looks like, this late morning. And then this afternoon, these 38-mile-per-hour wind gusts that you're seeing through Malibu should drop down to about 20 to 25. That's helpful. I mean, anything can help. So, I mean, we're going to see the wind velocities go all the way down through this evening. Midnight, around 22-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Tomorrow morning, we'll still continue to see a wind speed reduction. And then right as we get into Woodland Hills, Van Nuys, you're seeing 9% relative humidity. The expectation, this could fall down about 2%. Chino Hills, Ontario, you're around 13 to 21. Earlier this morning, Ontario, you were down to 4%. So again, we have the opportunity to still see some really low humidity levels, although hopefully there's an improvement. This is the shot from LAX. You can see it's getting a lot more smoky now. Just a moment ago, you could see the flames very well, but now that the winds are not really howling through the area, the wind and the smoke is spreading out, and the spread of the smoke, again, creating opportunities for some bad air quality. So anybody with any respiratory concerns or any health concerns, you might want to stay indoors. Extreme Santa Ana wind event, yes, we have that. We're going to continue to have it all the way through tomorrow in terms of the low humidity levels, so just be very cautious. And unfortunately, we've had no rain this season. If we just had 1 or 2 good storms, this could have been a very different situation for Southern California, especially in this particular region. You've been hearing from residents saying that they've lived through several fires. This is particularly a sensitive area for fires. We call this a Santa Ana corridor. This ends up becoming a prominent fire corridor because of that. And so residents know all too well that fires can spread very fast and easily through the region. So having an evacuation plan, heeding the warnings from firefighters, having a defensible space around your home, all keys to trying to protect your property, protect your life. And then when you're exiting, please watch out for firefighters and personnel. I know a lot of people like to exit in a hurry, but just look out for people that are fighting the fires and are on the sidewalk and trying to get their gear in place and positioned properly. We'll send it back over to you, John, Leslie, and Rachel.
All right, Les, thank you very much for that. We have a Pepperdine student on the phone with us, Henry Adams. Henry is a reporter for the school paper, and you have been speaking with students, Henry. What have you observed that you can tell us about?
You know, definitely a lot of anxiety on campus. I mean, the fires are so close. Luckily, the worst of it, at least, you know, for now, seems to have subsided a bit. But, you know, just very exhausted. You know, I think a lot of students are just, I mean, somewhat relieved at least that finals are canceled because this is such a chaotic time. They don't have any power. You know, everybody's technology is like running out of battery and stuff. But, yeah, just very anxiety, a lot of anxiety, just given the fact that this is the first like major fire that anybody who's an undergrad at Pepperdine will have experienced.
Yeah, physically, emotionally exhausted, I'm sure, by the stress of this fire and the stress of final exams. Henry, are you from Southern California by chance? Just curious if this is your first experience dealing with a fire to this magnitude, of this magnitude.
You know, I'm originally from Pennsylvania, but both of my siblings actually attended Pepperdine years before me, including my sister, who was an undergrad during Woolsey Fire back in 2018. So, you know, our families definitely had some run-ins with the past there, but yeah, this is the first major one that I've really been around for myself. So.
Henry, at one point we heard reports that the fire actually was on campus, burning some trees and maybe some shrubs. Did you see how close it got? And talk about your feelings as this fire moves so close to the school.
Yeah, I mean, like you saw, and there's all these videos online cropping up right now from around like 2, 3 a.m. This morning was when it was really bad. Yeah, trees are on fire. The smoke was coming up right against the library, like the glass windows, everybody's looking out. So it feels like almost like it's like just so close that, you know, there's nowhere else to go. But luckily, they were able to save off the fires, the smaller spot fires that were cropping up right next to campus buildings students were in. So it's very scary though. So I guess we'll get a full assessment of the damage in the coming hours, I suppose. But yeah, definitely a lot going on there.
Henry, you are actually on campus or not?
I'm currently off campus, thank God.
Okay, so you weren't on campus at all during this?
No.
Okay. And so are students satisfied with their safety? They were moved to an area of the campus, I guess sort of in the middle of the campus, away from the fire. Did they feel safe? I mean, university officials, they have protocols with how to deal with something like this. What are students saying?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people that I've talked to who've been on campus throughout this whole thing, all night, all morning, that are not sure about being in place and whether or not that's safe. But I do know, the university does follow the protocol of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. So I'm sure, I don't fully understand, I guess, the reasoning, but I'm sure there's good reason for that, and that's been historically the precedent for what they do. So, that's one of the safest spots in Malibu, I've been told.
And Henry, we know that Pepperdine has released a statement saying that classes, finals are canceled today. What is the latest communication that you've received from the university that we can hopefully pass along to your classmates, colleagues there?
Yeah, we're still waiting on hearing about, what the I guess, new final schedule is going to look like since everything's getting postponed. So I guess we'll find out today what that looks like. But for now, we're just hanging tight. We haven't heard anything else that you guys haven't. So, yeah, we're all figuring it out, I guess.
Okay. Pepperdine student Henry Adams, thank you so much for talking to us this morning. We're happy to hear that you are safe and that the rest of the students are safe this morning. We're going to go on over to Gabe Santos, who is joining us live in Air 7. Gabe.
Sorry, Leslie, was that you tossing to us up here in Air 7? Okay. Yes, so we just got overseen here. You're looking at the 22,300 block of Carbon Beach Terrace, and we just saw an LA County Firehawk helicopter make a water drop on this flank of the fire. This is the far west side, or the far east side of the fire that is burning right now, kind of up a little bit of a hillside. And once again, that home at the top of that hillside, according to our mapping computer up here, is near 22,300 Carbon Beach Terrace. You did have a crew from LA County Fire Department parked in the driveway of that home, which we can't even see anymore because of smoke. But the good news is those flames that were getting closer and closer to this home, it appears that a lot of them have been snuffed out because of that water drop from that LA County Fire Department helicopter once again. So fire crews are aware of this flank of the fire. They are trying to protect property, and that is the goal right now, to protect lives and property. Not necessarily put every flame they see out, but try and protect these homes there. As you can see, those other crews, unsure what department that's from. You have a lot of mutual aid here. You have a lot of other departments coming in from all over. And as we have first daylight here, the sun came up about 30 minutes ago. We're hoping we're going to be able to see some of those large air tankers from other parts of California. As you see there, as Chad, our photographer, zooms in very closely on the backyard of that home. There's a couple of firefighters in the backyard of the home, kind of keeping an eye on things. You do see that smoke continuing to head upwards towards that home, so that is a concern. But those bigger flames that we saw earlier, those now appear to be a little less intense, as we just saw a water drop commence there, and hopefully more water drops to come.
Just an incredible job by firefighters, Gabe. Yeah, we want to see those air tankers come in to drop those fire lines that could really seal this fire off. Just give me a quick sense. I see the smoke. Which way is that smoke heading now? It looks like it's heading east.
Yeah. Well, on different flanks of the fire, John, it's kind of going in a few different directions. On the far north side of the fire, you could see the impact of those winds that are coming from north to south, kind of pushing the fire as a whole towards the coast. But as you get a little closer to the coast, some of those flanks of fire are being more affected by the terrain, or more affected by other elements, or maybe even the heat that the fire is generating. So you see a little bit of a northern push, or even a western push on some of those flanks of the fire that are to the left of your screen. But as I said, on the right side of your screen, that's that big push from those Santa Ana winds that are pushing this fire almost straight from north to south, and eventually right towards the coastline. But in the grand scheme of things, a lot of this smoke is going further and further up as it gets higher and higher. So that tells us that, you know, the wind speeds that we were hearing, that we were expecting, some of those are not affecting this fire quite as much, and that is definitely some good news here.
Yeah, it certainly is. Okay, Gabe Santos in Air 7, thanks for that report.
Next on GMA, a major update on the big breaking news on the East Coast. The latest on the arrest and the killing of the CEO of United Healthcare. The suspect was charged overnight as we learn new details about the 26-year-old.
Meantime, we are continuing our coverage on the Franklin fire in Malibu on Eyewitness News at 7 a.m. You can watch on your smart TV using the ABC 7 Los Angeles app or wherever you stream ABC 7.
We kind of know what to do, right? Fill everything up, bags, and empty the safe and call some friends.
At what point tonight did you realize that this fire was going to threaten your business?
Around 11:30. I think when most of us kind of found out. I have a shop, clothing shop, temporarily on leave. And yeah, it's my whole life. So.
The horses were back at the house. I couldn't get them, but at least I feel a little bit okay because I feel like I released them, you know, and they're not, I'm just hoping for the best. I was speechless. I can't believe it. Nothing. I'm choked up. I want to scream and just cry, but you know, what can I do?
It was definitely really scary just seeing the flames grow and seeing like that bright red color of fire just get brighter and brighter and brighter.
And it seemed pretty chaotic. It's spooky around here. All the power's out. The street lights are out, so PCH is black.
This is Eyewitness News live at 7 o'clock. We're updating you on live breaking news. The Franklin fire burning in Malibu. Here is the very latest this morning. The fire has burned more than 1,800 acres. Fire officials are set to give their first news conference around 8 o'clock this morning.
PCH is closed in both directions. More than 2,000 homes have been evacuated. 6,000 homes are under evacuation warnings. If you're looking for shelter for yourself and your small animals, head to the Palisades Recreation Center. Pierce College is offering shelter for large animals.
The worst of the fire has pushed past Pepperdine University. Students are sheltering in place there and classes have been canceled. Several Malibu schools are closed today. That includes Webster Elementary, Malibu Elementary, Malibu Middle, and Malibu High. Let's turn it over to Gabe Santos in Air 7. Gabe.
Yeah, guys, well, as daylight shines above this fire scene of the Franklin fire, you can really see just the length of land that has already been burned and how this fire has moved from the highest peaks of the Santa Monica Mountains down towards the coastline. And you can see there's a lot of active flames. There's flames that are active on the north side, and there's flames that are active a little further down towards Pacific Coast Highway. We know that Pacific Coast Highway is closed for a long stretch along this Malibu area. And as Chad pushes in a little bit towards the right, this is a home that we've been watching that appears to be the furthest close, a little bit further to the right there, Chad, that appears to be closest to being in danger. And we did see some big flames there earlier. This was 22,300 Carbon Beach Terrace, and fortunately we did see a water drop from LA County helicopter, from an LA County Fire Department helicopter, make an amazing water drop on this fire, and that put out the tallest of the flames and the most intense of those flames that were kind of inching towards this home. And you could see there through the smoke there is a LA County Fire Department fire engine in that driveway working on structure protection. So they're at the scene here hoping, just working the best that they can to make sure that if any embers catch anything on that home or anything near that home, they'll be able to put that out pretty quickly. But as we widen out the shot, we'll give you kind of the grand scheme of what we're seeing here. The wind that is affecting this fire, we were kind of preparing for a worst case scenario here. That appears to not exactly be the case. We were expecting wind gusts of up to 50 miles an hour. We haven't seen wind gusts quite that level. The winds are still at a level that is dangerous, that these fire crews are concerned about, but luckily it is pushing this front of the fire towards the coast, and hopefully fire crews will be able to get a good handle on this. As Leslie Lopez has been telling us, those winds will start to die down as we get through the afternoon hours.
Okay, Gabe, thank you very much for that. And Leslie Lopez has been tracking this weather all morning long. Les, you mentioned the terrain and humidity being, big impacts on this fire. What can you tell us about that?
You're right. And this is going to be one of those situations where the Santa Ana winds are here. Yes, this is part of why we're considering this an extreme Santa Ana. In addition to that, we also have humidity levels. You just mentioned it, very low humidity levels down into single-digit territory. And with that, we're creating the opportunity for rapid fire growth, unfortunately. Now, when we talk about this red flag warning that's going to continue through Wednesday at 6 p.m., tomorrow at 6 p.m., the reason being is we're going to have relative humidity levels stay very, very low. The wind speeds are going to quiet down a little bit. Now, let me just show you what's happening in this particular region. A lot of the terrain is really driving the fire right now because the wind speeds are not that strong in some of these spots. So right where the fire is burning closer to the coastline, we're talking about northeasterly winds coming in about 5 miles per hour. Gusts are around 20 miles per hour. That's the latest from the meter nearby that fire. And humidity levels are very low, down to 9%. That's single-digit territory that can spark and ignite a fire very quickly, and it adds to the very parched vegetation that we already have been seeing this season here in Southern California. Let me just take you over towards the Pepperdine area. Now, this is a little bit higher in terrain. This is about 925 feet in elevation, whereas where the fire is burning is about 100, at least some parts of the fire. This particular spot, though, you're looking at this meter, northeasterly winds coming in at 15, gusts of 32. So just a different story. I mean, wind speeds are very variable across this region, just because there is a narrow wind field through these canyons and passes. So the opportunity for the terrain to really drive the wind as well, and what direction, how much of that's going to be playing into this is really part of the firefighting effort. So firefighters trying to put their fire lines where they most appropriately feel they'll have the best handle of this fire. I want to pull out really quick. You'll notice too that the driving wind is still out of the northeast. So coming from the northeast, headed to the south, southwest. And so if you know you're downwind of this fire, that's really where you need to consider evacuating if you haven't already. And hopefully firefighters are being at least taken care of during this too. I know a lot of people evacuate in a hurry. Just watch out for the firefighters who are trying to get their hoses in the right place and they're focused on fighting the fire. People evacuate in a hurry and often don't pay attention to people who are standing in the roadways, especially when it's dark. One of the things I did not like about this Santa Ana wind event, oftentimes we get Santa Anas and the wind speeds really peak during the morning hours. This one's a little different dynamic. The peak winds happen between midnight and 3 a.m. And so with that, overnight concerns. People are asleep, they're in bed. Are they going to get the warnings if they need to evacuate in a hurry in time? So with that being said, I think firefighters did a fantastic job of getting evacuations out, and hopefully that is the case, and hopefully we just hear of everybody safe and no lives lost from this fire. We continue to move into the next several hours. And this is where I'm hopeful that we can start to see a shift in how this fire might play out. We're looking at 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts now, but right around 11 a.m. to 1, we'll see the winds drop down to 20 to 25 miles per hour. Now, we're talking about gusts when we talk about these winds. So the gusts are going to quiet down. They're going to quiet down through this evening and into tomorrow morning. But again, the factor that's going to play into keeping the red flag warning in place will be the low humidity levels, down to 8%, 9% Woodland Hills, 13 in Chino Hills right now, 14 in Ontario. And as the sun gets heating and our surface heats, we're going to see these humidity levels probably get down into single-digit territory across a lot of Southern California. Again, if you are watching right now and you're getting any evacuation orders or maybe even just an evacuation alert or to stand by, make sure that you have all your documents ready. You really want to have that ready, set, go mentality. There are other places in Southern California where fires can break out. This particular spot we consider a prominent fire corridor, a prominent Santa Ana wind corridor. And so, you hear these residents speak of the years that they've lived there and how many fires they've lived through. So I'm hopeful that a lot of people know how to evacuate and evacuate safely, and hopefully that will be the case. Keep in mind, too, firefighters really ask all of us in Southern California, especially if we live in a hilly area, an area that has a lot of chaparral or brush or grass, to create that defensible space around your home. That really assists them in keeping your home safe if the fire should get close to your property line. All right, we'll send it back over your way. John, Leslie, and Rachel, we're going to hope for the best. And the good news is, the only piece of good news that I have right now is that the winds are slowly going to quiet down some more as we get into the later afternoon hours.
It does look so much better than overnight. Boy, I was really concerned we were going to lose whole neighborhoods, but it's an incredible job by firefighters. We have not seen any structures lost so far. That doesn't mean there aren't any, but Scott Reif was kind of scouring the area and he couldn't find any this morning, so that's great to hear. We want to check in with Monica Dianda. She continues our coverage from the fire lines. Monica.
Hey there, John, Leslie, and Rachel. I'm giving you a look right now at the hillside that we've been monitoring since around 4:30 this morning. We saw it at one point, and again, this is between Malibu Road and PCH. We saw it at one point. The entire hillside was glowing with hot spots, but now it's quite different. And we actually just got an update from one of the firefighters who was down there on the front lines. He told us this area is inaccessible for them. However, they are not worried about it. They are letting it burn. That is a strategic move. They say that these homes down here, the structures more down below, are not threatened. And just in case something happens that they don't expect and something flares up, they do have structure protection all around the homes in this area. So they are not worried about that right now, which is good to hear. But again, we have seen the firefighters. You may be able to see some of them off my shoulder here. They've been here since 4:30 in the morning. You can see here behind me the vegetation not moving too much. That means the winds are helping in the situation. And then, of course, the fire engines, they've been here as well. So structure protection is good for this area. They are ready in case something happens. If you still need to evacuate or if you need to go to an evacuation center, here's help. Take a listen.
We've set up a shelter at the Palisades Recreation Center. Address is 851 Alma Real Drive, 90272. We have capacity for anybody who's been affected by this. We urge people to come, and pets are welcome as long as they're in crates or carriers. We've had a few people show up. We're setting up the cots right now. Our snacks and water are already available, and we will have hot breakfast and lunch as needed throughout the day. We'll take it step by step.
Airplanes are up now. Airplanes are up. And as we come back out here live, we are beginning to hear aircraft up above us, and that is good news. Again, they are really taking a defensive approach here. But this hillside area between Malibu Road and PCH, again, firefighters telling us just moments ago that they are letting this burn. They do not believe that this flame is in any way going to jump on over and threaten these homes down here. So they are feeling good about this area, but they are standing by, and they have plenty of resources down below by those homes, by those structures, the buildings, whatnot, businesses, to make sure just in case something does happen, they are prepared to combat those flames. Live in Malibu, Monica de Anda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Monica, thank you very much. It is eerie to see those flames right behind and so close to the homes there, but we have to trust firefighters. They know that the fire is burning in the opposite direction of those homes, and they are there to douse the flames if the fire changes course. Right now, let's go on over to Irene Cruz. She is live near the Malibu Pier. Irene, what's going on? We see hotspot behind you.
Hey, Leslie, yeah, good morning. We're near Civic Center Way and Webb Road, which is actually close to Santa Monica College. And right behind me, you see the remnants of a flare-up. And what we're seeing this morning is a better look of the damage that this fire has been causing, because now we have some sunlight. We're able to see homes, schools, businesses that are possibly threatened by this fire, as well as what the fire is leaving behind. See that black, charred, dry brush that it is burning through. And we have seen that all across the Malibu region this morning. So far, what we have is a hazy glow with that sunrise and smoke in the area, smoke just blanketing this entire region. We can barely even see well in the distance because of all the smoke that is here. Now, a lot of the personnel were here a little bit earlier, a few minutes ago, and now they've moved to more active scenes to take care of situations that are more dire. But this sunlight is giving us more perspective. Again, what's at risk? Homes, schools, businesses. And this flare up here is a good example of how things can change very quickly. I mean, earlier we were seeing spots that had calmed down, the flare ups had died down, and we said, okay, let's try to move on. And then the embers pick up. It just takes a few of them, and then all of a sudden that area becomes active once again. So in these fires, things can change very rapidly. Also, we're taking a look at airdrops throughout the morning. We've seen about 7 helicopters dropping 1,000 to 3,000 gallons of water throughout the region. So that's been making a huge difference. But I mean, we have been hearing from homeowners, business owners all throughout the morning, and it really is just heartbreaking hearing how they're feeling about this, how concerned, how frustrated and worried about what they're going to return to. So our hearts go out to all of those people, and we're really hoping that the fire crews can get a handle on this. We are waiting for an update on their progress as well as any damage that it may have left behind. That's coming up in just a few minutes. A press conference is set for 8 o'clock this morning. Leslie?
Okay, Irene, I'll take it. Thank you. The situation does appear to be improving, but we will just see. Again, we are awaiting that news conference by LA County fire officials around 8 a.m. We're not out of the woods just yet. Let's go to Gabe Santos live in Air 7.
Yeah, Rachel, as daylight has arrived, you do have the added ability to have those fixed-wing air tankers and fixed-wing assets arrive to this fire scene. Just out of view of us on the other side of the plume of smoke, we have Quebec 1 and Quebec 2. Those are those super scooper tankers that are capable of carrying 1,600 gallons of water. I believe they actually scooped up some of that water from just off the coast out of Point Doom, and they are making their way to the active flanks of this fire to start making water drops here. So just seeing those guys up and out and about and starting to work this fire, that's some good news there. They're based out of Van Nuys Van Nuys Airport, right next to the helipad that we launch out of right there at Van Nuys Airport. They're on loan from Canada for the extent of the fire season. So the fact that they have arrived here, that's some good news. And we do have word that other tankers, some fire retardant dropping tankers, are also en route to this location. In the meantime, these Firehawks from LA County Fire Department, they've been working this fire all through the night. You also have Helitanker 55, which is that very large Chinook helicopter. Those helicopters are able to fight fires in the nighttime. So they've been working this fire as best as they can through the overnight hours. And they are certainly putting in the hours and getting a lot done here. As we chat, our photographer zooms back in to the 22,300 block of Carbon Beach Terrace. We've been watching the far east flank of this fire get pretty close to this home here, but you can see a crew there from LA County Fire Department in the driveway of this home, and they've been able to prevent, we believe, prevent any damage from happening to this home. There was some very large flames kind of creeping up the hill towards the road. Obviously a concern to those homeowners, but one of those LA County Firehawk helicopters was able to put a water drop right on those flames and pretty much put that corner of the fire out. So definitely some good news here, and definitely things looking a little better as we advance through the morning hours towards hopefully around midday, when we should see those winds die down a little bit.
Okay, Gabe, thank you for that. Yeah, just an incredibly better situation from overnight. Overnight looked really scary, and this morning things have calmed down significantly. And Leslie Lopez, you said this is exactly what would happen. The winds would back off a little bit, and we're getting a bit of a break.
Yeah, I mean, it's great news to see that some of the wind through this area where the fire is burning, they are backing off, but the driving wind still remains about 34, 35, 36 miles per hour. That's through Thousand Oaks and Malibu. That's in the higher terrain. Again, this is such a particularly interesting area. You have so much terrain, so much rugged coastline right in this spot that the wind velocity and the wind speeds, there's a very narrow wind field. So there might be a neighboring hillside where the wind is so quiet, you're not even feeling anything. You go maybe a hillside over, and now we're talking about 34 mile per hour winds, at least gusts, and then wind speeds staying sustained around 15. We've seen that throughout this morning. So we have a couple meters in the area, 1 meter right now where the fire is closer to the coastline. We were looking at 5 mile per hour winds earlier, gusts of 17. Pepperdine, there's a meter there. 20 mile per hour wind speeds, gusts of 34. So again, really different stories in the same vicinity. So that's how the firefight is going for firefighters. They're watching out for any flare-ups, seeing where the winds are most prominent, and then they're trying to tackle that. We also have the terrain. The terrain is driving this fire up the hillsides very quickly. We know there are some homes up on the hillsides, but really the driving wind, the main part of the Santa Ana, is still pushing the flames from northeast to southwest. So again, if you know you're downwind, you also have to consider that that the flames could be fanned in your direction, or at least embers could be fanned in your direction. And then if you are on top of a hillside, of course, that's where fires like to climb. They climb very fast up hillside. So if you know you're uphill of the flame, you also want to really heed all the evacuation warnings. And I think most of the people that we've been listening to, talking to, doing that, people that have lived in this area for many, many years are very well versed in how they should evacuate. Evacuation plan, of course, in order. You know, one of the unfortunate parts of this season, we saw so much rain the last 2 seasons, but this particular season, it's been so dry. 2 big storms could have really changed the situation here. We have a very low, very dry fuel moisture at the moment. The chaparral, the grass in the area, we're talking about it igniting and being very combustible, very easy to spread. And so unfortunately, that's also adding to the difficulty with this firefight. Yes, the climate is different right now. We have a La Nina pattern that is set up. This La Nina pattern is going to stick around likely through most of this winter season, which means it's probably going to be a very dry season. And our Santa Anas typically continue all the way through about January into early February. So that means we still have a few weeks to go where we could see some very strong Santa Anas. And this one will categorize as an extreme Santa Ana wind event, the highest threshold we can get up to. I was hopeful that we could just expire the red flag warning later today, because look at the wind speeds. It's a 36 now, at least the gusts. They're going to go down to about 22, 23 later tonight into the morning. And really, we're going to see a big drop off right around 11 a.m. today. So I was hopeful that maybe we could expire with the red flag warnings. We are not going to be able to do that. The reason being, we have relative humidity levels that are going to stay dangerously low, down into single-digit territory. That keeps us at an extreme Santa Ana event. And so we'll keep the red flag warnings all the way through tomorrow at 6 p.m. through the area. John and Rachel and Leslie, we'll send it back over your way.
All right, Les, thanks very much. We're going to take a moment to update the nation on the Franklin fire live on Good Morning America. Meantime, we're going to leave you with some live images. We'll be right back.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Good Tuesday morning to you. I'm Rachel Brown. We're following breaking news this morning as the sun comes up on the Franklin fire burning in Malibu. Our Gabe Santos live in Air 7. Gabe, what is the latest?
Yeah, Rachel, well, we do know that this fire is now 2,200 acres. It started about a little after 10 p.m. last night, and we definitely saw that fire race through the hillsides here in Malibu through the overnight hours as those wind speeds picked up. But right now, those winds, they're not, they haven't completely settled down, but they're definitely not as strong as they were in those overnight hours. So we're starting to see, as those air assets continue to pound this fire, we're starting to see a little bit of a better situation here, but still something to be concerned about for residents in the Malibu area as the Franklin fire continues to burn here. Fixed wing assets now on scene. Live in Air 7, Gabe Santos, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Meteorologist Leslie Lopez is next. Let's get an update.
Good morning. Hi, Rachel. Yeah, good morning. Sorry, I'm just taking it. We're looking out right now. We have some windy weather. I just wanted to talk about the Santa Ana winds, dangerous conditions. Yes, we have that. This is going to be a Santa Ana that we would consider and categorize as an extreme Santa Ana, although some of the wind speeds are not really meeting the threshold of 40, 50 miles per hour as we saw earlier this morning. So the nice part of this is that most of the wind is staying right near that 30, 35 mile per hour wind velocity. Going down at 11 a.m. The expectation is it's dropping down to 25 mile per hour winds. Humidity levels dangerously low, though, down to single digit territory, which means that we're going to keep the red flag warning in effect all the way through 6 p.m. tomorrow. We're watching this fire burn through the Malibu area, getting you updates.
Thanks, Leslie. Coming up at 8 a.m., the LA County Fire Department will have a live news conference with the latest on the Franklin fire burning in Malibu.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Welcome back to Eyewitness News as we continue to cover this fire, the Franklin fire in Malibu. The recent update is that it has burned more than 2,200 acres. Let's go out live to Jaysha Patel. She's in the Carbon Mesa Road area. That was an area of particular concern. Jaysha, what can you tell us?
Hi, good morning. We actually moved to Carbon Beach Terrace. It's a community up here. We're actually near some homes right now. And now that the sun is up, we can really get a better look at things. And let me tell you, Leslie Lopez says that, those winds are going to die down this morning. And that's exactly what we're feeling out here. It is very calm. There are no gusts. It's a very different picture out here right now compared to when we first got here around 2 a.m. I'll step out the way so you can see what we're looking at. You can see off into the distance. This fire is still burning here in the canyon. We've seen multiple aircrafts here dropping water on that fire. We've seen some deer in the area, obviously confused because the canyon's on fire, so they're trying to also escape while, humans are also trying to evacuate this area. Right now, now that the sun is up, we can see that we're seeing less flames, but there is this dark cloud over Malibu. It is just extremely smoky. The air quality, not great out here. We know this fire started around 11 last night, and when we first got here this morning around 2 a.m., only about 300 acres was burned, and now it has grown to 1,800. We definitely predict that that number will go up, but of course there's going to be a news conference in about 30 minutes, so we're hoping to get some more accurate numbers about that. But this wind event, very interesting. I can recall covering the mountain fire last month. The temperature was very hot outside. It's pretty cool out here, but as we've been saying all morning, the low humidity, that's really what's been impacting the fire here, and those winds, that's been fueling this. So we're hoping that things die down for the rest of the day. Obviously, there's some hot spots. Firefighters are trying to protect those structures. We've seen them around homes and buildings. Earlier, PCH was a dangerous area. We saw flames jumping across and brush and trees catching on fire. But right now, we're not feeling those gusts, so that's the good news. This fire is not only impacting, the people that live here, but also the people that attend school here. We've been talking about Pepperdine sheltering in place. Well, they've, officially canceled classes and finals. It's finals week, so they're in the full swing of things. Those are canceled for today. And also Malibu schools and the Santa Monica Malibu USD, they're also closed today. Just really heartbreaking to see all the people impacted by this fire. We don't have the exact number for how many structures have burned, but I can tell you that earlier this morning, we saw many people waiting by their homes, with hoses, with water, ready to, get their homes wet in case the fire approached, their yards. We did see one person's guest home completely up in flames. So at 8 a.m., again, make sure you stay tuned with us. We're hoping to get some more updated information about the acreage of this fire, as well as how many people have truly been impacted, how many structures have been destroyed. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jaysha, thanks. And you can see the fixed-wing aircraft now on scene. They're dropping down fire retardant. Hopefully, they'll help contain this fire. This is a great sight to see. A lot of resources on this fire, a lot of helicopters overnight dropping water. That certainly helped. And now the fixed swing are on scene, and that will really help to contain it as well. We want to check in with Monica de Anda. She's also on the fire lines. And Monica, what does it look like from your location?
Hey, John, right now we are on PCH between here and Malibu Road, and you can see the hillside here behind me. We've been here since about 4:30 this morning, and you can see all the hand crews down there. There's more than a dozen of them just gearing up, taking a good look at this area, making sure that those flames don't jump over to this side. And if we look further down the hill, you can actually see right now one of the firefighters dozing an area of brush there. You can see the water going into that area of vegetation, and they're really doing everything they can to keep that fire from jumping further down the hill, because that is where we have homes. And we did hear from a firefighter about 30 minutes ago who told us that they are being strategic about this hill. It is quite inaccessible for them on foot, but they are making sure that it doesn't jump over. They do not believe that it will do that just because of the way that the winds have been blowing. But you can see a new development here is that they are now on foot here, dozing part of the vegetation. So we hadn't seen that before until now. That is new. But something else that we are seeing now, which is an encouraging sign, is that that the area, the hotspot there that you're seeing, it's not nearly as glowy as it was about an hour, even 2 hours ago. There was at one point at 4 o'clock in the morning where this entire hillside was just glowing. It was flames everywhere, and that is not the case now. So that is good news. Firefighters also telling us that they are strategically letting this burn and making sure that the homes down below are protected. And they do have plenty of crews down below. We've seen multiple engines all around this community to make sure they are standing by just in case something happens. But so far, they feel pretty good about their containment efforts here, making sure that that fire doesn't jump on down further down the hill and impact homes. So again, giving you one last look, these firefighters here have been on scene doing their best, and it looks like they've been successful in their strategy here with this hill so far. Again, been here for at least 3.5 hours. And shortly here at 8 o'clock this morning, we're going to be learning more details about acreage. We know at least 1,800 acres burned, but that was back around 5 o'clock in the morning when we got that update. So definitely we're expecting more changes to come at 8 o'clock. For now, live in Malibu, Monica de Anda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Monica, thank you. And I believe the latest update is that 2,200 acres have now burned. But again, we are awaiting that news conference in about 30 minutes. Let's go live now to Irene Cruz.
Rachel, a lot of people are waiting for that updated information in terms of how many acres have burned completely, as well as how much damage has been done to a lot of houses, businesses, and schools. Right now where I'm standing is where a flare-up happened a little bit earlier. In this area, we're not seeing any more flames, really, just a few lingering here and there, but it's mostly smoke. And right now you can see some of the fire crews here at work putting out some of the hot spots and some of that remaining fire here. This is at Stewart Ranch and Webb Road. It's close to Santa Monica College, and they've been taking their hoses out to clear this fire line here. And this is something we've been seeing throughout the morning and overnight, really, is a lot of these fire crews, their main focus was structure protection. So they were in the middle of the night, in the dark, taking their flashlights, taking their hoses, and going up to individual homes and protecting them and making sure that they don't burn. And now with daylight here, we've been covering this through the night, so we weren't getting a very good look at what was going on and what was around. But now that we have some sunlight, we can see what's at risk and what this fire has done in terms of damage. So you can see behind these fire crews some of that blackened land, that dry brush that fire has burned through. And that's something we'll be seeing throughout the morning all across the Malibu region, is that blackened brush here. A few areas of concern that I do want to talk about. I mean, we've been speaking about it all throughout the morning in terms of Pepperdine University. I mean, their classes have been canceled today. The finals have been postponed. We also have Santa Monica, Malibu Unified School District. Their classes have been canceled. And a lot of people were also worried about the famous Malibu Pier, and that was a big area of concern. So we're watching that as well. In terms of evacuations, we have seen 2,000 homes under evacuation orders, and then 6,000 are currently under evacuation warnings. We'll see if those numbers change or the areas change when we get that update coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. We'll send things back over to you.
Irene, thank you very much. Right now, Leslie Lopez has been following this since it began. Leslie, as the day begins, what are the main areas of concern with the weather?
You know, we are looking still at humidity levels to be very, very low, dangerously low. So that keeps that red flag warning in effect all the way through Wednesday, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Otherwise, if it wasn't for the humidity levels, we would probably see the expiration of this red flag warning because our wind velocities are going down. Right around 11 o'clock this morning, we're going to see those gusts of about 40, 45 in some of the upper terrain go down to about 25 to 30. I mean, it's going to get so much better. I wanted to also point out that right now we are looking at really interesting terrain through the Malibu area. Firefighters are well versed in how fires burn through these canyons, especially in this particular spot, which we consider a prominent fire corridor, a prominent Santa Ana wind corridor. And with that, we are looking at terrain as really the driving force behind how this fire is spreading at the moment, because look at the wind speeds. This is right near the surface. This is about 100 feet in elevation. The newest meter update is 4 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts of 11 miles per hour. That's pretty quiet. I mean, we're really not looking at wind speeds hitting any type of a threshold for wind advisories or high wind warnings to the area in this particular spot. Let me just take you over towards another hillside nearby. Again, these are narrow wind fields because of the terrain. So now we're looking at northeasterly winds sustained at 15 miles per hour and gusts of about 32 miles per hour. So a little bit more velocity in this particular area. That's about 925 feet in elevation. Nearby is another weather station. This is going to be about 2,000 feet in elevation. That next weather station is clocking wind gusts of about 45 miles per hour. So really, it just depends on how high in elevation you are, what the terrain is. And we're looking at, again, the driving wind still into this area. You're going to see them coming out of the northeast, and it's about 32 mile per hour winds, 36 Woodland Hill or Thousand Oaks, Woodland Hills area, and 37 mile per hour winds out towards Simi Valley. You're going to hear today, maybe on other news outlets, social media, that we have 80 mile per hour wind gusts with this Santa Ana. Yes, that is true in very mountainous terrain, way up high, not near this fire, and that's already going down too. So if you see that, don't be too alarmed because it's not in this particular region. And this particular region, again, some of these wind gusts are only around 11 miles per hour. So I mean, this is just quite a different story. Also noticing too that outside of the wind field, look at Burbank, you're down to 6 mile per hour winds, very quiet here, very quiet through downtown Los Angeles. So again, the Santa Anas are impacting this particular region, very traditional, impacting Anaheim, traditional, and then also out towards the San Bernardino, Riverside County communities, very traditional, and through our canyons and passes and through our mountainous terrain. So that's where this is. Not really seeing much at the coastline. San Clemente sometimes gets hit hard. Avalon, there are really big concerns that Avalon might see some of the winds, and of course boaters have to be very, very cautious at where they put their boats, and then also some of the Channel Islands. But that seems to be at least a threat that hopefully Harbor Patrol help people avert. So we are back to some windy weather, low humidity. That continues through tomorrow. And then the terrain, the dry vegetation. Again, I've been saying this. If we just had 2 good storms this season, this would have been a very, very different situation. It's a La Nina year. We know it's dry. It's going to remain dry, likely all the way through January, February. I don't think we're going to get much in the way of good storms. Maybe we'll hope for an atmospheric season this year where rivers will come down in March, April. But otherwise, it doesn't look like it's going to be a very good year in terms of any rainfall for Southern California. So how long do Santa Anas continue? They continue all the way through January, early February. With that, we could see more extreme Santa Ana winds. We're not out of the woods yet with this season's pattern and the way things are going with the dry weather. It's not looking too good, but we'll hope for the best. All right, we'll send it back over to you.
So Lopez, I was going to say the one bit of good news from that storm we had a couple weeks ago in Northern California, it really drenched the northern part of the state.
You're right.
And all those resources are available for us at least.
You're right.
That's the only bit of good news.
I mean, they got drenched. I mean, they got hit so hard. So their fuel moisture content's so different than what we're dealing with.
Right.
We're so dry.
But we do have those resources. The aircraft are available. The firefighters are available. So that is the only bit of good news from the weather. We need the rain, like you said. We desperately need it. Gabe Santos is in Air 7 watching this fire from above. And Gabe, it looks so much better than it did overnight.
Yeah, John, definitely looking like night and day, quite literally here. And also a sight for sore eyes is the air tankers that are on scene here. We have the BAE 146 air tanker that's capable of carrying 3,000 gallons of fire retardant. We just saw that aircraft make a drop on the far eastern flank of this fire, or maybe the northeast corner of this fire. That's where we've seen a lot of the active flames. The wind appears to be kind of pushing this in a couple of different directions. You have the overall flow of the winds going from north to south, really kind of pushing this thing towards the coast, but the problem with that is towards the coast you have a downsloping effect. So the fire kind of slows down as you go down the hillside there, but then when the fire hits ridges that are kind of matching with that north to south wind, then you see it pick up a little bit. You see a little bit more of that dark black smoke as Chad, our photographer, zooms in on an area we've been watching between Sweetwater Mesa Road and Carbon Beach Terrace. We do have a couple of homes there that fire crews are stationed in front of. They've been doing a great job protecting these homes, being stationed in front of them. They are working with fire crews in the air to do water drops on the on any active flames around these homes. So we're definitely seeing a night and day situation here as we see one of those Firehawk helicopters make a pass through the screen there. Unsure if he's going to make a drop there. But the other good news here, in addition to that one fire tanker that we have seen make one fire retardant drop, the Quebec 1 and Quebec 2, that's the name for those super scoopers that are based out of Van Nuys Airport. Those things are capable of carrying 1,600 gallons of water. They are here. We haven't seen them make a drop yet. I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen them become a little bit more active in this firefight quite yet. I'm sure they have their reason, and hopefully we'll be seeing them take part in this firefight very shortly here. Another note I want to point out here, CHP telling us they have a SIG alert in effect, an ABC7 traffic alert. Pacific Coast Highway, obviously for obvious reasons, is shut down between Canyon Dune Road and Topanga Canyon Boulevard until further notice. They're considering this a long-term closure as fire crews continue to work to put out this fire. And even when most of the fire's put out and you don't see any smoke anymore, there will still be fire crews and fire apparatus at the scene here blocking roads here. So definitely you'll have a few days of activity here at the scene in Malibu. Live in our 7, Gabe Santos, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Gabe, thank you very much. And we were able to see those 2 choppers drop water on that hot spot. It's just amazing when you see it each time, just the pinpoint precision that they have. And they doused those active flames right there on that hillside. Right now, let's go to Monica de Anda. Monica, are you still close to the Ralphs?
Yeah, so the Ralphs is the closest pinpoint location that I was able to give people when it was darker out. So we are in that area that's between Malibu Road and PCH. And if you look just here behind me, you can see those firefighters, the hand crews really out there on the front line. We saw some of them dozing this area of vegetation along the hillside. And also you may be able to see them, they're on the top of the hill. So they're really hitting it from the top and the bottom, and making sure that they get rid of any hot spots that may be lingering here along this hillside. But really great progress compared to what we saw 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago, and even in the last hour. We were still seeing some areas of concern here, but now you could barely see those flames there along the vegetation. That's because most of this hillside has burned, and it's been pretty strategic here with the firefighters, making sure that it doesn't jump over onto these homes that we're seeing here between Malibu Road and PCH just before that Ralph's, which is a little bit further down the road here. So good progress here. Fire crews really have been doing their best down there in the trenches to make sure that they are spreading that water on that fire and keeping a close eye on it so that it doesn't jump into this little community here down below. Now we are still seeing fire engines and hand crews down below by where these homes are located, just in case something happens. So that is also just an extra precaution that they're taking to make sure that they're not caught by surprise, just in case the winds pick up or some embers happen to fly down there. But right now, things are looking good along this hillside. A lot of good progress here. And with that, we'll go ahead and give you one last look, and then just tell you that overall, since we got here at 2 a.m. until now, the conditions have gotten a lot better. The wind has tapered down, as Leslie said. Now, we do know we are going to continue to see that wind, but right now, conditions are looking good out here for firefighters to make some progress. Live in Malibu, Monica de Anda, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Monica, thank you for all of your hard work. And we have been covering breaking news all night and all morning of this Franklin fire burning in Malibu. This fire broke out out around 11 last night, and this is the very latest. The fire has burned more than 2,200 acres. 2,000 homes are evacuated. 6,000 are under an evacuation warning. Governor Newsom announced this morning the state has secured federal assistance to help with the fire.
And if you're looking for shelter for yourself or your small animals, head to the Palisades Recreation Center. Pierce College is offering shelter for large animals like horses. PCH is closed in both directions, and the worst of the fire has now pushed past Pepperdine University. Students are sheltering in place and classes have been canceled. Several Malibu schools also closed today, and that includes Webster Elementary, Malibu Middle, and Malibu High School.
And we are going to take a moment to update the nation on the Franklin fire live on Good Morning America. But first, we are going to go over to Leslie Lopez and what we are looking forward to today in terms of the weather, the humidity, the wind, and all of that. Les.
Yeah, you know, this is a strong Santa Ana. We categorize our Santa Anas, and this one is going to be considered an extreme Santa Ana because of the wind, because of the humidity, and also because of how dry our moisture, our fuel moisture content is. Our vegetation is just very parched. You know, you just mentioned Pepperdine and circumventing the large part of the flank, the forward-facing flank of this fire, which is great news. I did want to update you on the wind speeds at that particular spot. There is a meter there. Near the Pepperdine campus, right now, sustained winds of 15, gusts of 32. But the peak wind, just after midnight, they saw a wind gust roll through of about 50 miles per hour. Again, that was the height of the Santa Ana. We knew that the Santa Ana winds since yesterday were going to peak around midnight, continue forward into the very early morning hours. Right about 4 a.m., things started to slow down, and they've been continuing to slow down in speed. So that's some good news. Right where the fire is burning, closer to the coastline, a little lower in elevation. Right now, we're looking at wind speeds 6 miles per hour, 18 gusts. And then the max wind speed in that particular area was 32 miles per hour. Now, you'll notice on our wind map that we do have 32 mile per hour wind gusts, 36, 37. This is, again, our forecasting models that'll carry us right through, it looks like, the next few hours. I do anticipate, though, a huge drop-off. By the time we're heading into about 1 o'clock, we might get down to about 20 mile per hour wind gusts and stay around 20 to 25 all the way through about midnight to 1 a.m. That's a great, at least, indicator that some of the winds are backing off into tomorrow, too. And this would be enough to usually get rid of a red flag warning. However, because our humidity levels are so low down into single-digit territory, unfortunately, we're going to have to keep that red flag warning in effect all the way through 6 p.m. tomorrow. So really, one of the bigger concerns now remains how dry it's going to be. Whenever we have humidity levels down into that single-digit territory, we could ignite a fire by a quick little spark. So again, you just want to consider your outdoor activities today. Stay a little bit more cautious. These can happen accidentally. I know a lot of people want to do their normal activities, but on a day where we have low humidity levels, dangerously low, you just don't want to even be outdoors doing any yard work if you can help it. You know, you're going to hear probably that we have 80 mile per hour gusts. Yes, we have the possibility, and over in the Magic Mountain Canyon Peak, there's this really infamous spot here in Southern California where wind gusts get up to about 80 miles per hour. There's no population there. There are no power lines there. So again, if you hear 80 mile per hour wind gusts, yes, but it's in mountainous terrain, high away from population. The strongest wind gusts I'm seeing right now, San Gabriel Mountain Community. This is way high in elevation. We're looking at 4,500 feet in elevation, and there's a 68 mile per hour wind gust through the area. The max wind speed just past midnight was 82 miles per hour. So yeah, we have had 80 mile per hour winds, but again, this is in very mountainous terrain away from most of our population. And so the good news is right where the fire is burning, most of those wind speeds are quieter than they were even around midnight just a few hours ago. Angeles National Forest, max wind speed of 46. Right now we're looking at 45. So that hasn't changed much. And the Santa Susana Mountain Pass there, you're looking at that Wiley Ridge Peak, also another infamous peak, 60 mile per hour wind gusts just after midnight, but now it's down to about 53. So we still have really strong winds in some of our mountainous terrain, but closer to Malibu where the fire is burning, at least things are quieting down in that particular spot. We'll send back over your way, John, Leslie, and Rachel.
All right, Leslie, thank you so much. We now go to Eyewitness News reporter Irene Cruz. Irene, what's the latest?
Yeah, Rachel, I can tell you that the air quality here is incredibly poor. The wind has calmed down just a little bit, and the smoke is now sitting over the damaged area where those flames were charring through this dry brush here. I have to say, it's very impressive how quickly fire crews can handle these hot spots, because we saw one fire crew come in and within just a few minutes take down some of these remaining flames that were getting close to this fence line here. Unfortunately, we did see some houses that caught fire in the middle of the night, maybe around 3 o'clock this morning. We saw some flames get up to a house, but again, fire crews were working very hard to protect each individual structure, and they were taking hoses, flashlights up in the middle of the night to protect those individual structures, and that was the main focus. Rather than taking out every single flame that they would see, is to focus on protecting those homes, those businesses, those schools. So they've been doing a really great job, and something I did want to mention as well is in the past few minutes we did see some of the tankers fly by. So there are air resources that are really helping, especially now that we have some sunlight. We have those helicopters that have been dropping 1,000 to 3,000 gallons of water, as well as those tankers. So things are going well. This progress is being made. We are waiting for an update on the acreage burned. I know at last check it was 2,200, so we're checking to see if that has grown at all, and as well as a number on possible damaged buildings in this Franklin fire. We're going to send things back over to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Irene, thank you. And you can see the fire burning to the right there. A lot of white smoke, which is usually good news. If you're looking for shelter for yourself and your pets, obviously there's shelter locations set up. Head to the Palisades Recreation Center. Pierce College is offering shelter for large animals. PCH, by the way, closed in both directions. The worst of the fire has now pushed past Pepperdine University. Students are sheltering in place and classes have been canceled. Several Malibu schools are closed today. That includes Webster Elementary, Malibu Elementary, Malibu Middle, and Malibu High School.
And we're going to take a moment to update the nation on the Franklin fire live on Good Morning America. And we leave you with these live images. We'll be right back.
Bye.